Aurora Theater shooting trial. I am Kelly Patterson. So let's talk a little bit about yesterday. So yesterday, the DA, George Brockler, he said there was a misredaction on a piece of video that we were watching yesterday of the shooter talking about his experience that night. So he offered to skip that piece of video, but the defense, there was a piece in there they wanted to run that had already been approved by the judge. So they went ahead and did that, and then they stopped before that piece that they weren't supposed to show. So they broke more than an hour early yesterday, so prosecutors could go back and then re-edit this video. So that will result in a short lunch today. Then on Friday, they will have a long day just to kind of make up for some of that missed time yesterday. So we want to take you back to yesterday and run some of the video from that sanity evaluation with the shooter when he's talking about how he tried to call the CU hospital hotline, didn't get an answer. So here's some sound from that moment yesterday. Take a listen. So we're having a few technical difficulties getting the video to play. We apologize for that. So we're working to get that started for you. But if you were watching yesterday, you did see the shooter talking about that moment when...
Was hoping for that last chance.
We got it working.
It was overruled by completing the... And we know that it was overruled. It was. But how big was it to be overruled? Not very big. Enough to make you dial the phone. Yeah. Was the number already in your phone? How did you? Yeah, I saved it in my phone. Okay. You'd saved it from a previous visit or a sign on the wall at the office, or how did you have that number? On the website. May I ask when you went to the website and got the number? I don't remember. It was before that day, though. Okay. You think it was weeks before that day, or within the week? Maybe within the week. Okay. If you remember, why did you go to their website? To get that number. Okay. And the website is the website for student mental health. Okay. Were you thinking anything else as you went to the website other than, I'd like to have the number in my phone? No. Were you thinking why you might want to have the number in your phone? In case I wanted to stop the process. Okay. Had you ever dialed that number before? No. And what happened when you dialed it? I just didn't hear anything. Did you hear the phone ringing at the other end? No. Really? It was just dead, or I don't understand. Yeah, I didn't hear anything for 9 seconds, and then it hung up. Then you hung up, or they hung up, or it hung up? It hung up. I'm not sure. So, you're quite sure you dialed? Yes. You're quite sure that the number was accurate? Yes. And the phone dialed it. Did you dial it, or did the phone dial it? It was just dialing a contact number. Okay. So all you had to do was press it, and whatever number was the contact number got accurately dialed? Yes. Okay. As far as you know, your reception was fine in the middle of town? Right. And you didn't hear any answer, electronic or personal or otherwise, on the other end? No. And you said 9 seconds. Did you kind of count them off, or did you show on the phone how long it was? It said, call ended after 9 seconds. I'm sorry? It said call ended after 9 seconds. Did you try to redial? No.
Good morning, everyone.
Looking back, are you sure that was the right number?
This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522.
What do you think would have happened if somebody answered?
That Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys Mr. King,
I don't know.
Ms. Brady, Ms. Nelson,
What do you
Ms.
think?
Cates, and Ms. Spengler. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler,
I might have
Ms.
talked to
Pearson,
him.
Ms. Tishman.
What might you have said?
Told them the situation.
I'm sorry?
Told them the situation.
So you might have told them where you were and what was going on?
Yeah.
What do you think might have happened then?
They would have tried to convince me not to.
Okay. What might they have said?
I don't know.
Do you think they would have been successful?
No,
And start playing the new disc, or I suppose that's the best way to do it, so that the jury doesn't figure out that there was a redaction made or something along those lines.
I agree with that, Your Honor. I do want to make the record clear in terms of the foundation that that disc is consistent with the court's order and reflects those redactions. If there's a way to do it outside the presence of the jury to make the record complete with the consent of defense, I think we ought to do that.
Well, Mr. King, have you checked the disc?
We have, Judge. We've checked it and double-checked it, and we firmly believe that it comports with the court's order.
In light of that, then, is there a need to have it, Dr. Reed, establish any foundation, or can we just proceed with the redacted disc?
Can I have just a minute?
Yes.
That's fine, Judge.
We can just proceed?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that then. So, Mr. Brockler, don't make any reference to a new disc or anything like that, and Dr. Reed should not make any reference to a new disc. We'll just treat it as though it's the same disc that was playing yesterday.
And, Your Honor, are we going to then treat this exchange, just for purposes of the future record, as a stipulation as to the foundation of this disc with the changes that have been made? Without giving up on any other prior objections that have been made.
Yes, my understanding is the defense is simply agreeing that the new disc, and when I say the new disc, I'm talking about the new version of P-TR-1008 that's here today, is the same as the version of P-TR-1008 that was here yesterday, that was being played for the jury yesterday, and that was stopped, with the only exception that the one today has the redactions that we talked about, which appear at paragraphs, I believe it's 81, 84, and 87 of motion D-264, small a. Right, Mr. King?
Yes, Judge, and it occurs to me that we probably should relabel the original exhibit as a court's exhibit at this point, so it doesn't get confused with the correct one.
All right. When you say the original, I want to make clear that you're talking about the one that was actually playing yesterday.
That's right, that's the one I'm talking about.
Because there's been another version of this tape already introduced as a court trial exhibit. That's the one before the sound was enhanced. So we'll mark this one. What's next? Is it 41? Are we up to 43? It should be 43? Okay, so we'll mark the version of P-TR-1008 that was being played yesterday as C-TR-43. All right? With that, are we ready to proceed?
People are, Your Honor.
With the court's indulgence, may I make a brief record and motion regarding some of the testimony or videotape that the jury watched yesterday?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I would like to start out by saying that we maintain and in no way waive any of the objections or arguments that we've made in our previous motions, D201, D221, D248, D249, and D264A, with respect to the statements of Mr. Holmes on these videotapes as a whole, and also with respect to all of the specific statements identified in motion D264A. And having said that, at this time, the defense moves for a mistrial. The basis for this motion for a mistrial is that yesterday, as the court knows, shortly before we recessed for the day, the jury played on Exhibit 1008, a lengthy discussion between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in which they discussed the charged offenses in great detail. And this discussion between Mr. Holmes and Dr. Reed was the subject of paragraph 70 in motion D264A. And while the defense maintains that all of the statements and all of the statements specifically described in D264A are admissible, we're moving for a mistrial now after the jury has heard these particular statements, because Mr. Holmes's detailed statements about the offense are among the most problematic and unconstitutional from the defense's perspective. We do anticipate that there will be some more discussion of the offenses between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in future videos, but this is, from my recollection, the first time on Exhibit 1008, which is segment 6 of the videotape, that they really get into the details about what happened in the theater. And so that's why we're making this motion now, after the jury has actually heard that evidence being played in the courtroom. As just a few examples among many others, the jury has now heard Mr. Holmes state in his own words that he shot at people who tried to run away, that he did so because he can't, quote, can't have people running away. They've heard his detailed description of his difficulty reloading the AR-15. They've heard his affirmative response to Dr. Reed's statement that you wanted to kill people. We've heard his response to Dr. Reed's question whether, if anyone in the theater had made a surrendering motion, would you have shot that person, as well as his statement that he was prepared to shoot a theater employee taking out the trash if necessary. The defense maintains, as we always have, that the introduction of these statements violates Mr. Holmes's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, his Sixth Amendment right to counsel and a fair trial by an impartial jury, his Eighth Amendment right to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding, and his 14th Amendment right to due process, as well as Colorado Constitution Article 2, Sections 16, 18, 20, 23, and 25. And we also maintain the introduction of these statements violates Colorado Rule of Evidence 401 and 403. Even assuming some of these statements are arguably probative of sanity, many of them are far more probative of guilt, and so their admission creates a substantial risk for unfair prejudice that outweighs their probative value. We understand, well, and let me also say that the statements violate these constitutional and evidentiary provisions, not only because of the content of the statements themselves, which directly discuss the charged offenses, but also because of the form in which they were introduced through a videotape of Mr. Holmes himself, providing what we maintain and have always maintained as compelled testimony to the jury. And we understand and we respect that the court has previously ruled on these issues in various contexts throughout the course of pretrial litigation in this case. But now that these statements have actually been introduced in front of the jury, we felt the need to make a further record and request a mistrial. And lastly, I would add that because of the way the prosecution has chosen to present its case, these statements are being introduced affirmatively in the prosecution's case in chief, rather than in limited rebuttal to specific evidence of insanity that's been presented by the defense. In other words, they're being used by the prosecution on offense rather than in defense, and they're not being selectively introduced in response to specific evidence that we've actually introduced. And we understand that they ultimately have the burden of proof on insanity, but Dr. Reed's testimony is being sandwiched in between other evidence and testimony that bears on guilt, not sanity. And the context in which these statements are being presented makes any limiting instruction especially ineffective. And the U.S. Supreme Court in Buchanan versus Kentucky and Kansas versus Cheever, which are cases that we've cited extensively in our pretrial motions on this issue, discuss evidence from a court-ordered psychiatric examination as admissible for a limited rebuttal purpose. And the Cheever court specifically has acknowledged in a footnote, the Supreme Court pretty clearly stated in a footnote in Cheever that its holding suggests a constitutional ceiling on the scope of expert testimony that the prosecution may introduce in rebuttal in cases like this. And it didn't resolve conclusively what that ceiling is because that issue wasn't before the court. But it's our position, and this is a new argument in addition to the arguments that we've already made pre-trial on this issue.
Let me stop you there. This new argument is untimely. This new argument should have been made before Dr. Reed testified, not now. Why are you making it now? If you're gonna, hold on, if you're gonna make it now, make it an appeal, or make it later in a post-conviction proceeding if there is a conviction. It doesn't make sense to make it now. What can I do now?
The motion is a motion for a mistrial, Your Honor, and we believe it's timely because
Ms. Nelson, as a lawyer, you can't wait until evidence is presented and then object and say, wait a minute, this is unfair. They're calling Dr. Reed an offense. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Dr. Reed has been on the stand now for what, 5 days? You can't, if you were going to object to that, you should have objected before he took the stand. So as to that argument, it's untimely. And you can't raise it at this time. I can't do anything about it. Now, in terms of the other argument, if you want to continue to supplement the record, I'll let you do that. But this argument about the prosecution improperly calling Dr. Reed in their case in chief, that argument is untimely.
Perhaps I can clarify a bit for the court. I understand what the court is saying. I do. And we did not object to Dr. Reed's testimony in general when he took the stand. The reason that we're making this specific motion at this particular time is because it relates to the introduction as a whole of the statements about the offense, which were played for the jury yesterday.
Right, but you said that at least your last argument, Ms. Nelson, has to do with the fact that the prosecution put on this evidence in their case in chief. And what I'm telling you is, to the extent that you think there's anything unfair about that or anything improper about that, this argument is untimely. And I'm not going to hear it now. You can raise it later. You should have raised it if it needed to be raised before he testified. So to the extent that you're saying there is anything unfair or improper about either the videotape or Dr. Reed testifying at this juncture in the proceedings, that argument is untimely. I'm not hearing it right now.
I understand the court's position, and I respect the court's ruling on that. I respectfully disagree because the argument is targeted specifically at the statements about the offense, which didn't come into evidence until yesterday. And just for the purposes of the appellate record, Your Honor, I would request an opportunity to finish my argument and make a complete record on that point.
Well, I think you made your record. Is there anything else you need to add?
Well, in addition to Cheever and Buchanan, I would like to cite to People versus Rosenthal, 617 P. 2nd, 551, Colorado, 1980, which is distinguishable somewhat on its facts, but I think applies to the situation because it involves the prosecution's affirmative use of statements that were made in a psychiatric examination during their case on the merits. So for these reasons, we respectfully move for a mistrial at this time.
With respect to your other argument, let me ask you, did your expert on mental health, Dr. Gurr, speak to your client about the offenses?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does the prosecution want to respond?
Only to say two things. One, this is a complete surprise to us, and if the court had expected that we would confer with each other before making such written or oral motions, as this is not an objection, this is a motion. That didn't happen here, Your Honor, and I was surprised to have Ms. Nelson take the podium and raise this, and we are unprepared to rebut in greater detail. Having said that, other than the issue that the court addressed as untimely, I'm unaware of any new argument to be advanced by the defense that hasn't already been addressed by this court, and we would rely upon that prior ruling.
All right, thank you. First of all, Mr. Brockler is absolutely right. Counsel should have conferred before they raised this motion, so that was improper. I have said before you raise issues with me, you have to try to confer and try to come to an agreement on them, or at least let the other side know, just out of professionalism, let the other side know, hey, we're intending to raise a motion for mistrial. That's the, I think, just a courteous thing to do with opposing counsel. So that was improper. That's number one. Number two, I think to the extent that there's a new argument about the juncture in which Dr. Reed is being called, or the videotaped interview by Dr. Reed or the defendant is being played, that argument is completely untimely, and it is rejected on that basis. I am not addressing the merit of that argument because it is untimely. There's no difference between that argument being raised now or being raised later at a later proceeding. There's nothing I can do at this point. I'm not going to call a mistrial because the defense either forgot or chose not to raise the argument in a timely fashion. It doesn't work like that. So that argument is rejected as untimely. And despite what Ms. Nelson attempted to do at the end in terms of rephrasing the argument or in terms of explaining why she was raising it and connecting it to the previous argument, her argument was clear that she thinks it's improper for the prosecution to call Dr. Reed on offense, as she put it, or to play this videotape on offense. That argument, if it was going to be made, should have been made before Dr. Reed took the witness stand. There was no motion made. There was no objection at all. The defense knew when Dr. Reed was called because the people said, we called Dr. Reed, and Dr. Reed took the witness stand. The defense was silent on that issue and can't be heard to complain about it now. In terms of the other arguments, to the extent that these are arguments that I have already addressed, I stand by my rulings. So to the extent that it's just repeating the same arguments, I reject them for the same reasons I have rejected them before. As I explained in one of my previous orders, by definition almost, a court-appointed sanity examiner has to talk to the defendant about the offenses in question. Dr. Metzner did that, and I don't recall there being an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Metzner, but there's an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Reed. The defense's expert did that, and obviously that was with the defense's consent. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, if we like what an expert ends up saying, or if we like the evaluation, then it's okay for the expert to talk to our client about the offenses in question. But if we don't like it or we don't think it's favorable, then we're going to object to it and say it's unconstitutional. You can't have it both ways. And so there's nothing improper with Dr. Reed having talked to the defendant about the offenses in question. Of course he spoke to the defendant about the offenses in question. I asked him to do an evaluation and to determine whether Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act. He has to talk to him. He had to talk to him about the offenses in question. To the extent that there was an argument or an objection that was aimed at specific statements in the videotape, and that it's not just an objection to having Dr. Reed generally talk to the defendant about the offenses in question, those objections and those arguments are untimely. They should have been raised in motion D-264 small a. That motion, by the way, was a lengthy motion, and my order was a lengthy order, and I went through each objection in that motion, and based on my analysis, I order that the videotaped interview be redacted in some places. In other places, I ordered that it didn't need to be redacted. It didn't need to be redacted. To the extent that the objection is to specific questions or specific statements in that videotape, those are untimely. Those should have been raised in motion D-264A. And so to the extent that those are different than just a general objection to having Dr. Reed speaking to the defendant about the offenses, those arguments and objections are rejected as untimely and improperly raised as well. So for all those reasons, the motion for mistrial is denied as meritless. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. No, we're done. Thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. How's everyone doing? Good. It's good to have you back. As you might remember, at the end of the day yesterday, the prosecution was in the middle of publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1008. And my understanding is that the prosecution will resume publishing that exhibit where they left off yesterday. Before they do that, however, I want to give you the instruction that I've been giving you throughout the publication of the videotape. And so I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, do you want to proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1008? All right, you may proceed.
No, there was a guy there, a guard there. What are you doing with the bags on your hands?
Oh, I was doing like sock puppets or something.
And what happened?
Then they took me down to booking and did all the fingerprinting, strip search, all that stuff.
As you're at the station and it's done, not only is it done, but you're now contained. What's the feeling that you have?
What's going to happen next, kind of a thing.
Okay, what's going to happen next? Any other feelings come to mind?
Just that feeling that it's finished.
Was there anything else? You said finished. Can you think of anything else that needed doing?
No.
Eventually, they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail.
Right.
How long afterward was that the same day that they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail?
What's the question?
Did they take you to the Arapahoe County Jail on the same day?
On that Friday, yeah.
So you didn't have to spend the night in a lockup at Aurora PD?
I was in the interrogation almost all night. And they took me in the morning.
Did they offer you any food or water or things
In
like
the jail, yeah.
Chance to use the restroom?
I was in a cell with a John.
Once you left the Aurora County Jail, did they tell you where they were taking you? Or the Aurora lockup? Did they tell you where they were taking you?
No, they didn't tell me. They just took me there.
Okay. What was it like to go to court? You've been in court several times. What was it like the first time, for example?
Oh, I don't remember what. I think I was just trying to pay attention.
The first time you went to court, they would have had to bring you from the Arapahoe County Jail to court, right?
Yeah, there's a tunnel underground that goes.
And you're sitting in court for some procedure hearing. I'm not sure I know the name of it. There's a judge. You're sitting there. Your lawyer. What do you remember about that event?
remember anything from it.
Do you remember the judge talking?
I know he talked. I don't remember what he talked about.
Do you remember anything about being in court?
No,
What the room looked like?
it's the same room that I've been in.
Okay, what does the room look like? What's it look like?
Oh, it's hard to describe the room. Well, the jury seat. The jury walked to a table. I sat at the table.
Okay.
The prosecutor sat at a different table.
Did it make you nervous to be in court?
I don't think so, no.
You've got somebody up there, the judge, that's...
I don't have to do anything. I just sit there.
But the judge has got his fate in your hands, and it's out of your hands.
Yes.
He's got your fate in his hands, and it's out of your hands.
Right. So there's nothing I really need to do.
Do you like it when your fate's in other people's hands?
No.
But it didn't bother you in the court? As far as you remember.
Right, yes.
How about other times in courts, hearings and things like that? Do you remember those times?
They all started to blend together. But yeah, I remember seeing specific witnesses and stuff.
What was the last time you were in court? Or roughly when?
Maybe 2 weeks ago, I think.
Do you remember what was being talked about in that hearing or that event?
Yeah, they were asking professional witnesses or professional experts on their procedures and qualifications.
Okay.
So firearms and tool marks specialists, gunshot residue specialists.
Okay. Of course, that's much more recent, and it's as you are today, not necessarily as you were 2 years ago. I'm real interested in how you perceived things in court 2 years ago, or 18 months ago.
Just that I wished it would go faster than it was going. Take it long.
Once you got to Arapahoe jail, Dr. Woodcock saw you there, I think, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember Dr. Sather?
Yes, I think he was a treating psychiatrist at the jail, maybe.
That may be Dr. Mosier.
That's Dr. Mosier. Yeah. Dr. Sather. No, I don't remember.
Okay. Tell me about Dr. Mosier. What's your experience early on with Dr. Mosier, if you remember?
He just asked if I was having side effects with the medication.
Were there medications early on?
No, they came at the fall incident.
Okay. One of the things I seem to notice is that at jail, almost no one talks to you.
All right, they'll talk when they serve dinner, basically. Just like hellos and kind of thing.
If you were to talk to them, do you think they'd talk to you more or not?
Yeah, I think they're open to communication.
Here, people talk to you a lot.
There's not much else to do. Yeah, they talk a lot, so that's a downside for me.
That's a downside for you. So the fact that this is a little more, slightly different word, a little more social place, is a downside for you? Is that what you would say or not what you would say?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Okay. she sent with the notebook?
Can you give me some sort of context?
What else? Do you remember what else was in the package besides the notebook?
Burned currency.
Tell me about the burned currency.
Well, I figured I wouldn't have any use for money afterwards, so I destroyed the currency.
Was that all your money?
No, it's about as much as I could take out from the ATM machine.
Tell me what that process was. What did you do in terms of getting the money?
I rode my bike over to the ATM machine and tried to pull out as much money as I could with my debit card and my credit card.
How much did you get?
I think $400 or $600.
Okay. What day was this?
I don't know.
Was it the day that you mailed it, or close to that
No,
day?
it was close to that date.
Okay.
Early July.
So you took the money out. What were your thoughts as you decided to go get the money, as you got the money? One thought you mentioned, I won't have much need for money.
Right.
What else? Any other thoughts? Or?
No, not really. That was the main one.
What did you think Dr. Fenton would think or infer from finding the money in the package?
Well, one of the reasons why I didn't stay with Fenton was because my insurance was going to get canceled because I dropped out of graduate school. And she charged like $80 an hour, so it would have been unreasonable to have sessions without the insurance.
What does that have to do with sending money with the notebook?
That money didn't matter anymore.
But I asked you what Fenton would think, and your answer was something having to do with what she charged for sessions. I don't understand the connection between that and the money that's in the package.
The money was a factor in me not continuing on the therapy with Fenton.
And we know that. But why put money in the package? You weren't going to have any more sessions.
Right.
Why send her money?
I was under burnt money.
Why send her burnt money?
To show that that was a reason why I didn't come back to her.
At the time, did you expect that she would put all that together? Because it's very confusing to me.
At the time, I don't know what I was thinking.
Any other reason you think that you included the money, particularly that it was burnt? It was burnt in a certain way, wasn't it, on the corners?
Yeah, that didn't mean anything special.
Okay. Why was it burnt on the corners and not elsewhere?
So it could still be identifiable as money.
Okay. And once again, what she would think when she opens it up and sees burnt currency, what do you think she was likely to think about that, or to think that you were communicating to her?
That money was an issue.
An issue for?
For the shooting.
That money was an issue for the shooting?
Yeah.
That's what you just said. I don't understand.
Well, if I'd stayed and got further treatment from her, I might have not done the shooting.
Okay. That also kind of tells me that you had money that you could have paid her to stay. You could have covered the sessions.
Yeah, I could have paid for it.
At the time, the thing you said to them, to her and Feinstein, were that you were no longer a student, so the sessions wouldn't be covered. My understanding is they said we can find a way to deal with that. Did you ever, as far as you remember, think or mention that you could cover some sessions yourself?
That's true. They offered more sessions in the summer, but there would still be the problem of having therapy ended and then having no renewals for the drugs.
Do you really think that would have interfered with you getting prescriptions? Is that really what you think was?
Yeah, I think
the
it
reason
would
that you couldn't
stop
continue?
the prescriptions.
Yeah. That's not what they were telling you, though, was it? They were telling you that they could continue the prescriptions and continue the visits.
Up until the insurance was out.
And you had lots of money in the bank.
Right.
And your folks had money.
Yeah.
You stopped. You decided to stop seeing her. And left at that point and said goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to move to something else that won't take very long, but is there anything that, I guess particularly the attorneys have said that you really should let me know that I haven't asked about or you haven't thought to mention?
No, they just said, be yourself.
Can you think of anything that I ought to be asking about, but I'm not asking about?
No.
Anything that you'd like to share with me that you haven't shared with me?
Nope.
Okay. Now take your pulse again.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Now let me go to another area here. I promise it won't interfere with dinner, okay?
Okay, good.
You talked about how depressed you'd been. You talked about the possibility that you had a mania of some sort.
Yeah.
You called it dysphoric mania.
Right.
I think we asked if you'd had other symptoms that you thought were associated with mania. Some of those that we might not have talked about was times when you didn't need sleep. You mentioned that you had difficulty sleeping.
Yeah.
Were there times when you didn't need to sleep more than 2-3 hours a night, 4 hours a night?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Times when you went out and bought lots of things that you didn't need. Spending sprees, if you will. Major spending sprees.
Yeah, on all the weapons and armor and stuff.
You've described a purpose for those things.
Right, so I didn't need them.
Okay. It's not like they piled up in your apartment in unopened boxes or something. They serve their purpose, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Anything else that you spent a lot of money on in the 5 or 6 months of early 2012?
No, not really.
A lot of this we've already covered in the course of our chats. You mentioned PTSD. And then you mentioned that you couldn't think of an event.
Would you cause it? I think it's more chronic stress.
You've now had a very stressful event.
I don't think I have PTSD.
Okay, then that was my question.
Okay.
Are there times that you think a lot about the shootings?
Well, in
Even
court,
then?
they bring it up.
How about when you're not in court? sitting in jail, sitting here?
Well, the jail reminds me of the shootings as well.
Are there times when it comes back to you and vividly?
Kind of intrusive and vividly, yeah.
Okay. You said kind of intrusive, is that what you said?
Yeah, intrusively.
Okay. In those times when it comes back vividly, do you recall or experience things differently from what you just talked with me about?
No, I don't go through the whole shooting like that. I just kind of think about there is a shooting.
Can you think about it? And your thoughts when you think about it? In what way do you think about it? What is it? What's the effect of your thinking about it?
I don't know.
What effect does it have on you to think about it?
It has a kind of distraction, kind of a distracting effect.
Distracting?
So it distracts me from sitting alone in my cell.
Okay. Something to distract you. Any other effect it has on you?
No, I don't think so.
Distracting when you're sitting alone sounds a little like that might be a good effect, something that would pass the time for you, but I may be misunderstanding that. Am I misunderstanding?
It does pass the time, but I wouldn't say it was a positive thing.
Okay.
All right.
Your reaction when the thoughts come up then is what?
That I don't want them to come up.
Okay. What do they make you feel?
I don't know.
Sad, angry, disappointed, depressed, nervous, happy?
I guess they don't make me feel anything.
Okay. Are there times that they come back so vividly that it's almost like reliving them?
Well, we're leaving them with those kind of chunks missing in the video.
At any time in your 2 years in jail, have they come back so vividly that you could hear or feel or see?
No.
Okay. Okay. I've seen a lot of your medical history, medical records from the past, but let me go through just a couple of things with that. Have you ever had a serious illness before?
No.
I'm aware that at one point you had mononucleosis.
I wouldn't consider that serious.
Okay.
Lots of people get it.
And we talked a little bit about that, I think, day before yesterday. You went to the hospital for it. You didn't even see Dr. Ford after you came back to Colorado, right?
Right.
Okay. You ever have an illness that put you in the hospital?
Like ear infection when I was like a baby, I think. But that, I don't know if that counts.
Okay. Any other illnesses that put you in the hospital?
No.
When you were a baby, ear infections or something else, do you know how long the longest time you were ever in the hospital was?
Just normal visits worth 3-4 hours.
Okay. As far as you know, not overnight or spending 2 weeks away from home in the hospital.
No.
Any surgeries at all?
Well, wisdom teeth removed.
When did you have the wisdom teeth removed?
In high school, I believe.
Was that in office or in the hospital or where?
In the dentist's office.
Did they give you anesthesia or
Yeah, anesthesia and then painkillers for it.
put you to sleep?
Yep.
surgeries you had?
No.
Tonsils, appendix?
No.
Okay. Anybody ever say that you had seizures or convulsions?
No.
Ever seen a neurologist before?
No, I don't think so.
You've had some medical exams in addition to the psychiatric and psychological exams. Within the medical exam, there are neurological tests.
Right.
Okay. As far as you know, those have never been particularly abnormal. Nobody's ever told you that they were abnormal.
The results, you mean?
Yes.
Well, they say it shows strong signs of depression
Okay.
and moderate psychotic symptoms.
And who is it that says that?
The person who gives me the test,
When did somebody tell you that?
just earlier today, Dr. Gary said,
Okay. So he communicated that to you about some tests, about the test that you took?
the depression at least, yeah.
Okay. How about the psychosis? Did he communicate that to you?
No, he didn't mention it.
Where did you get that?
From the last time they administered the test, I think they said that.
So someone talked with you about that as a result
Of the test.
of the psychological test? Okay. Okay. When the falling episode took place, you had lots of tests at the hospital.
I don't remember them. I was,
Really?
Yeah.
You don't remember? You remember being at Denver Health at all?
Yes, yeah. I remember them putting me in an ambulance and sending me over.
But you don't remember particular tests or CAT scans or whatever they did there?
I remember them wheeling the cart over, but I don't remember having the test performed.
Okay. Any other childhood diseases that you remember having? Or that your mama said that you had, or somebody told you you had? Serious?
Pox, I think. Oh, serious? No.
Serious childhood disease? Your diet while you were playing the mission, May, June, July, 2012. What was your diet like at that time?
Frozen pizzas, spaghetti, rice, chuck roast, chicken.
Were those usually things that you cooked, or
Yeah, things I could.
some were pre-prepared?
Frozen.
Frozen?
Yeah.
Did you actually cook some of them, like cook or roast?
I just baked and boiled some of them.
Okay. Any vegetables?
Mixed vegetables, soybeans, green beans, carrots, corn.
You're describing a fairly balanced diet. Is that
That's what my diet was, yeah.
reasonable to say? A lot of sweets?
No, not really. I don't remember buying candy.
Lots of desserts, cake, donuts.
Donuts, yes. I would buy donuts.
How many donuts a day did James Holmes eat?
I was probably at one a day.
Okay. Did you smoke?
I tried it at the end, cigarillos.
About when?
Maybe like a week or 2 weeks before.
Did you regularly smoke anything?
No,
Tobacco, weed,
no,
any non-prescribed drugs?
no,
Meth,
no.
weed, anything? Okay. How about your caffeine intake?
Low, I would say, low compared to most people these days.
Okay. And you know basically what we're talking about.
Coffee,
Regular coffee,
sodas.
certain teas, energy drinks?
No, I didn't drink any.
Really? Even when you were preparing?
Nope. I drank some in undergraduate, but never in graduate school.
Okay. Coke, Mountain Dew?
Yeah,
How Ultra Mountain Dews, Dr. Peppers, the ones with caffeine in them, how many per day would you drink of those, roughly?
Well, I drink it out of the 2 liters, so maybe like a couple glasses.
Any homeopathic medications, over-the-counter stuff at the nutrition store, supplements kinds of thing?
Just a daily vitamin.
Okay, daily vitamin. Anything else?
No,
You mentioned the depression and being concerned about that. St. John's wort, for example, is over-the-counter.
I never tried it.
Okay. Okay. I think we're at the end of my part for now. I'm not certain what else is going to happen here, but I think we're at the end of my part. Any questions that you would like to ask me?
Nope.
Not a one.
No, we talked about a lot.
I'm sorry?
We talked about a lot already.
Yes, we have. Any questions about what my role, my job is? We talked about the first day, but we haven't talked about it since.
No.
Okay. All right. I will wish you what I wish everybody I talk with. And that's that I hope whatever happens is fair.
All right.
Okay. Thank you for spending time and working with me.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the prosecution just finished playing Exhibit P-TR-1008. Mr. Brockler, do you have questions now for Dr. Reed?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath. And members of the jury, I remind you that the court has admitted the testimony of Dr. Reed only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, may I request the other limiting instruction as well?
The one on the video? On the video. Sure. Members of the jury, it is important that you remember that the defendant's statements on the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on the video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on the video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to start at the end, and then we'll work our way back through a couple of the major parts that you wanted to talk about with this segment. First, why do you go through sort of a detailed medical history of ailments and other things that we just heard with the defendant?
First of all, it's generally part of a complete psychiatric evaluation to at least ask general medical questions. Second, there are conditions that can significantly affect a person's behavior and their psyche. I'm not expert in all of those, such as a neurologist might be, but it's part of the general psychiatric evaluation.
Was there any information that the defendant gave you in that video that you found to be psychiatrically significant to your evaluation of him in this case?
There was. And let me find my note here.
Just let us know what you're referring to, and if it's helping you remember, let us know that too. Hang on one sec, Doctor. Can you just tell us what you were referring to when you looked down there?
I'm referring to around 16:07, hour 16:07, where we're talking about him sending the partially burned money along with the notebook to Dr. Fenton.
Let me do this just to make the record clear. Before you gave that answer, did you refer to some handwritten notes you took while you sat in here and watched the video with us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I took notes as I was watching the video.
Does referring to those notes remind you about what it is you wanted to say in response to my last question?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
As I asked him about sending the partially burned money, the $20 bills with the corners burned, I was reminded as I was listening today that his memory of the explanation 2 years before was that the reason was not clear. It was something that was consistent with irrational reasoning, not necessarily irrational, but consistent with that. It was odd, and that's all I wanted to say about it.
Is that one of the things that you factored into your total assessment of his capacity to do the two things the court has instructed the jury about?
Yes.
I want to ask you, since we've jumped to sort of the money, I want to ask you, the answer that he gave to you was that he sent the money in part because he didn't have use for it anymore. Do you recall that?
That's what he said.
Do you recall from your review of the discovery whether or not the defendant had on his person at the back of the theater when he was taken into custody $280 in cash?
My memory is that he had a lot of cash. I don't recall the amount.
Back to the medical stuff. Anything else about the medical stuff that you talked about that you found significant in your evaluation of the defendant?
He ratified, that is, he agreed with the diagnosis of mononucleosis, or mono, at one point. He didn't think much of it. I can't think of anything else. Well, there is one significant negative. One of the things psychiatrists often ask is, are there periods in which a small child or infant spends a lot of time away from his parents? And that didn't occur with the defendant.
How about the diet? I mean, you went through quite a few specific questions about what he was eating and drinking and how much. How is that impactful in your assessment?
I was curious about and looking for the possibility that he was on some sort of bizarre diet that might have changed his emotional or physical functioning. A lot of sugar, lots of caffeine. You heard me also ask about illicit drugs or any kind of drugs. And essentially those answers 2 years later were nothing significant.
Is there something psychiatrically significant about someone who, leading up to an event, just lets themselves go, both in terms of hygiene and taking care of themselves, what they're eating, what you're talking about? Is there something about that? Is there a correlation to something?
Letting oneself go completely, not being clean, etc., would be consistent with someone who is not paying attention, perhaps for a mental illness reason. He didn't do that. I don't see anything really significant in the video about that.
You talk about early on, and I'm going back now to the beginning to touch on a few things. You talk about early on, again, this concept of value. Is there significance to the fact that he tells you that it is an arbitrary value, one that he created and sets, I guess, the value to the value?
Yes, it's significant to me that he didn't see that value as coming from God or some special organization, something outside himself. The arbitrariness suggests to me that it had nothing to do with some external power forcing him to do something, or a perceived external power or something forcing him to do something.
Does he ever indicate to you that he thinks it's a value that society would accept?
No, he says the opposite, actually. He says that this is a value because I say it's a value, and if someone else wants to talk about points, that's up to them. Depends on whether they happen to believe in their minds in points.
In terms of your assessing whether or not someone has capacity, I want to ask you about this question. You asked him if he had any doubt that he would end up killing a lot of people
in the theater. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that the purpose of that, was to assess whether he had the capacity to form the intent to act after deliberation?
It was part of the purpose. It was also part of the thoroughness. But I wanted to know whether he recalled knowing that that's what he was trying to do.
Do you ever recall him saying at any time, whether it's through these segments or the others, that he knew he'd hurt some people, but he didn't know he'd kill?
He never said that to me.
I want to ask you about, he makes reference to this, what you called to him a ruse with the cell phone in the front of the theater as he goes outside to then suit up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What's significant about that?
It's significant for the strong implication that he was planning something and he was carrying out a plan, that those actions appear to be rational ones and reasonable ones, ones that might be expected of someone who didn't want to be discovered or didn't want to be stopped. It has to do with a kind of reasoning that if I do one thing, then another thing will happen. Let's say deductive reasoning. If I pretend I'm on the cell phone, people won't pay attention to my leaving to put on my stuff. A little broader way of saying that might be, if I leave my stuff in the car rather than walk my armament, my costume in the car, rather than walking through the theater, I'll be more likely to be able to carry out the mission.
There is a conversation that you have with him. Part of this conversation is about him changing into his outfit, and he detects someone come outside from the theater that he thinks is staff. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What was significant about that exchange back and forth?
He described perceiving. I don't believe he actually saw the person, at least as far as he told me. He describes hearing or perceiving someone he thought was an employee coming out to the dumpster or something. When I asked him about it, he said that if that person had interfered, he implied that he would have been willing to shoot that person. That is a rational way of carrying out a crime. It is a rational way of thinking. It is personal, for one thing. That's a person whose face he probably would have seen if that had happened, and we know that he didn't shoot that person. That's the way I think about it.
There's a reference to him having researched a number about the week before and then calling it when he's in the car changing to go into the theater. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What I want to ask is, do you know whether or not that phone number was a specific behavioral health phone number or just a general phone number to the CU hospital? Do you know?
I don't personally know what the number went to. He says he dialed it. I'm aware that a number was dialed and apparently answered, but I don't know what the number was.
What's the significance of his recollection to you that he called this number before going in and committing these crimes?
As he describes it, he still had some ambivalence about committing the crime, assuming it's judged to be a crime. There was a part of him that still wanted to be stopped, I believe, and a larger part, as he has said it, that didn't want to be stopped. It was one of the, I think he said, or I said, last resort efforts to see if someone would stop him.
How does that affect your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
He's aware that what he's doing is a bad thing, a wrong thing, and that if he contacts someone else or someone else is aware he's doing it, they will try to stop him because that person, the person he contacts, believes it's a wrong thing and he should not do it.
despite what you've described as ambivalence and perhaps this conflict about should I, shouldn't I, is there anything about that that tells you that the defendant was still not in control of his decision-making when he made the decision to go in there and pull the trigger?
He was apparently wrestling with things a bit, but there's nothing that says he wasn't in control of his decision-making, and he had certainly carried out his plan up to the time he made the call and was prepared to go further, so far as I know.
Now, up to this point, we have heard about the planning and the execution of this crime. Is there anything about that that impacts your assessment of whether or not the defendant perhaps was suffering an acute psychosis of some kind at this point?
The information available, both in the record and in the video, suggests that he was not suffering an acute psychosis. That is, although some of his behavior appears to have been odd, all of it, except for his explanation of the reason for sending the burned money, which he really didn't explain or couldn't explain very well, all of it was rational to his purpose, was focused, was not disorganized. That's a good word. There was organization in what he did. He was not disorganized to any significant extent in anything that I know of surrounding the shootings.
Well, why does that matter, the disorganization piece?
People who are suffering acute psychosis are very often, almost always actually, pretty disorganized in their thinking. It's one of the hallmarks of psychotic thinking, is that it's out of contact with reality and disorganized. It's not always terribly disorganized. If I believe I'm on Mars, truly, then I may well be psychotic and organized in thinking about Mars, or seemingly organized in thinking about Mars. But the fact that the processes that were carried out, the little ones and the big ones and the overall ones and the little pieces of them, were organized, had rational purpose with regard to the task or to the mission or to the killings, that's extremely consistent with not being in an acute psychotic state.
Now, this last part that I'll ask you about on this before we move to your next disc, was there a deliberate change in the way you questioned the defendant specifically about the collateral damage topic?
Yes, there was.
Judge, relevance to sanity in 403.
Overruled.
Did you change the way you did it, Doctor?
Yes, there was a small part of this video, I believe you're right, it was when we were talking about being in the theater and collateral damage, in which I became a bit more assertive. I think I asked questions a little faster, in part to see how he would handle that, whether he would keep up, whether he would become rattled, whether he would become confused and not be able to answer the way he had.
One sec, Doc. If he had, would that have been somewhat psychiatrically significant in your assessment of him if he had?
Yes, it would have been, as of the point that I examined him in 2014, it would have suggested that he was a bit more fragmented then. What happened, as I perceived it, and as it is on the video, is that he appeared to keep up with the questions just as he had before and didn't become upset or confused.
Thank you. Now, this next segment, which I think we've already admitted, 1009, when this last 1008 ended, we'd left with sort of, goodbye, my part is over, and yet now about 3 weeks or so later, August 27th, we have this other segment. Where is this other segment filmed?
The other segment takes place in the county jail, Arapahoe County Detention Facility.
Okay, thank you. Was the purpose of it something other than to just follow up on areas since you had a chance to go back over the first segments?
You're correct, basically, in the purpose. I had a chance to go back and look at this video, think about things, think about the various questions. I may have received a little bit more information from the record, and certainly thought of other things to ask about or to clarify, and asked if I could come back and was allowed to come back.
Your Honor, at this point, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish, I think it's People's 1009.
It is P-TR-1009, and it may be published.
Thank you. And
Doctor, you may step down again. Does it have a loud, annoying air conditioner? And I'm going to dim the lights. And actually, before you play it, let me remind the jury of the instruction again. Members of the jury, it is important that you remember that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to assess the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on the video recording for the truth of their content or for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed with publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. I'm going to dim the lights again.
They wouldn't let me bring any juice. Oh, you just push the button, I guess, so we're good. They won't let me give you any water. They want to supply everything for you. Okay. So, just to test, you remember who I am?
Dr. Reed.
And you remember the last time we met?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, and where were we when we met?
HIV.
You're right. Okay. When did you find out that we were going to meet again? When did they tell you?
Yesterday.
Okay. That's about when I told the lawyers a couple of days ago, so it happened relatively quickly. Sorry to spring it on you like that, but we decided to do it here at the jail. Less trouble. And I think we'll probably meet a couple of times today, morning and afternoon, just as we did last time. And we'll meet at least once tomorrow and probably twice tomorrow. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. And once again, I'm a little deaf, so I appreciate you speaking up. I'm not supposed to give you anything here either, so I won't. But I will read you the same thing that we had before, and you're welcome to look at it. It says that you're seeing me for an evaluation, and our purpose is a legal one, not a clinical one. We're videotaping just like we did before. Once again, I'm not interested in your legal strategy, but I'd like to learn as much as I can about you and what's happened and things like that. You know, as before, I'm working for the judge, and I'm not working for either side. But my report will go to both sides and to the judge. So your lawyers may well want to use it. Prosecution can use it if they want. But mostly the purpose is to just be as good as I can for the judge. Okay. All righty. And you and I are the only ones in the room. In the next room, we have our videographer and a couple of the custody folks, custody officers. They cannot hear us. My understanding is they cannot hear us. Are you okay with that level of privacy?
Yep.
Okay, thanks. The first thing I notice about you is that your pupils in your eyes are smaller than they were before. Did you know that?
I didn't notice.
Okay. You don't notice yourself because you don't check on yourself, but they're a bit smaller than they were before. Let me take your pulse if I may. Thank you. I'm going to jot that down. Do you know what the date is today, James?
27th,
Correct. What month?
August
Or what year?
2014.
I figured you knew that. You know, I'm a little curious. How do you keep track of time in here? Time of day, day of the week, things like that?
Well, every Wednesday is laundry day. Every Friday is commissary day. So when they bring like new clothes in, you know it's Wednesday.
Okay. If they weren't bringing your clothes, would you have a pretty good idea of what day it was? Or do they just show up and you figure it's Wednesday?
I also do it by TV shows. Okay. When the TV schedule's on.
Do you have a calendar in your cell?
Nope.
Do they allow you to have any kind of watch or clock?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. How else do you keep track of time? I found myself thinking about that in terms of your isolation here.
Meal times, they're pretty consistent.
I notice when I watch video of you from weeks and months ago, you tend to go to bed pretty late and get up rather early.
Well, they wake you up early for breakfast.
They wake you up. Okay. There's a window in your door, am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the only window you have in your cell except for one that's way up high?
Right.
What can you see from that window?
The door window? I can see the guard's tower and the guard's tower. And when they have their lights on inside, I can kind of see inside there in some detail.
Okay. When you said the guard's tower, that's indoors, not outdoors, is that right?
Right.
Okay. And tell me about the way the lights work. Is it the light is on all the time, or no? How do the lights work out?
There's a light switch in the cell that turns on and off the main light, but then there's also a light that's always on that I don't have control of.
Okay. That light is bright enough for me to see video of you when you're asleep. How bright does that light seem to you?
I guess I'm used to it, but I don't really notice it.
Could you read with it, for example?
I could, but it would strain my eyes.
If you wanted to turn your light on at 2 in the morning, would that upset anybody, or?
No, because I'm in a cell by myself.
Okay, so there's no lights out time?
No.
Okay. Have you heard from your family since we talked about? It's been, you're right, about 3 weeks.
My lawyers haven't brought letters yet, so there might be like a couple.
They haven't mentioned to you that you got a letter? I don't know whether you did or not, but they haven't mentioned to you that you got it.
They mentioned they'd bring them on Friday.
Okay. So you think maybe there is one?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any thoughts about all the stuff we talked about in Pueblo?
That was pretty thorough.
Okay. Any particular things that you left out or didn't leave out, or you might want to expand on or remind me of? Okay. Any thoughts about actually going there, staying there, and coming back to the jail? How'd you feel when you left there?
Just that I knew the food wouldn't be as good.
not as good. Okay. Anything else? Another difference is that the people at CMEP, or CMEP, okay, I'm not sure what the acronym is. CMEP, okay. The people there spend a lot more time with you.
Right, it's definitely more interactive.
Yeah. You miss that a little bit, or no?
No.
Would you rather have it the way it is in the jail or the way it is at CMEP?
The way it is here.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Well, I don't like forced conversation.
Would it have to be forced conversation? Might it be friendly conversation?
I guess so.
After you got back here, I believe Dr. Gurr came to visit you.
Yeah.
How did that go?
It was like 6 hours long. It was okay.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
All in one stretch.
Yep.
Any particular stuff that you talked with her about that you'd like to share with me? Again, I don't want to hear anything about your legal strategy, but anything else?
No, not really.
Get along okay with her?
Yep.
I've never met her. I've talked with her on the phone. I did hear something about you. I think it was the CMHIP visit before last. The staff said in the record that you could do something very interesting. They said you could recite the alphabet backwards.
Oh, they asked me to do that again.
Did they ask you again to do it?
Yeah.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
Do it for me.
ZYXWUTSRQPLMOKJIHGFEBCBA.
How did you pick that up?
I got bored on a long car ride, so I just went sequentially through the alphabet backwards.
Can you speak up just a little bit? I have trouble. Or maybe lean toward the microphone if that helps. On a long car ride before you were arrested?
Yeah.
Okay. And it just stuck with you?
Yeah.
How about the juggling?
I learned that before being arrested too.
Okay. Tell me about learning to juggle. I can't juggle.
I can only juggle 3. Okay. Some people can do like 10.
So do you practice juggling in the cell?
No, not really.
I saw you trying to do it early on. There, on one of the videos, I'm not sure what you're tossing, but
It's hard to do it with different weighted and shaped objects.
yeah. Okay. There's several things I'd kind of like to talk about during the time we have together today and tomorrow. One of the things is I ran across your resume from a few years ago. And does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to hold it for the camera. It's a resume. It's not dated, but it looks like it might have been mid-2010. Maybe after you graduated from Riverside. The objective you had was to obtain a position as a clinical research intern with Novum Pharmaceuticals. Do you remember that?
I've done a lot of specific objectives.
So you might do a resume for each objective, is that what you mean?
Well, it'd be the same resume, but just have a different objective.
I understand. Tell me about your job search at that time. the jobs that you were looking for or looking at?
I don't remember very much about job application.
Am I right that this was just after or just before your graduation from Riverside?
It was just after I graduated.
Is it tough to find a job, or were you optimistic about it?
Yeah, it's
What kinds of things were you looking for?
just a lab research position.
What sort of position? There are different kinds of positions. At that point, you're at the BS level.
Yeah, like a lab technician position.
Did you plan then to go into graduate school?
I plan to do those jobs in between going to graduate school.
Okay. That was the period in which you had applied to several graduate schools. Am I right?
Yeah, I originally applied to a bunch, but didn't get accepted.
Did you get some calls back, have some interviews with some of those labs or some of those?
Only one with Irvine, UC Irvine.
Tell me about that.
Well, it was a new experience for me going to the interview. And there were like 6 people, I think, that were applying along with me in the interviews.
What happened?
I just never heard back from them.
But you did have an interview?
Yeah.
Tell me about the interview, would you?
Well, we basically went to the university and kind of toured the neuroscience labs. Different professors, and they said what their research was about. And then they asked me what my research that I had done was.
Do you think you interviewed well?
Not well enough, apparently.
But you had some competition.
Right.
Do you think you interviewed as well as many of the other applicants?
I don't know. I didn't see the other applicants' interviews.
What do you think?
What do I think?
What do you think about the way you interviewed? Did you have an impression of how you did?
I think I came across as shy.
Was it comfortable in the interview? Were you comfortable doing it, or were you?
A bit anxious.
And it was your first job interview at that point in your life?
Like a long time.
We mentioned that you were Phi Beta Kappa. You were also a Dean's Fellow and a Regent Scholar at Riverside.
Right.
Cool. I have some the notes that you wrote in the jail, which I didn't realize I had, but I looked at it, I have it. You wrote a lot of philosophical stuff.
Right. I felt it was important to write it down.
I beg your pardon?
I felt it was important to write it down.
I want to ask you more about that probably this morning. But can you tell me about when you wrote those things?
Before I got to Denver Health, so in that period between getting arrested and Denver Health.
Okay. After you got back from Denver Health, did you write any more?
I think I wrote a poem and I wrote like a game I designed.
Okay, I remember reading about those. And how soon after you got back from Denver Health was that?
That was in December.
December of 2012, probably?
Yeah.
Okay. Since then, have you done some more writing?
No.
Tell me about the urge to write, the impulse to write while you're in your cell.
I just thought they were important ideas to get down on paper.
Because? I'm not disagreeing.
There's no reason.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I just kind of want to know how you thought of it.
Yeah, I just thought of it that way.
Through history, a number of people have written important things for prison cells.
I haven't looked into that.
But you're aware of that, are you not?
Well, I am now.
You weren't
I didn't know that previously.
You didn't know that a lot of authors have written theories and novels and things like that after being locked up by the king or some such thing?
I think maybe Galileo did it or something.
Anyway, I found it interesting, and I'd like to go through some of that with you a little bit later. I also ran across a mention of a fellow named Jonathan Murphy.
Yeah, he was a graduate student in the second rotation.
Okay. Tell me about you and Jonathan Murphy.
Well, my desk was next to his. He helped me with learning the procedures for some of the lab work.
Okay. Was he ahead of you or your same level?
He's been there like 3 or 4 years at that time.
Okay. Did he like mentor you or take you under his wing or just a friend or just coincidental meeting? Co-worker. Somebody.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the prosecution has paused the publishing of Exhibit P-TR-1009. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take our morning break at this time. Please make sure you follow each of my advisements during the break, okay? Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. By the way, I had a chance to think about the discussions we've had about People's Exhibit P-TR-1087 last night. That's the physical model of the theater, so I'll give you my ruling on that later today. All right, enjoy the break. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Well, good morning. My name is Phil Tenser. Thank you for joining us today on this, the 24th day of the Aurora movie theater shooting trial. We have transitioned now to the jail, where Dr. Reed conducted the second half or so of his sanity evaluation with the defendant. We heard earlier today, however, something very interesting, and what the judge ruled an untimely objection to this entire process that began Thursday of last week. So days into it, and after, by the way, almost 3 years of pre-trial motions and hearings and things that were closed to the public and documents that were redacted and very specific requests that in many cases we were not allowed to know. We now hear the defense team stand up and say, now that we've started hearing this, we want to renew all of these objections. So they renewed, and I'm going to look down here where I wrote it down. They objected on the Fifth Amendment, the self-incrimination, the Sixth Amendment, the right to a fair trial, the Eighth Amendment for sentencing, and the 14th Amendment right to due process. They objected on all four amendments and the Colorado Constitution and Colorado laws, and in the end, the judge said, you're untimely, this is not the right venue or place to be bringing this up, this is not the right time to be bringing it up, and if you want to bring it up on appeal. So he very quickly shut them down. No mistrial. We are going to keep on going forward. I know that this is not the first time Mr. King asked for a mistrial. I'm not sure if it was last week or the week before when, I guess it was last week, on Thursday of last week, he asked for a mistrial when Dr. Reed said his conclusion, without necessarily being prompted by Mr. Brockler. Dr. Reed gave his conclusion to the jury that Mr. Holmes, the defendant, was legally sane at the time despite his mental illness, and therefore, in Dr. Reed's estimation, would be guilty under Colorado law. Of course, that's going to be up to the jury to decide at the end of this trial, at the end of this guilt phase of the trial. And then, of course, if they do find him guilty, which is what the prosecution is fighting for, there will be another 3 or 4 weeks or so of testimony from both sides, a mini trial, if you will, for the sentencing half of this case, the sentencing side of this case. Of course, they have to find him guilty first, since in Colorado this is a death penalty case, and that is the way that this jury is going to have to do it. First guilt, then punishment. However, because this was such a big occasion, something interesting arguments, and the reasons they're objecting to it, the fact that the gunman is, in his own words, telling us about what he did, and chillingly so. Let's listen in to that objection and why the judge said, nuh-uh, you're not going to get a chance to do that right now.
Your Honor, I would like to start out by saying that we maintain and in no way waive any of the objections or arguments that we've made in our previous motions D201, D221, D248, D249, and D264A with respect to the statements of Mr. Holmes on these videotapes as a whole, and also with respect to all of the specific statements identified in motion D264A. And having said that, at this time, the defense moves for a mistrial. The basis for this motion for a mistrial is that yesterday, as the court knows, shortly before we recessed for the day, the jury heard, played on Exhibit 1008, a lengthy discussion between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in which they discussed the charged offenses in great detail. And this discussion that between Mr. Holmes and Dr. Reed was the subject of paragraph 70 in motion D264A. And while the defense maintains that all of the statements and all of the statements specifically described in D264A are admissible, we're moving for a mistrial now after the jury has heard these particular statements because Mr. Holmes's detailed statements about the offense are among the most problematic and unconstitutional from the defense's perspective. We do anticipate that there will be some more discussion of the offenses between Dr. Reed and Mr. Holmes in future videos, but this is, from my recollection, the first time on Exhibit 1008, which is segment 6 of the videotape, that they really get into the details about what happened in the theater. And so that's why we're making this motion now, after the jury has actually heard that evidence being played in the courtroom. As just a few examples among many others, the jury has now heard Mr. Holmes state in his own words that he shot at people who tried to run away, that he did so because he can't, quote, can't have people running away. They've heard his detailed description of his difficulty reloading the AR-15. They've heard his affirmative response to Dr. Reed's statement that you wanted to kill people. We've heard his response to Dr. Reed's question whether if anyone in the theater had made a surrendering motion, would you have shot that person? As well as his statement that he was prepared to shoot a theater employee taking out the trash if necessary. The defense maintains, as we always have, that the introduction of these statements violates Mr. Holmes's Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, his Sixth Amendment right to counsel and a fair trial by an impartial jury, his Eighth Amendment right to a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding, and his 14th Amendment right to due process. as well as Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Sections 16, 18, 20, 23, and 25. And we also maintain the introduction of these statements violates Colorado Rule of Evidence 401 and 403. Even assuming some of these statements are arguably probative of sanity, many of them are far more probative of guilt, and so their admission creates a substantial risk for unfair prejudice that outweighs their probative value. We understand, well, and let me also say that the statements violate these constitutional and evidentiary provisions, not only because of the content of the statements themselves, which directly discuss the charged offenses, but also because of the form in which they were introduced through a videotape of Mr. Holmes himself, providing what we maintain and have always maintained as compelled testimony to the jury. And we understand and we respect that the court has previously ruled on these issues in various contexts throughout the course of pretrial litigation in this case. But now that these statements have actually been introduced in front of the jury, we felt the need to make a further record and request a mistrial. And lastly, I would add that because of the way the prosecution has chosen to present its case, these statements are being introduced affirmatively in the prosecution's case in chief, rather than in limited rebuttal to specific evidence of insanity that's been presented by the defense. In other words, they're being used by the prosecution on offense rather than in defense, and they're not being selectively introduced in response to specific evidence that we've actually introduced. And we understand that they ultimately have the burden of proof on insanity, but Dr. Reed's testimony is being sandwiched in between other evidence and testimony that bears on guilt, not sanity. And the context in which these statements are being presented makes any limiting instruction especially ineffective. Now, the U.S. Supreme Court in Buchanan versus Kentucky and Kansas versus Cheever, which are cases that we've cited extensively in our pretrial motions on this issue, discuss evidence from a court-ordered psychiatric examination as admissible for a limited rebuttal purpose. And the Cheever court specifically has acknowledged in a footnote, the Supreme Court pretty clearly stated in a footnote in Cheever that its holding suggests a constitutional ceiling on the scope of expert testimony that the prosecution may introduce in rebuttal in cases like this. And it didn't resolve conclusively what that ceiling is because that issue wasn't before the court. But it's our position, and this is a new argument in addition to the arguments that we've already made pre-trial on this issue.
Let me stop you there. This new argument is untimely. This new argument should have been made before Dr. Reed testified, not now. Why are you making it now? If you're gonna, hold on, if you're gonna make it now, make it an appeal, or make it later in a post-conviction proceeding if there is a conviction. It doesn't make sense to make it now. What can I do now?
The motion is a motion for a mistrial, Your Honor, and we believe it's timely because
Ms. Nelson, as a lawyer, you can't wait until evidence is presented and then object and say, wait a minute, this is unfair. They're calling Dr. Reed an offense. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Dr. Reed has been on the stand now for what, 5 days? You can't, if you were going to object to that, you should have objected before he took the stand. So as to that argument, it's untimely. And you can't raise it at this time. I can't do anything about it. Now, in terms of the other argument, if you want to continue to supplement the record, I'll let you do that. But this argument about the prosecution improperly calling Dr. Reed in their case in chief, that argument is untimely.
Perhaps I can clarify a bit for the court. I understand what the court is saying. I do. And we did not object to Dr. Reed's testimony in general when he took the stand. The reason that we're making this specific motion at this particular time is because it relates to the introduction as a whole of the statements about the offense, which were played for the jury yesterday.
Right, but you said that at least your last argument, Ms. Nelson, has to do with the fact that the prosecution put on this evidence in their case in chief. And what I'm telling you is, to the extent that you think there's anything unfair about that or anything improper about that, this argument is untimely. And I'm not going to hear it now. You can raise it later. You should have raised it if it needed to be raised before he testified. So to the extent that you're saying there is anything unfair or improper about either the videotape or Dr. Reed testifying at this juncture in the proceedings, that argument is untimely. I'm not hearing it right now.
I understand the court's position, and I respect the court's ruling on that. I respectfully disagree because the argument is targeted specifically at the statements about the offense, which didn't come into evidence until yesterday. And just for the purposes of the appellate record, Your Honor, I would request an opportunity to finish my argument and make a complete record on that point.
Well, I think you made your record. Is there anything else you need to add?
Well, in addition to Cheever and Buchanan, I would like to cite to People versus Rosenthal, 617 P. 2nd, 551, Colorado, 1980, which is distinguishable somewhat on its facts, but I think applies to the situation because it involves the prosecution's affirmative use of statements that were made in a psychiatric examination during their case on the merits. So for these reasons, we respectfully move for a mistrial at this time.
With respect to your other argument, let me ask you, did your expert on mental health, Dr. Gurr, speak to your client about the offenses?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does the prosecution want to respond?
Only to say two things. One, this is a complete surprise to us, and if the court had expected that we would confer with each other before making such written or oral motions, as this is not an objection, this is a motion. That didn't happen here, Your Honor, and I was surprised to have Ms. Nelson take the podium and raise this, and we are unprepared to rebut in greater detail. Having said that, other than the issue that the court addressed as untimely, I'm unaware of any new argument to be advanced by the defense that hasn't already been addressed by this court, and we would rely upon that prior ruling.
All right, thank you. First of all, Mr. Brockler is absolutely right. Counsel should have conferred before they raised this motion, so that was improper. I have said before you raise issues with me, you have to try to confer and try to come to an agreement on them, or at least let the other side know, just out of professionalism, let the other side know, hey, we're intending to raise a motion for mistrial. That's the, I think, just a courteous thing to do with opposing counsel. So that was improper. That's number one. Number two, I think to the extent that there's a new argument about the juncture in which Dr. Reed is being called, or the videotaped interview by Dr. Reed or the defendant is being played, that argument is completely untimely, and it is rejected on that basis. I am not addressing the merit of that argument because it is untimely. There's no difference between that argument being raised now or being raised later at a later proceeding. There's nothing I can do at this point. I'm not going to call a mistrial because the defense either forgot or chose not to raise the argument in a timely fashion. It doesn't work like that. So that argument is rejected as untimely. And despite what Ms. Nelson attempted to do at the end in terms of rephrasing the argument or in terms of explaining why she was raising it and connecting it to the previous argument, her argument was clear that she thinks it's improper for the prosecution to call Dr. Reed on offense, as she put it, or to play this videotape on offense. That argument, if it was going to be made, should have been made before Dr. Reed took the witness stand. There was no motion made. There was no objection at all. The defense knew when Dr. Reed was called because the people said, we called Dr. Reed, and Dr. Reed took the witness stand. The defense was silent on that issue and can't be heard to complain about it now. In terms of the other arguments, to the extent that these are arguments that I have already addressed, I stand by my rulings. So to the extent that it's just repeating the same arguments, I reject them for the same reasons I have rejected them before. As I explained in one of my previous orders, by definition almost, a court-appointed sanity examiner has to talk to the defendant about the offenses in question. Dr. Metzner did that, and I don't recall there being an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Metzner, but there's an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Reed. The defense's expert did that, and obviously that was with the defense's consent. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, if we like what an expert ends up saying, or if we like the evaluation, then it's okay for the expert to talk to our client about the offenses in question. But if we don't like it or we don't think it's favorable, then we're going to object to it and say it's unconstitutional. You can't have it both ways. And so there's nothing improper with Dr. Reed having talked to the defendant about the offenses in question. Of course he spoke to the defendant about the offenses in question. I asked him to do an evaluation and to determine whether Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act. He has to talk to him. He had to talk to him about the offenses in question. To the extent that there was an argument or an objection that was aimed at specific statements in the videotape, and that it's not just an objection to having Dr. Reed generally talk to the defendant about the offenses in question, those objections and those arguments are untimely. They should have been raised in motion D-264 small a. That motion, by the way, was a lengthy motion, and my order was a lengthy order, and I went through each objection in that motion, and based on my analysis, I order that the videotaped interview be redacted in some places. In other places, I ordered that it didn't need to be redacted. It didn't need to be redacted. To the extent that the objection is to specific questions or specific statements in that videotape, those are untimely. Those should have been raised in motion D-264A. And so to the extent that those are different than just a general objection to having Dr. Reed speaking to the defendant about the offenses, those arguments and objections are rejected as untimely and improperly raised as well. So for all those reasons, the motion for mistrial is denied as meritless. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. No, we're done. Thank you.
Well, there you have an epic slapdown, the judge giving very clear and animated reasoning. And this judge, in my experience for him, this is seriously animated. The way that he rejected this argument, repeating over and over again, you're being untimely, you're out of order of the sequence of events that we have set up and been working on for 3 years. And even though this judge hasn't been involved in 3 years, he has been on the bench in Arapahoe County for 3 years. William Sylvester before him had a year, and then Judge Samore has been working on this for now almost 2 years. And it's just, there was no chance that he was going to let this through. It was out of time. And so we set up a poll just a few minutes ago, Brian and I, on our Scribble Live. So on the denverchannel.com or the 7 News app, we asked, do you think these arguments that were just rejected now might have any validity if they come up in an appeal in the future? So go ahead and log on there and let us know what you think if these arguments, even though they were untimely, might be valid in an appeal somewhere in the future. Elsewhere, during the testimony today, we heard two things that we haven't quite gotten to yet, but we expect we'll begin to hear more of in 5 or 6 minutes when this recess ends and we get back to court. Two things mentioned by Dr. Reed in this new chapter of the sanity evaluation video. Firstly, the name Jonathan Murphy was dropped. A lab student who was apparently ahead of Mr. Holmes and at some point taught him procedures to be used in the neuroscience lab, or in a neuroscience lab at CU Anschutz. We know that he rotated through 3 of them. Where he was going with that question is not clear to me yet. What writing or document this came up in is unclear to me at this point, but we're going to learn more about why that name was important enough that the doctor asked it during the sanity evaluation. We also heard writings in a jail cell. During those first months after the arrest, apparently the gunman was writing something in his jail cell that became part of the case discovery that was delivered to Dr. Reed, and he was about to, or he alluded to the fact that he was going to ask questions about those writings, and we have not seen those before. I haven't had a chance to talk to Marshall yet, but to my knowledge, those have never been publicly released, and they're certainly not anywhere in our case library and archives. They're not posted online in the public case library. So what those are going to say is a bit of a mystery, so we're going to have to stay tuned along with you to find out what he was writing about in those first few months while he was off medication, after being arrested, and prior to this trust fall, as Mr. King called it, attempt or failed collapse of some kind in his jail cell that had him shipped off to Denver Health, the hospital just outside of our windows here, and treated for, got back on a series of different medications. John Stone, I believe we have another video clip. Now, remember, between these chapters of this, we have questions. Mr. George Brockler, the district attorney, is asking Dr. Reed how these segments fit into his end diagnosis, legally sane, even though there's a mental illness. And so those segments are very important, and while we're waiting for just a few minutes, John Stone has pulled up a clip of that video that we'll play, and of course, when court resumes, we'll bail out of that and join the trial live.
He still had some ambivalence about committing the crime, assuming it's judged to be a crime. There was a part of him that still wanted to be stopped, I believe, and a larger part, as he has said it, that didn't want to be stopped. It was one of the, I think he said, or I said, last resort efforts to see if someone would stop him.
How does that affect your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
He's aware that what he's doing is a bad thing, a wrong thing, and that if he contacts someone else or someone else is aware he's doing it, they will try to stop him because that person, the person he contacts, believes it's a wrong thing and he should not do it.
Despite what you've described as ambivalence and perhaps this conflict about should I, shouldn't I, is there anything about that that tells you that the defendant was still not in control of his decision-making when he made the decision to go in there and pull the trigger?
He was apparently wrestling with things a bit, but there's nothing that says he wasn't in control of his decision-making, and he had certainly carried out.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler? Yes, sir. Mr. King? Yes, sir. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Let's try to stop around noon and take a break between 12 and 1. Do you think we'll be finished playing this exhibit by then? All right, so maybe you can do your questioning at that point of Dr. Reed. Oh, I guess we'll have that short, not over. Yeah, that's fine. We'll stop. If it's that close, let's go through to the end, and then we'll take a break at that point. All right, thank you. Oh, is it 12:30? Then in that case, if it's that long, let's stop at 12. Thank you. This is why I did not major in math. But I'm not blaming my public education for that. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Just a note about scheduling. As you know, today we're going to take 1 hour for lunch, so it's going to be a shortened lunch break. I'm anticipating that the exhibit... Oh, I didn't like the sound of that. Is everybody okay? All right. Don't break anything. We're going to take a shortened lunch break between 12 and 1. So we're going to allow the prosecution to continue publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009 until about 12, and then we'll take a break between 12 and 1. And then I think there will be probably approximately a half hour or so left on that exhibit after lunch, and the prosecution will then have an opportunity to publish that last half hour or so after the lunch break. Before we continue, I want to remind you again that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. With those instructions in mind, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1009. And I will dim the lights.
Described him as in some ways being a mentor, maybe not an official mentor. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess he mentored me during the orientation.
Tell me more about that relationship, would you?
He just showed me where the chemicals were, where the kits were, where the machines were.
Did y'all ever do anything outside the lab, outside the school?
No, not really.
Go have a beer, or get lunch or coffee?
No.
Another person I don't think I asked you about was Professor Delacqua.
Yeah, he was the professor of that second rotation.
Tell me about Professor Delacqua.
He recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
You're smiling as you say he recites a lot of esoteric knowledge.
Yeah.
Like maybe it's not quite that way.
Well, some of it's not relevant to what it needs to do.
Tell me more.
I don't know, he just goes on and on, so he talks for a while.
Good teacher, mediocre teacher, bad teacher?
He wasn't really teaching me anything. So most of that I did from John.
Okay. What was he supposed to be teaching?
I don't think he was supposed to be teaching. He didn't have a teaching job.
Delacqua?
Yeah.
From the texts and things, he wasn't the most liked professor at the place. Does that ring a bell?
Who said that?
I'm trying to think, but the interchanges, little sarcasms about Martin Delacqua.
I could see that as valid.
In what way?
He's kind of standoffish, I guess.
Toward the end of the year, you needed to take your prelims.
Right.
Can you tell me a little about academic-wise, what was leading up to the prelims? What was school like leading up to that?
Well, all the core courses were finished by then. And it was the third rotation was going on.
Are there 3 rotations per year?
Yeah,
Okay. Kind of like a quarter system?
I think it's a quarter system.
Okay. So what were you doing, say, what was roughly the date of the prelims?
Oh, it was mid-June, something.
So what would you have been doing in May with regard to prelims?
In May. I guess studying or something. I didn't study for the prelims though.
Did the other students or your peers, as of May, would they have been worrying about the prelims or studying for the prelims?
I would say so.
Was that different from the way you were looking at the prelims?
Well, they didn't give much direction on what the prelims were going to be on, so I didn't know what to study for.
You didn't know what to say. But the other people were studying something. Am I right?
I can't actually confirm that. I just assumed that.
But you assume that, okay. Tell me more about not studying or not studying as much.
Well, I guess that was unusual for me because I usually study for tests.
6 months before that, would you have been studying a lot for whatever was coming up?
No, I probably would have been working at some neuroscience courses and core courses at that time.
Did that require a lot of studying?
Not that much.
In a given day or week, can you give me an idea of how much time you spent working on classwork, homework, for want of a better term, studying one way or another, reading?
Well, there'd usually be a test on Friday and then turning in take-home tests on Monday.
And how much preparation time and reading time and study time would those things take outside of class for you?
Maybe 5 hours.
Per day, per week?
Per week.
So are you saying that in a given week in grad school, which is pretty tough, you were working roughly an hour a day or less on average on your studies? Is that about right, or am I missing something?
Usually it wouldn't be spread throughout. It would usually be on a day I wanted to complete the test.
Okay. Help me out a little bit. I'm trying to get an idea of how much time you spent outside of class. Let's say in a given week, you implied 5 hours based on the weekly exam and the weekly paper. Is that about it for a week for you?
Yeah, that's what I would.
Okay. What do you think other students, your peers, were doing in terms of that? Were they spending, as far as you know, roughly the same amount of time?
I assume they would spend the same amount.
About the same amount of time? Okay. That leaves a lot of free time for a grad student. I didn't know grad students had that much free time.
Then there's all the rotation. You have to do you're in lab then for your day, basically, for 5 days a week.
Roughly how many hours a day would you be
9 to 5.
Okay. As prelims came closer, let's just say May, about how much time were you spending reading or studying?
I can't remember if the third rotation is still going on in May or not. But spent like 5 hours for that too, I guess, each week. The rest was like playing video games and watching TV.
You're a smart guy. Could you play video games, watch TV, and still do okay in classes?
Yeah.
Okay. With regard to preparing for prelims,
It was almost done.
and in my mind, I've not taken the kind of prelims you're talking about. In my mind, most people prepare quite a bit for them. Is that accurate that you would be unusual in that you didn't prepare much, or would that not be unusual?
That would be unusual.
It's unusual. Tell me about the not preparing then.
Well, I felt that since there wasn't any direction given to what should be studied for, I shouldn't study at all.
Was there anybody you could have asked about it?
I did ask. I asked my advisor, and he just said study everything, which wasn't too helpful.
A little too broad a task. Any other reasons that you didn't study for the prelims? We're talking now roughly May.
Well, I was focused on my mission.
Okay. Was the mission filling up the time and pushing other important things out of the way, or was it just that you didn't know what to study or feel like studying for prelims?
It was a bit of both.
What portion of both?
Probably 25, 75, which 75 is not knowing what to study.
So, give or take 25% is the mission is pushing other things aside.
Right.
And give or take 75% is, I don't know what to study anyway, so I might as well not study.
Right.
Is that right? And again, as I said before, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Sometimes I talk too much.
No, that's accurate.
Did that change one way or the other as we move into June and the prelims get closer?
I didn't really care if I passed or failed the prelims at the time.
So, I'm sorry, the last?
At that time.
At that time. So did your behavior change or stay the same?
My behavior, what do you mean?
In terms of not studying, you continued to not study?
Right. Yeah.
Did the reason for not studying continue to be about 75%, I don't know what to study anyway, and 25% the mission is filling my time, or did that proportion change as
I
prelims?
think it flipped to 75% mission.
Okay. When the prelims themselves came around, tell me, how long are the prelims? Is it 1 day, half a day?
No, it's not that long. I think it was only an hour.
Really?
It was an oral examination, so I've never taken an oral examination before.
So there's no written portion, it was all oral.
Right, you could use the whiteboard and draw stuff.
Do you remember the day that you took them? I don't want the date, but can you picture the day that you took them in your mind?
Yeah.
Walk me through that day, would you?
Well, I got up and went to the neuroscience conference room, which is where it was at. And there were 3 professors, each testing me on a separate subject. One was like cell biology, the next was like systems neuroscience, and the third I don't remember what classification it was.
was in the room for your exam?
Those 3 other professors.
So you're sitting there in front of a panel of professors, sort of. Is that accurate or no?
I'm standing in front of the whiteboard in front of them.
Tell me about how they ask you questions. What kind of questions?
Well, they asked me what happens to a compound X when you stimulate a neuron and it's inhibited or something.
How did they question you? Was it civil? Was it abrasive? Rapid fire? How would you describe the way they questioned you?
Casual.
Casual. How did you feel as they were questioning you?
That I wasn't answering the problem correctly.
And how did you feel about not answering the problem correctly?
I didn't feel one way or the other.
Really? Didn't bother you?
No.
What do you make of that? It's your...
Well, that it didn't matter that I passed or failed.
That's the second time you've said it didn't matter whether you passed or failed.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter because...
Because I was going to complete my mission and get locked up, killed, and...
So, if I understand you right, by that time, and by before that time, you anticipated not continuing anyway. You anticipated either being killed or locked up within a matter of weeks.
Well, a matter of a month or 2.
Was the outcome really that firmly locked in as of, say, early June?
The outcome of failing the test,
The outcome of I'm going to die or I'm going to be in prison?
yeah, those are the 2 options.
About when, if you remember, I know it's over 2 years ago, about when did that very restricted outcome, only 2 options, about when did that become crystal clear to you?
When I bought the shotgun, so that was before the preliminary exams.
So that's way back in March, am I remembering right?
I don't know the date,
But it's months before.
yeah, I think it's a month.
Okay. The shotgun was the first firearm you bought, or
The second.
the second firearm you bought? Okay. That being the case, do you remember why you even stayed in school?
I thought it would look conspicuous if I just dropped out without any warning or any justifiable cause.
It would look conspicuous. What's wrong with looking? I mean, people do drop out of grad school, I guess.
Right, so I dropped out with the reason of the preliminary exams being.
Suppose you had just dropped out to continue the mission.
Then it would probably raise red flags to professors or to Fenton.
You had already seen Fenton at that time, hadn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. When you finished the hour of the exam, well, let me go back. Did you try to answer the questions, or did you?
Yeah, I tried. Some of them I knew, but I just didn't write it down.
Really? sometimes you know an answer and not bother to write it down.
Or say it. Like, I need the answer, but I didn't say it.
By the end of that hour, were you certain that you'd failed, or did you not know one way or the other?
I had a pretty good idea that I failed.
And once again, did that matter to you at all?
Well, it kind of facilitated the mission to keep moving.
I'm curious, was there any feeling of, or would there have been any feeling of wanting to pass just to show you can do it?
Yeah, I felt that way a little bit.
Were you disappointed that you didn't? You didn't show yourself that you could do it?
No, because I believed I could still do it if I'd taken the retake exam.
You decided not to take the retake.
Right.
Tell me about that decision.
Well, failing the prelim had made an excuse to drop out of school. So it wouldn't make much sense to then go and retake the exam.
Except maybe to show yourself that you could pass.
Well, I believed I could pass anyway.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. As people asked you, I think there were a couple of texts, maybe with Ben or somebody, about what you were going to do. You didn't mention the mission to them. Pretty much what you said was that you were just going to drop out. Am I remembering that right?
I don't remember ever texting them that I was going to drop out.
Okay.
I think by then I wasn't communicating with Ben and Cardi.
You texted with somebody. I'm trying to think who it might have been. Maybe Hillary? Who asked you about the prelims?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Okay. Do you regret not passing the prelim? Just for personal?
Just for like pride reasons.
Pride reason, yeah.
A little bit.
The process of sitting in there in that hour is a very unusual experience. And you've talked before about difficulty with situations analogous to that, and about the idea of freezing up.
Right.
Can you talk a little bit about what was going on inside you as they were throwing questions at you?
Well, it kind of just went on autopilot.
You what?
Went on autopilot.
Did you have the freezing up experience?
A little bit, but then I would just jot something down.
On the whiteboard. In the past, when you've frozen up, you mentioned that sometimes images come to mind. Remember those that you told me about a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
What were those images in the past? Can you refresh me?
Images of people getting slaughtered or killed.
Remember the way in which they get killed? When you're frozen up and the image comes?
I don't think so. I think just that they dying or something.
I remember you talking about the saws.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other thing was what you phrased, nuclear winter.
Right, that wasn't for individual people though.
That wasn't for individual people. Okay. Did you have any of those images during the question? At the prelims?
No, because I was focused on answering the question.
Do Did you know ahead of time that it was going to be exactly an hour? Or did you not know how long it was going to be?
I don't remember.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to bring out the writings that you did in yourself. And once again, I may have already asked you this. Do you have any interest in continuing to write?
No, I just read.
You wanted to get these ideas out, but some of them appear to be very complex ideas that could be developed or expanded or extended. Do you feel any wish to develop or expand or extend some of those ideas?
Not anymore.
With the time? What do you make of that?
That I attributed an unusual amount of importance to them before I was medicated.
And you're implying that the medication has taken away or dulled or eliminated that impulse?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the sets of pages refers to galactic colonization.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember kind of where you were when you were writing those things and thinking about those things?
Yeah, I was reading sci-fi at that time.
You were reading sci-fi at the time, okay. Tell me about your thoughts on galactic colonization.
Well, without galactic colonization, the human race would die out eventually. Just because we don't have enough resources, or the sun would expand and consume the Earth.
Sooner or later, Earth is not going to be a good home.
Right.
Or maybe not even an existing home. I read a little science fiction myself, so some of the things that you wrote down are pretty consistent with the various ideas that have come up. But were these ideas largely things that came out of you, or do you think they came out of some of the things that you read?
Both.
Both, okay. The next one is a bit more philosophical. And again, we're talking about some point before you went to Denver Hell.
Right.
Do you recall whether it's just before or a long time before, soon after you were arrested?
Well, I wrote it sequentially, so the farther back on the pages it is, the closer it will be.
What would be about the very earliest one, do you think?
That galactic colonization.
Okay.
If they're in order.
Roughly when would that have been, do you know?
I don't know.
Guess?
Maybe a month after.
After your arrest?
Yeah.
I'll put a question mark. 2 question marks. Did the officers at the jail know that you were doing the writing at that point? Or do you know?
I assume because they have cameras there.
Okay, so you weren't hiding it particularly.
I don't know how you would be able to hide it with two cameras.
The only reason I ask that is that at some point, I think close to the time that you went to Denver Health, they mentioned finding the notes, and I was wondering whether they knew they were there before, because after all, they roused you and they overturned your bunk and stuff like that on a pretty regular basis, right?
Right. Yeah. They wouldn't usually read it. They wouldn't like pick up a notepad and
And I'm aware of, or I've been made aware, that it's okay for you to write stuff in your cell. Nobody minds if you do that.
right.
The next thing, at least in the order that I have, the subtitle is Finite versus Infinity, Live and Die. Do you recall that general
A little
train of
bit,
thought? Can you tell me about it?
Well, death is infinite and life is finite.
What else? What else came to mind then or comes to mind now?
Can I see it on the page?
Sure, you're welcome to.
Okay. So I was kind of speculating that before you live, there's called it before life, is the same as after you live, which is afterlife. So it ultimately didn't matter what you did in life, because it would just go back to before and after.
What's in the pre-life and the post-life? What's that like?
Dreamless sleep.
And I've heard you use that phrase before. I remember someone asking some philosopher, what happens after you die? What do you expect will happen after you die? And he said, no, they said, where will you go after you die? And he said, I guess the same place I spent the first 8 billion years.
Right.
So that sounds kind of similar.
Like that idea.
Yeah, it does. Toward the bottom of this page, kind of consistent with what you just said, you write, how can one attribute meaning to life when such ideals exist in non-existence? Any
I'm
idea?
not sure what that means.
Okay. Life is an eternal struggle to obtain these ideals.
Oh, life's a struggle because it's imperfect.
You also say, and I'm aware that these may be kind of disjointed thoughts at this point, that the dreamless, imperturbable, I don't know whether that's imperturbable, the dreamless sleep is the epitome of peace, justice, and freedom. Do you recall that kind of thought?
It sounds accurate.
How might you expand on that? If you were teaching me about that thought, rather than a kind of bumper sticker of the sentence,
Right.
what would you teach me about that thought?
Well, in life there's conflict, struggles, there's not absolute freedom. You're bound by laws of nature and human laws. But when you're in a dreamless sleep, you're just kind of in a perfect state.
The word here may be imperceptible, so can one not perceive that perfect state when he's in it?
Right, there might not be a perception because you're not conscious or anything.
I can understand how that might be the epitome of peace, as you write here, but you also say it's the epitome of justice and freedom.
Well, nothing's holding you back for freedom. It's kind of like floating.
Kind of like what?
Floating. Floating.
Floating, okay. A little ways through, we come to some pages on the ultraception.
Yeah, I didn't really explain ultraception the first time.
Okay. Can you help me with it now? And the way you were thinking about it in jail?
Well, I kind of figure it as the philosopher's stone, which is a solution to all problems. And that can be achieved through death. So it kind of relates back to the peaceful state of dreamless sleep a little bit.
Relates back to the peaceful state of dreamless sleep, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And a little later in the writing, you do use the phrase philosopher's stone.
Right.
Okay. The ultraception, and then you have your logo for the ultraception. All perspectives at once, and not and every.
So like any perspective you can take, any non-perspective you can take, it's going to encompass everything.
All thoughts at once, all and or times. All space at once and or times at once.
Right, so it's sort of this all-encompassing idea.
Space and times at once. Times at once. What comes to mind as you say that?
That it's like God a little bit. Because God is everything. And he's all spaces and times.
I believe you said last time we talked that the ultraception concept comes largely from within you and your thoughts, original to you.
Right, I haven't read it.
Yeah, okay. Can you think of any particular readings that come close or that are analogous to the ultraception?
Maybe the Bible.
In what way?
In that they're defining and characterizing God a little bit.
I think, I brought this up last time, what comes to my mind is quantum physics, cosmology. Does that ring a bell at all?
Yeah.
In what way?
Well, quantum physics deals with like the smallest possible particles and their relation to the rest of the universe.
One of the next pages is titled Awareness Basis. Is it okay? Yep. Okay. You talk about awareness arising from the nervous system, a neurochemical event creates awareness. Is that what you mean?
Yep.
Okay. Then one of the bullet points you have is that one can be alive and not aware. And you refer to the dreamless sleep.
Like if you're comatose or something.
Okay. Then a question, can one be aware and not alive? Have you answered that question for
No,
yourself?
I haven't answered.
I guess that would be in the pre-life or the post-life setting.
Yeah, you just have to be dead.
Are you curious about that?
Yeah.
Is it one of the questions that death might answer for you?
I would say so. It would be solved when you're dead.
For you, is it a reason to die?
Well, the reason to die is like old age, natural causes.
But is finding out the answers to questions about death for you?
I kind of figure they'll come when they come anyway.
Sounds like you don't want to rush those. Or am I wrong?
There's no reason to hasten toward it.
What about for people that you kill?
No, that wasn't really a part of why I would kill them.
I think one of the things that you wrote or said at some point was that you had the idea that people wouldn't mind being killed or shouldn't mind being killed. Does that ring a bell?
That sounds accurate.
Tell me about that thought.
Well, they're going to be going to a peaceful state, and they'll avoid all the conflict and struggles of life.
They haven't yet decided that on their own, though, to go to that state.
Correct. It will be within my power.
And do you think that they, well, and actually I want to go back to June and July of 2012. At that time, so far as you remember, did you think that they wouldn't mind being killed? Or that they shouldn't mind being killed?
I never considered it.
Didn't consider whether they should mind or not?
Right.
Or whether they would mind or not?
Right, I was focused on increasing my own value and not their needs.
Is it fair to say that you were indifferent to their needs or wants or shoulds?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. Because I take it no one in the theater that day went quietly to his or her death.
What do you mean?
That is, they maybe would or should want death in one way of your thinking about it. I understand you weren't considering that. But when the actual event took place, they did not go quietly.
Well, I didn't hear them say anything.
Do you think that, do you speculate that they simply didn't mind being shot?
I never considered it from their point of view.
What do you think now?
From their point of view, that they probably wouldn't want to be shot.
Okay. If I had asked you that somehow on July 19th of 2012, would your answer have been?
Well, I never asked the question, so I can't answer.
If I had asked you that question, the question is, would they mind being shot? What do you think you would have said on July 19th, 2020?
They probably will mind being shot.
If I had asked you the question a slightly different one, should they mind being shot? Given your philosophy of life and death, what would your answer have been then?
No, because it doesn't matter what you do in life.
Because
It doesn't matter what you do in life, because you're just going to die anyway.
that doesn't quite jive to me with what your mission was.
Right.
It mattered, your mission mattered a great deal to you.
Right. So the time I was alive, it did matter.
So,
But in the end, it wouldn't matter.
at the time, what you were doing or going to do to them mattered to you, right?
Right.
What they might have thought about it didn't matter, is that accurate?
What can you repeat it?
Sure. Your activities and your carrying out the killings did matter to you. It was a mission. It mattered. You were spending lots of time and energy on that.
Right.
What they wanted, or whether they wanted to die or be injured, did that not matter to you?
It didn't come up as, it's not that it didn't matter, it's that,
If I asked you that question then and said, Jimmy, does it matter to you that they don't want to die or they don't want to be injured?
well, I can only answer that what it means now in retrospective.
Can you speculate about what you think you might have answered then?
It probably would matter a great deal to them.
How about to you? Would what they want matter to you on July 19th?
Yes, because I'm empathetic.
Okay. Can you make those two concepts jive? Because on the one hand, you carried it out with what you've described as an indifference to what they wanted. But you just said that it matters, or that you believe, had I asked you then, you would have said, yes, it matters,
Right.
because you have empathy for them.
Right. I don't know if indifference was the right word. Maybe unknowledgeable about it.
I'll say that again.
Maybe not knowing and being unknowledgeable
About,
of their conditions and their thoughts.
let's go with your word then. Unknowledgeable about, tell me again what you would be unknowledgeable about at the time.
Not asking the question of, does it matter to them if they live or die?
If I had asked you, I understand that you didn't ask yourself the question.
Right.
And you've kind of answered the question when I asked it, I think in two ways, and it's interesting to me. If I'd asked you the question, you believe now that you would have said, yes, I understand they don't want to die.
Right.
And you also said something akin to, that's not important to my mission. I need to carry on my mission. Is that fair to say or not?
Right, it's kind of irrelevant to my mission.
Okay, irrelevant is a better word than indifferent.
I don't know the word for not asking a question.
Okay.
Okay.
What do you think about not asking the question? Does that get us off the hook for, gee, I didn't know I wasn't supposed to eat the cake, even though it was, no, that's not a very good analogy. I see the birthday cake for John, and my name is Jimmy, but I'm not asking anybody whether the cake is for John, so I can go ahead and eat it. Is that...
I don't know if that compares or not.
Why do you suppose you didn't ask yourself? You sure thought about lots of things during the preparation for the mission. You were very complete in many ways.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Assuming that it didn't occur to you to ask what the other people would have felt. What do you make of it not occurring to you?
It should have occurred.
Okay. That's looking back now.
Yeah.
It should have occurred. What about you in July of 2012 do you suppose led to it not occurring to you? You thought about the consequences for yourself.
Right, yeah.
You knew the consequences for others, but didn't think about it as relevant. You didn't ask yourself about it.
Right. I guess that made it easier or made me able to do it. Because maybe I wouldn't have been able to do it if I looked at it earlier.
Okay. I think that's a thoughtful answer. Thank you. On this same awareness basis page, under can one be aware and not aware, you mention, quote, the notion of the soul immortal or spirit comes to mind. Soul immortal and spirit sounds a little different from dreamless sleep.
What's the question?
I'm sorry?
What's the question?
When you were writing this, apparently a couple months after the shootings, you were thinking about, apparently, the notion of the soul immortal or spirit.
Right. I didn't know what that would be. What that is.
And it doesn't say that you have that notion, it just says the notion, so maybe maybe that's someone else's notion. But I guess I'm kind of wondering if that notion of a soul immortal or spirit fits somewhere in your view of the cosmos or view of things.
It could be something that exists forever.
That it exists forever? Okay. Is that a good or bad thing? Indifferent? A definable thing?
I don't know what it means.
Does it have any value? Does it? You're referring on the next page, and I'm a little confused about it. Let me go to the transcript of it. You're talking a little bit about beliefs of reincarnation. In practice, however, this is yet to be possible, and the complexity of such a venture in immortalizing a matter arrangement that is amenable to changes on matter around it is daunting. That's a bit confusing to me. Does that ring a bell with you at all?
I thought if the person was reincarnated, they'd have to be into a conscious state.
Okay. And in the next sentence, indeed, you refer to the duplication of one's awareness. And the last bullet is an interesting statement. The permanent loss of awareness and unity with the ultraception is the philosopher's stone.
Death is the philosopher's stone.
It sounds like that's kind of the ultimate place to go.
Oh, yeah.
And then you have the logo, the ultraception logo right up to that. Read much about Buddhism?
No, not really.
Does any of this remind you of
Kind of sounds like Zen.
of Zen-like philosophies?
A little bit.
Do you think any of it arises out of some past familiarity with Zen?
Yeah, it could be unconscious.
The next page refers to unconceivable, conceivable, and the paradox.
Okay.
And the bullet that I kind of, or the stuff that I sort of had highlighted, was that in general, I think you say men are not philosophers, but philosophers. Remember coining that term?
Yeah.
Tell me about philosophers.
I don't remember what I wrote.
Sounds to me, from reading this, that you were talking about people who tried to be philosophers but got it wrong, or were thinking badly, and thus were philosophers. But that may not be exactly what you meant.
I don't remember.
Okay. My thought, not yours. Then you refer again to the philosopher's stone as the solution to all problems and all questions. Wise apes have thrown the stone unwittingly. For eons, when problems arose that appeared so difficult as to be unsolvable. I take it wise apes refers to humans? Or no?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean, or what do you think you meant at the time? Wise apes have thrown the stone, the philosopher's stone, unwittingly for eons.
It kind of suggests violence is the last resort when all of the problems can't solve it. So it's kind of considering the philosopher's stone as violence.
Oh. Okay. You mean seeing the stone as a literal stone instead of a figurative stone? Something to throw, or they become violent. So it can give you a literal image or a figurative image. Interesting. Can you say any more about that?
just that the ultimate violence is death. We resort to killing when we can't solve or fall on any other way.
Sounds like that applies to politics and wars.
Right, yeah.
Does it apply to you?
Yeah.
Tell me how it applies to you.
Well, I couldn't solve the problem of getting out of my depression, so I thought I would kind of make myself more valuable by killing people.
And I think we talked about that being more valuable, correct me if I'm misremembering, didn't mean you would live longer.
No.
Or that you would have more lives. Tell me again, in what way you're more valuable?
Well, it's kind of like the value of a dollar. Like, a dollar isn't worth anything, but you attribute value to it. So, if you attribute value to killing people, then you become more valuable when you kill a person.
And who does the attributing of the value?
The killer.
So who attributes the value to Jimmy Holmes?
I do.
Is there anyone else or any other entity that recognizes the value that you now have?
That I've heard of.
Do you think there might be?
It's possible.
Can you think about that a minute? We talked about you attributing the value yourself.
Right.
And it sounds like it's worth thinking about whether someone or something else also sees you as more valuable.
I don't know who would do that.
Think about it for a minute.
Maybe the justice system, because it creates an imbalance in value. The justice system wants to obliterate that and get it back to zero.
Obliterated by
Killing me.
I think you did say last time we talked that once you die, everything goes to zero.
It either goes to zero, or if they're believers in the value system, then it could go towards their value.
And you did say that someone who executes you gets your value, which, by the way, at that point is 1, not 13. Do I remember
I'm
that?
not sure. It could be either. I'm not sure how to attribute it.
You're the arbiter of all this, though no one else is making the rules. You're making the rules, right?
Right.
So you can make the rule however you want.
I can make it 1 or 13.
How do you want to make it?
1.
Is there anything that would countervene your decision to make it 1?
Yes, if someone else believes that I was worth 13, then they would be the arbiter of that.
Okay. So if someone who killed you believed that you were worth 13, they get to decide once they've killed you whether it's 1 or 13.
Right.
How about before they kill you?
They could still make that decision if they believe it. So,
How many folks do you think believe in the system?
I haven't told anybody about the system except in the notebook and tweet.
Do you think anybody else has created the system or figured out the system independent of you?
Well, there's 7 billion people, so maybe.
One of the things I'm asking is it a system that's there for them to discover? Or is it a system that you invented and thus it's not there for them to discover, it resides only in you?
Well, I invented the arbitrary value. You could say a person's worth 100 and not 1. So I invented the arbitrariness of it, but they could come up with the same system, the same value system.
So Mary could invent it independently of your inventing it.
Right.
Like Edison and Tesla invented things independently.
Right. But it might not be exactly the same.
How valid would Mary's system be since it's not yours?
Well, people can believe whatever they want, so this isn't as valid as she believes it to be.
Does her believing it make it real?
Yeah, because beliefs are real.
Does her believing it make it real any place outside of her body?
As in other people? But she shared it, and other people agreed that it would be.
If they agree, does it exist anywhere other than idiosyncratic to Mary?
I'm not sure what you're trying to...
Let me bring it back to you, if I may. You have the belief.
Right.
The belief has been consistent and continued. Right.
Yes.
I don't share the belief.
Right, so it's like you have a almost different religion or something.
If you believe that the file cabinet over there is gray, then it either is or isn't gray. And what I believe is irrelevant to whether it's gray or not. Let's say you're correct, it's gray, or it's a file cabinet. If I want to call it a pencil, doesn't matter. That exists independent of you, and you don't just believe it, you're aware of it.
It doesn't take a herd mentality to make sense.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't take a herd mentality.
It doesn't take any mentality, it's standing over there.
Right.
Your belief in the value system.
Right.
How close does it come to being there, whether I believe it or not?
So is it objective rather than subjective?
That's pretty close, sure.
I believe it to be objective, but then that's my subjective opinion. So
you believe it to be objective? Okay. I'm kind of pinning this down as best I can. If you weren't here,
right.
If, for example, you were deceased,
Yeah.
would the value system still be there?
Yeah.
But you're not there to describe it.
I've written it down, so it exists.
I'm sorry?
I've written it down.
Okay.
And shared it with other people. So it exists through them.
Okay. Fair enough. On another page, you talk about freedom. And one of the bullet points is moral law. To take away freedom, to give more freedom. Does that ring a bell right now?
I think I applied it to myself So they took away my freedom to give other people more freedom.
They have a little section on morality. Morality. Under morality, you have two groups, colon. Those who are wronged, those who are wrongers.
Right.
Okay. And then you have underneath that, it sounds like two sets of situations. One in which you compensate the wronged and reform the wrongers.
Right.
Another in which you compensate the wronged and punish the wrongers.
Right.
Can you tell me just about that portion of it? I'll ask about the rest of it in a minute, but the wronged and the wrongers, compensating the wronged, and either reforming or punishing the wrongers. Talk to me about that bit of philosophy.
Well, in morality, you have to find balance. And if a person's wrong, they have to be compensated for whatever they were wrong with. And you want to make the person who wronged them better. And then the other option is, instead of making the wronger reformed, you can punish them to create that balance.
To create the balance of balancing out the wronged and the wronger, and
Right.
okay, balancing the world in a sense.
If you
Maybe
take it that global, I guess.
Okay. Is reforming and punishment a dichotomous situation, or can it be blended or apportioned?
You can do both.
Morality is a huge subject for lots and lots of philosophies. Anything else to this part of morality, what you mean here with regard to morality?
I don't think so.
What would be a wrong in morality for you?
Breaking the law.
Let's go back to May, June, July of 2012. What would you have thought would be a wrong, doesn't have to be personal to you, a wrong and a wronger back then?
I don't know at that time. I would attribute wrong and wrong to.
Do you think you'd think any differently about it than you do now, or no?
I think now that the person who wrongs is a wronger and the person who's wronged is.
2.5 years ago, were there people who are wronged and people who are wrongers in general?
No, I don't think it defines a person.
Okay. How then have you changed in that regard, if you have?
Well, I think I'm being treated like a wronger just because I'm being punished with having no freedoms outside of jail.
You said punished like a wronger. In that regard, are you a wronger or no?
I would say no.
And you're not a wronger because, can you explain that to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Lots and lots of people would say you committed wrong.
Right. Well, I should say right.
I understand. I believe you're saying that you didn't commit a wrong.
Now I believe I did.
You said that you shouldn't be punished as a wronger, or something like that.
The best option is reform.
Okay. I want to stick with the punish for right now.
Okay.
You're being punished like a wronger. I think those were your words. And the implication is that you're not a wronger, but you're being punished. And when I said, are you a wronger? You said, no.
All right.
Do you see the disconnect between your statement and what so many other people say about you being a wronger?
That's what they believe.
And in what way can you convince me, I guess, with an argument that you are not a wronger?
Well, it's what I believe. It's moral relativism.
I understand a little about moral relativism. I'm asking, other than the tautology of it's true because I say it's true, do you have any other way of convincing me or moving me in the direction of believing that you're not a wronger?
Well, there was only one event. The rest of my life, I was okay.
Okay. One event out of many. One day out of many thousands of days that you've lived. Okay. Anything else contribute to your argument to me that you're not a wronger?
No.
Okay. Would the same principle apply to somebody who robbed a bank one time?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that person deserve punishment? Let me go back. So that person, on balance, would not be a wronger if the rest of his life was law-abiding?
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand the concept. It sounds like in pursuing that concept, one sort of has to say the punishment system is wrong itself, unless somebody really has been wrong most of the time in their life. A wronger consistently, lots and lots. Am I close there or no?
Well, it's better to have a correcting system than a punishment system. But we currently don't really have a way to correct brain diseases.
And that's a philosophical statement. Let me now bring it to you. You're not a wronger. Because you say you're not a wronger. Because that's your philosophy. Or belief. And because you had many, many more good days just the bad ones.
Right.
Only one bad one. Okay. Does the wrong have anything to do with how much of a wrong it was? For example,
A lot of people versus
exactly, that was exactly my thought. 12 deaths, 50 some odd injuries. Some
the magnitude matters.
the magnitude matters. Given that magnitude and the number of other lives affected, not just the folks in the theater, would you still hold to the idea that you're not a wronger?
I would say that was selfish, but not morally wrong.
We're trying to table something because this is intriguing to me. If someone had, in an effort to kill you, cut off your leg,
Okay.
so that you're not dead in a peaceful, dreamless sleep. You're alive with no leg and it hurts. Has that person wronged you?
Yes, because I'm not whole anymore.
Is that person a wronger?
No, not necessarily.
I'm going to turn the lights now. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the instruction again, since we have paused the playing of Exhibit P-TR-1009. Please remember that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. It's about 12:05, so let's go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Please remember that the advisements I have been giving you with respect to your conduct when you're not in the courtroom apply during the break. Enjoy the lunch. Thank you for agreeing to do a shortened lunch. I'll see you back here at 1:05. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time, Mr. Brockler?
Your Honor, we have, while this has been playing, and I think the court would note that the background white noise is pretty tough. We went and played it again while we were in court, just using regular old desktop speakers, and it sounds almost flawless in terms of reducing down that sound. It sounds like, and this is, I think, how it's played on our laptops, it feels like it's a speaker issue here, and I guess what I want to ask the court is if it would entertain the idea, if we came back early, of somehow using just regular cheapy desktop speakers and not use the court's internal system so that the jury could, bless you, hear it better.
I don't have a problem with that. That's fine. Anything else? Anything from you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. The court will be in recess.
David. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is behind the scenes when I'm talking to John Stone about figuring out what we're doing next. We realize what's about to happen in court might be a little bit of a problem if they start playing the sound from the TV speakers instead of the court's internal system, because that court's internal audio system is what feeds directly into the feed that we're receiving. Again, we have no control over that static noise. At least there's not a water fountain kicking on every 15 minutes this time. But if they start playing it out of the TV speakers, we don't know what that's going to sound like for you. So again, the purpose of what we're doing here for the 24th straight day is not an entertainment purpose, as John Stone is knocking over the set as we speak. It's for informative, it's for context, it's for giving you an opportunity to see what's happening in the courtroom without actually being allowed in the courtroom. But insofar as whatever happens in the court takes away from the quality of what we're providing you, we can only apologize and again say we're doing our best to provide you an external arm of what's happening in the court, but we're not doing this for entertainment purposes. So a recap of what you've heard so far this morning. We heard first from the final interview that took place between the Dr. William Reed and the defendant at the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo. And then we just started seeing one of two sessions that took place at the Arapahoe County Jail 3 weeks later. And you heard this was as a result of the doctor reviewing the videos and having time to process what he had learned at the Colorado Mental Health Institute and determined that he needed to meet with the defendant some more. This morning, the testimony, as you heard in the direct examination by George Brockler after the video played, ran a gamut of things, including the diet of the defendant, just to figure out whether he had ever been diagnosed with other things throughout life. And we also heard a reference to Dr. Fenton, again, the defendant suggesting that had she done something differently, it might have been preventable. And before all that, we heard the second request for a mistrial by the defense team, and the judge's ruling was that it was untimely. But first, the request here, this is stuff the jury doesn't know. Again, we know we left early yesterday because there was something on the DVD that should have been redacted before it was even being played in court. It was prevented prior to the part that was supposed to be redacted. It didn't play. So they ended court early so that these redactions could be made to both the video and a written transcript. And then that tape was started again. This DVD was played this morning where it was left off. But before that happened, for those that weren't watching at about 8:40, the defense team wanted to make a motion. And that motion was for a mistrial. And the basis for that mistrial was statements made by the defendant about the crime. Yesterday afternoon, we heard the doctor and the defendant talk all about what happened from the moments before he went into the theater, when he was outside in the car making a phone call to the CU Mental Health phone number that he had in his phone, all the way into the theater, doing the shooting, what he remembered about the shooting, things that were not quite graphic in nature, but in terms of details, did you aim for people? Do you remember the shots? What do you remember inside? And it went all the way through to his arrest into the interrogation room. And that was the basis for why the defense wanted a mistrial, saying that it essentially incriminated himself, violating his Fifth, Sixth, and Eighth Amendment rights. And you heard Phil during the morning recess talk about what those three portions of the U.S. Constitution were and how they related here. So we want to play back for you the sound of why the defense wanted a mistrial, and then you'll hear the judge's reasoning for sternly telling them not a chance.
Counsel should have conferred before they raised this motion, so that was improper. I have said before you raise issues with me, you have to try to confer and try to come to an agreement on them, or at least let the other side know, just out of professionalism, let the other side know, hey, we're intending to raise a motion for mistrial. That's the, I think, just a courteous thing to do with opposing counsel. So that was improper. That's number one. Number two, I think to the extent that there's a new argument about the juncture in which Dr. Reed is being called, or the videotaped interview by Dr. Reed, or the defendant, is being played, that argument is completely untimely, and it is rejected on that basis. I am not addressing the merit of that argument because it is untimely. There's no difference between that argument being raised now or being raised later at a later proceeding. There's nothing I can do at this point. I'm not going to call a mistrial because the defense either forgot or chose not to raise the argument in a timely fashion. It doesn't work like that. So that argument is rejected as untimely. And despite what Ms. Nelson attempted to do at the end in terms of rephrasing the argument, or in terms of explaining why she was raising it and connecting it to the previous argument, her argument was clear that she thinks it's improper for the prosecution to call Dr. Reed on offense, as she put it, or to play this videotape on offense. That argument, if it was going to be made, should have been made before Dr. Reed took the witness stand. There was no motion made. There was no objection at all. The defense knew when Dr. Reed was called because the people said, we called Dr. Reed, and Dr. Reed took the witness stand. The defense was silent on that issue and can't be heard to complain about it now. In terms of the other arguments, to the extent that these are arguments that I have already addressed, I stand by my rulings. So to the extent that it's just repeating the same arguments, I reject them for the same reasons I have rejected them before. As I explained in one of my previous orders, by definition almost, a court-appointed sanity examiner has to talk to the defendant about the offenses in question. Dr. Metzner did that, and I don't recall there being an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Metzner, but there's an objection with respect to that as it relates to Dr. Reed. The defense's expert did that, and obviously that was with the defense's consent. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, if we like what an expert ends up saying, or if we like the evaluation, then it's okay for the expert to talk to our client about the offenses in question. But if we don't like it, or we don't think it's favorable, then we're going to object to it and say it's unconstitutional. You can't have it both ways. And so there's nothing improper with Dr. Reed having talked to the defendant about the offenses in question. Of course he spoke to the defendant about the offenses in question. I asked him to do an evaluation and to determine whether Mr. Holmes was sane at the time of the commission of the act. He has to talk to him. He had to talk to him about the offenses in question. To the extent that there was an argument or an objection that was aimed at specific statements in the videotape, and that it's not just an objection to having Dr. Reed generally talk to the defendant about the offenses in question, those objections and those arguments are untimely. They should have been raised in motion D-264 small a. That motion, by the way, was a lengthy motion, and my order was a lengthy order, and I went through each objection in that motion, and based on my analysis, I order that the videotaped interview be redacted in some places. In other places, I ordered that it didn't need to be redacted. It didn't need to be redacted. To the extent that the objection is to specific questions or specific statements in that videotape, those are untimely. Those should have been raised in motion D-264A. And so to the extent that those are different than just a general objection to having Dr. Reed speaking to the defendant about the offenses, those arguments and objections are rejected as untimely and improperly raised as well. So for all those reasons, the motion for mistrial is denied as meritless. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. No, we're done. Thank you.
Motion denied, meritless, untimely. Nope, we're done. I wonder how the judge is feeling about this request. The second mistrial request by the defense denied this morning wasn't even really considered by the judge. And we're going to bring in 7 News legal analyst David Beller, and admittedly we're having some bandwidth problems with our camera in front of David right now, so if this doesn't work out too well, we'll get out of it. He may look a little Max Headroom at times, but we're hoping the audio is okay. So as it relates, David, to the mistrial request, first of all, was this a serious mistrial request, or is this simply for appeals purposes? Because I heard in the request by the defense that she specifically mentioned, I need to make the record complete for the appellate court if this goes to appeals. So was this really about stopping the trial right now, or is this about making a record to go back to a couple years from now?
Every single time, Marshall, that the defense says the words is for the Court of Appeals. And so by making a mistrial request and asking the court to start over, that is absolutely for the Court of Appeals. I mean, certainly you don't make such a request lightly. There is a hope on the part of the defense that the judge will actually entertain such a request. But I'm not sure that the defense realistically happen. It is absolutely for the purposes of appeals, and frankly, while it upset everybody, it's a proper objection. It doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with the defense, but it does mean that it was proper for the defense to have made the objection.
To let everybody know, we're keeping David's audio up, but because that seemed a bit distracting on the video side, we're going to keep me on the screen while you hear from David, and we're fighting through it, but we could get most of that answer, David. Or I could blame it on everybody watching at home. Check with your local provider because our feed is great. I'm just kidding. This is the second mistrial request. The judge seemed very upset, David. Where do you balance this? Well, I guess let me back up first. The judge said this was untimely, that this should have been raised before Dr. Reed even took the stand and the video even began. Take me through that from an attorney standpoint. What does that mean? If they're objecting to things that were said in the video, why would that objection need to have been made before the video played at all instead of at the time that it was playing?
So objections are required to be what are called contemporaneous. In other words, either before or at the time that the evidence is being introduced, the objection is required to have been made. When the judge says that it is untimely, he's doing that less from a rule perspective, and he's doing that more from a professionalism standpoint, ease of the trial, his own ability to be able to consider the evidence. So what he's saying basically is that the horse is already out of the stall. You can't put it back in. The defense did not object to this in a way or in a time that would have allowed him to actually have been able to consider it. With that said, it's clear that the defense didn't think about the objection or failed to make the objection either days or in certain circumstances weeks or even months prior. And so this is the judge expressing frustration with the defense, but the defense attorneys, as soon as they realized that there was an objection to be made, should have made it, and even in this case, if it was late, it was proper, even though it was a mistake timeliness-wise, it was certainly proper for them to have made the objection.
Do you run the risk of anything, clearly this wasn't in front of the jury, but you're upsetting the judge, does that matter?
You know, it probably doesn't matter. These are individuals, the attorneys and the judge, that frankly, this is not a 9-to-5 job. These are individuals who are working easily 16 to 18 hours per day, much more than what the public ever sees. And so there's going to be times where everybody gets a little bit testy, where the judge gets annoyed and downright snappy with lawyers, and the lawyers are going to be the same with each other and also with the court. It's purely a part of coping with the stress that they're going through. But is there a concern that the defense is going to be alienating or upsetting the judge? From a human level, certainly that's a concern, but from a procedural and a legal level, no. The attorneys are required to say the words objection. The attorneys are required to make their objections known to the court, and even at the risk of potentially upsetting the judge.
David, I hope you can hear this part. I want to play for you real quickly the admonition that the judge has said to the jury over and over, and you've likely heard this in the court dozens, if not more times. I've heard this now throughout the course of the last 5 days of watching this video. I'm a little unclear still what it means, although in the last reference to this just before lunch, the judge kind of clarified. But real quickly, I just want to play the admonition that the judge reads to the jury and have you explain it to me, because I sit there listening to it like, I don't know what he's saying. So first, we'll play it for you, and then I'll ask questions on the backside.
Before we continue, I want to remind you again that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues that are raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements or questions by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. With those instructions in mind, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1009.
Now, David, the last time he referenced that just before lunch, and that was actually after the morning recess. But just before lunch, he kind of clarified in that it's only meant to be taken into account when determining his insanity. But I'll let you explain. When I hear it's a limited purpose, I feel like the jury's being asked to disconnect some things from other things, and it's just not being explained in English terms, it's being explained in legalese. What are they being told?
Yeah, Marshall, leave it to lawyers to really sort of confuse what is otherwise a relatively easy concept. And so what's happening here is that, Mr. Holmes, of course, has a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. He does not need to get on the stand, and he does not need to testify. And the fact that he does not testify cannot be used against him. Well, couple his right to silence with the fact that we are now showing a video to the jury of him confessing to the crime. And so what the judge is saying to the jury is that this particular video of Mr. Holmes speaking is to be viewed only for the purpose of determining whether or not Mr. Holmes was sane or insane at the time, and ultimately is not to be used as evidence that Mr. Holmes is in fact the person who walked into the theater, who opened fire, who ultimately killed all of these individuals. That still, regardless of the fact that James Holmes is actually telling the jury this through this video, that's still something that the prosecution has to prove independent of this video. So in other words, the video and the statements of Mr. Holmes is purely for the purpose of examining his sanity and not for the truth of what Mr. Holmes is actually saying to Dr. Reed regarding his acts or what he did on that day.
And I want to wrap up with going backwards to what we were just talking about when it comes to the mistrial request. How much of what we hear throughout this case by the defense is strictly for a record, for something to take to an appellate court at a later time?
Anything that the defense, is saying to the judge outside of the presence of the jury, and any time the defense says the word objection, they are speaking to a court of appeals. And I say the defense, but the reality is it goes both ways. The prosecution is also at the same time trying to insulate the court, trying to protect any sort of bad verdict. At the same time, the defense is trying really hard to poke holes in that verdict. So both sides, both attorneys, and frankly the judge are all speaking to the Court of Appeals.
David Beller, 7 News legal analyst, thank you for fighting through the technical difficulties and explaining some of the legalese that had us a bit confused this morning, although the judge made it pretty apparent why that mistrial was never even taken seriously once it was requested. We'll hope to fix the feed to be able to see you as well as hear you coming up after the end of today. Thanks, David Beller. So we're in a shortened lunch today, probably another 40 minutes or so before they're back from their lunch break. And what we want to do, instead of replaying any more of this video that's been in the court since Thursday, we want to, again, make a point to remember the people impacted as a result of why we're here in the first place. So we're going to replay a compilation of sound from the first responders, the police that responded to the theater, and some of the survivor sound that you heard over the first 5 weeks of the trial. Here we are in week 6, and it has been every day so far video and direct examination with Dr. William Reed. So just a recap and a reminder of what this the people impacted as a result of this shooting, and we'll see you back around 1:05, and if this is still going on when court gets back in session, we'll be sure to get you there live.
Were you aware of whether or not they transported her?
I was aware of the way they looked at me, that she had probably died, and they did transport her to Children's Hospital.
Did you ever learn who that child was?
Yes.
And who was she?
It was a little girl named Veronica Mosier.
After you had taken Veronica Mosier, and she also known as Veronica Mosier Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am.
After you had taken her outside, what did you do?
After I placed her on the pram of the ambulance, I turned around and went back to the theater, at which point I encountered 2 girls carrying a teenaged black boy who had been shot in the leg. And I said, "Can I help you girls?" And they gave him to me, and I carried him over to where a fire engine was. And I set him with other wounded people next to the fire engine.
And then I decided I needed to get inside that theater right now, because people were still coming out and yelling, help, help, help. He's shooting, he's shooting.
How did you enter the theater?
Through the rear exit door, emergency exit door.
As you were going through that emergency exit door, what did you observe?
I could see trails of blood, lots amount of blood. Leading up to that back of that door, I then saw a AR-type rifle, a machine gun type rifle, had the magazine in it, and it was basically the barrel was pointing in a southeast direction. It is laying on the ground there.
Are you familiar with assault rifles?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with an M16?
Correct.
Does the AR style rifle look like an M16?
Yes, exactly.
What was the footing like at this area outside of the theater?
I stepped over the rifle to enter that exit door, and I almost fell down. I wasn't sure what happened until I looked down and realized it was the amount of blood that I slipped in and almost fell in. There was so much blood.
Once you got into the theater, what did you see?
There's like a small hallway, and it felt like forever going through that. And I know it's probably only feet. Once I got through to it, it opened up into the theater. On my right was the screen, and on my left was all the seating. There was some, seating above and some other seating, and then you had the floor and the theater to my right, the actual screen. It was absolute. It was horrendous. It was a nightmare.
Overruled?
It looked like a war scene.
No, he's describing what he saw. This is his observation. Overruled. The objection has been overruled, Ms. Brady. Ms. Pearson, ask your next question, please.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear some type of alarm going off and cell phones. I remember the cell phones. After seeing what I saw, you could hear cell phones, and I wanted to pick them up and answer them. But I didn't have time, and you can't. But it was hard.
Were you aware of tear gas in the theater?
Yeah, as soon as I entered, my lips, my nose, my eyes started stinging, which is common with tear gas.
Were there people still in the theater, patrons?
Yes, there were several people in the theater, officers, patrons, victims, people who were dead.
What was going on in the theater at that time? What were people doing?
Screaming, yelling, crawling. Other people were trying to help the others that needed more help, trying to get them out of the theater. Officers were trying to help people get out of the theater by carrying, by dragging, by having them crawl.
Do you have any sense of how many officers were in the theater at that time?
I couldn't tell you. 5, 6 that I remember.
Any sense of how many patrons were still in the theater?
I want to say a couple dozen.
What kinds of injuries specifically did you see as you looked around the theater?
Lots of trauma, such as, holes in legs, holes in arms. People were shot in the face and the head. Chunks of flesh and skin were just missing. Some were absolutely unrecognizable. Just a whole variety of different types of injuries.
Did you take action yourself to try to assist the people who were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Going back on my fire paramedic training, I decided to start checking to see if people were alive or who we could, get out of here, who was actually mobile. So I started going around checking pulses and breathing and talking to people.
How did you do that? Did you walk around the theater?
Walked around the theater, assessing bodies that I saw on the ground.
Did you walk up the stairs into the stadium seating?
Yes.
What did you do to try to help the people that you were finding that could be helped?
Some, you would check for a pulse and couldn't find anything. Breathing, couldn't find anything. The ones that you found, I would try and sit up or at least roll on their side so they wouldn't aspirate on their own blood and vomit and whatever else was happening. Some you just knew were dead, and there was no point in checking.
At the point that you had entered the theater, had you seen any fire trucks behind the theater?
No.
Were there any firefighters in the theater?
No.
When you were finding people that could be helped, what did you physically do with them?
So it was so chaotic. I remember checking most ones I checked were dead. I remember, of course, the one that I will always remember is the little girl. I had to step over her because I knew she was gone and continue on, which is absolutely the hardest thing I had to do. But going back on my training, I had to save the ones that I knew I could try and save. So with the absolute knowing that this was far beyond what we're capable of, I exited the theater and I got a hold of Sergeant Redford. I said, we need to start getting these people to the hospital now.
And what did you do?
I went to my patrol car. I emptied it out what I could to make more room for as many people as I could put in there. I got into it. I drove it up to the rear of the exit and I started loading people into my car.
Do you recall the kinds of people that you put into your car on this trip?
A couple of them, yes. On the first trip, yes.
How many trips did you ultimately make?
4.
And 4 trips to hospitals?
4 trips to hospitals.
Did you go to more than one hospital during that time?
2 separate hospitals.
How many people did you transport?
6.
When you got your car to the back, was somebody put into your car?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of injuries that person had?
They were bringing out a female that was shot in the head and I believe in the leg.
Did they put her into your patrol car?
Yeah, I helped open my door, and then I went around the other side to pull her inside. And that's when I remember Officer Williams, I was just telling him I need to hold her airway. You just drive. So he got in the seat of my car and drove us to the hospital.
Did you get, where did you get into the car?
In the back with her.
Which hospital did you go to?
We went to University.
Is that the one that's down on Colfax?
Yes.
What was that trip to the hospital like?
It seemed like it took forever. I was just trying to hold her airway. She kept gagging for breaths, and it just took forever.
Did you ever learn who that woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Yes, it was Jessica Gowie.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
There were people there already. They came out and we helped load her onto a stretcher, and then as they took her inside, I just got back with Officer Williams and said, we need to get back there. So we went back to the theater.
What did you see when you got back to the theater?
It was hard to get back in to the theater. I believe we almost parked at the same spot and walked back into the back side of the theater. There was still a lot of people around.
Crime in progress or life-threatening emergency?
There's been a shooting.
Okay, is this the Century 16 theater shooting?
Yes.
Do you know anybody who's been shot?
Yes, I do.
Okay, who's been shot? Who do you know that's been shot?
My two cousins.
Okay, where are they right now?
They're on the floor of the store.
Are they breathing? Ma'am, do you know if they're breathing and do you know if they're conscious?
One of them's not breathing.
Neither one of them are breathing?
One of them is breathing.
Okay, the one that's not breathing, I need you to go up to him and... Is he laying on the ground? Okay, is he on the floor on a hard flat surface?
They're on a hard surface.
Okay, remove anything from under his head and kneel by his side.
What?
Kneel by his side and remove anything from under his head.
I can't. They're in between the chairs.
Okay, which theater are you in?
I'm number 9. I'm in number 9.
Okay, do you see any officers near you?
No, there's not. None.
Okay, I need you to go to your cousin that is not breathing and go by his side and kneel.
Okay.
Place your hands on his forehead and the fingertips of your other hand under his chin. Push down his forehead and lift up under his chin until his head tilts back and the chin points up.
I can't hear you. The movie is so loud.
Okay, I need you to look into his mouth. Do you see anything in his mouth?
Do I see anything on the ground?
In his mouth.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
Okay, ma'am, that's okay. Can you put your ear to his mouth and see if he's breathing?
He's not. I'm the only one that says that he's not.
Okay, his chest is not moving and he's not breathing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, we need to start chest compressions. I'm going to walk through the steps. Are you ready?
What?
We need to start chest compressions, and I will walk you through the steps. We need to start CPR. Ma'am, we need to start CPR. I can tell you how to do it, okay? I'm going to walk you through the steps.
What?
I'm going to walk you through the steps of CPR.
I can't hear you.
Okay, is there an officer next to you? Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
We need to start CPR on your cousin, okay? Okay, I can tell you how to perform the CPR, but I need you to listen, okay?
There's nobody here.
Ma'am.
There's no gunman. There's no gun.
Ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am? Ma'am, I have help on the way, but I need you to listen to me, okay?
Okay.
Kneel next to your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. Ma'am. 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 I need you to start CPR on your cousin. Can you hear me? I will walk you through how to perform CPR. Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Hello, ma'am? I understand that, and I need your cousin who's been shot and is not breathing. We need to perform CPR on him. I cannot hear you, ma'am. The police are with you? Okay, speak with the police.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye. 911, where's your emergency?
The cinema, Century 16 in Aurora. Aurora, section 16.
Okay, we have multiple officers and fire department there. Do you have somebody injured?
Yeah,
Tell me what's going on.
I don't know. I just see people. The lights are on. I see people injured. I need to go. Please come get us out of here, please. There's no one. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, where are you? Are you in the theater?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what theater are you in?
I think, let me look at my ticket real quick. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It is, house 9, it says.
Okay, you're in theater number 9?
Yes.
Okay, are there still gunshots? Do you still hear gunshots?
No, everything is quiet now. Some people are being able to leave, but people are come. I'm scared.
Okay, just remain inside the theater. If you're safe there, just remain inside the theater. What is your name?
My name is Chichi Pro. I'm here with my husband, too, Derek Pro.
Okay, are both of you okay? Is there anybody around you injured?
I know my husband is okay, and I don't know about anyone else, but I think there are some people injured. Someone in front of me, and like someone on my side.
Okay, did you hear gunshots or fireworks?
I saw fireworks.
Saw fireworks?
Yeah, that's what I saw.
Okay. We do, like I said, we have multiple officers on scene and the fire department is on the way with paramedics, so just remain in there. If you're safe there, just remain there, and they will come and get you. Is where you are full of smoke?
Yeah, I'm choking. I'm just crouching on the floor.
Okay, say that again. I can't hear you.
We're crouching on the floor.
Okay, and is there a lot of smoke in there?
Yeah, there's choking. Please send help. I think there are people injured. Please send help.
Like I said, we have there's multiple officers on scene, and the fire department is standing by, so we're getting them in there as quickly as we can. They have to secure the scene first, so just remain there. They'll get the fire department in there.
Send someone here. Please, send someone here.
Ma'am, can you actually see anyone that's injured around you?
The police have come in.
The police are there?
Yes, I'm fine. Stay down.
Got onto my back. We got the tourniquet on, and Denise would lay down right next to me, laying down as flat as she can, and Brandon was on top of her.
Did Brandon try to do anything to tend to your leg wound?
He looked, and he actually was pushing the muscles and tissues that were hanging out of my calf and tried to push it back into my leg.
Are you on your back now?
Yes.
And describe for us, if you would, again, using this jury as the screen. Is your head facing to your right, their left, or the other way?
They were facing to my right. The seats were just to my left.
And where was your head pointed versus your feet?
My head was pointing towards the back of into the aisle, but towards the seating.
You have any idea at that time what's going on around you with the other people?
During all of the screams, there was a point where I can see between the seats. You can see the theater, and I saw a figure between the seats. I had to assume that it had to be the shooter from his stance, and that I can tell that he was carrying a weapon across his chest.
Could you tell, based on your experience with the M16, if that weapon was about that same shape and size as what you recall?
During the time, I couldn't say if it was a M16 or any sort of a other weapon, but I can tell it had a long barrel.
Okay, like an M16.
Yes.
You said you could see between the seats. If you would, for us, can you hold your hands up in front of your eye to give us some idea of the spacing that you were looking through?
Spacing is very narrow, which I would probably give myself maybe this much of viewing distance between the seats.
Now you're holding up your hands there, and I'm going to ask you to guesstimate. I hate doing this, but if you had to put a measurement on that distance, what would it be?
I would say a few inches.
Okay. As you're laying back there, you're looking through the seats, you see this figure, and I'll ask you to describe that figure in a moment. What's going through your mind?
At the time, I believe the figure, he was walking around, and I can see him pointing the gun in a circular motion that looked like he was searching for more people.
Are you scared?
Yes, and terribly scared.
What are you thinking?
My thought process was that he was searching for other people and that he was going to start going row by row, and he was going to, anybody that he would see in that row that was still moving, he would shoot.
This is your fear?
Yes.
Here's what I'm going to ask for you, sir, first. Two things. And we're going to have to do this, I think, twice to get the jury. Would you indicate for us where you and Denise and Brandon were sitting? And then the next thing I want you to indicate, and you can speak into the mic, is tell us where you saw that figure moving around, okay?
So, Brandon?
You're good.
So, the best of my recollection is that Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here, as close as we can to the middle of the seats. The figure that I saw was in this general facility here, the flattest part of right next to the entrance and the exits of the theater.
We'll do it one more time, all right, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize for this. Sir, would you do that again for us?
So Brandon, Denise, and myself were sitting in this general facility here of the theater seats. And the figure that I saw was in this area here, closest to the exit and to the entrance of the theater.
Thank you. Go ahead, grab it. Can I have that microphone? Because here's what I want to ask you to do. I want you to treat your cane, if you could, like the weapon that you saw that figure holding. If you can, and I don't know if you can move like this, can you show the jury how that figure was patrolling around this area there?
Yes, sir. Judge, I would
Go ahead, sir.
So if my cane is the weapon, I can see him with the gun holstered up to his chest, and he was pointing down to the ground, looking for other people.
Okay. Thank you.
I remember that, sorry, I just need a minute. I remember that there were, the exit door actually opened again, and there were cops at the door that time, and they were yelling and screaming at us to come out of the exit door. Sorry.
Nope, take your time. And what do you remember after the cops told you to come through the exit door?
Well, I told Ashley that we had to make a decision, you know, I could stay or go, but because I was so pregnant, I had to save our unborn child because I thought Caleb was going to die, and I thought to myself, that's going to be the last piece of him that I have to save him. So I grabbed Caleb's hand, and he actually squeezed my hand, and I told him that I loved him and that I would take care of our baby if he didn't make it.
And what do you remember after that?
We ran towards the exit, and we jumped over people that were laying on the ground. I don't know if they were alive or not, but we jumped over their bodies, and we ran to the exit, and I was wearing flip-flops, so I remember as we were running out the exit door that I slipped in blood, and the cop actually caught me because it was a lot of blood.
And so what happened when you were sitting out on the curb?
They started to bring injured out. The cops started to pull people out onto the sidewalk. And some people they started to load into the car. I remember them loading one girl and they said, I don't think that she's going to make it. I don't think she's going to make it to the hospital.
And what do you remember after that?
I remember that they pulled Caleb out onto the sidewalk and that I could see that he was still breathing, but they had to lay him on his face because of all the blood that was just pouring, and so they didn't want him to aspirate.
And then what happened to Caleb when he was out there on the sidewalk?
We actually got moved before we were able to see him loaded anywhere. I had no idea what had happened to him at that time.
So they didn't let you stay with your husband on the sidewalk?
We stayed on the curb for just a few minutes, enough for me to talk to Jansen. She had come out and she sat next to me and she told me that I think my boyfriend is dead. She's like, I'm pretty sure that he's dead. And I hugged her because I didn't know what else to do. We were all just in shock, not believing this was happening. And so I put my arm around her, and I remember that when I took my arm off her, that there were chunks of blood and of him on me.
And what do you remember after that?
The cop who was with us told us that we had to move out of the location where we were at because they were worried that there was a bomb in a car right near where we were sitting.
And where did they take you after that?
They took us to, it was more towards like the front of the building, but at the back of the parking lot. And that was the last time I saw Caleb at that time for many hours.
And did you know what had happened to Caleb at that point in time?
No.
So what do you remember next after lying on the floor in the theater?
We stayed there on the floor. I remember thinking, I was looking back towards the right side, towards the aisle, and just thinking to myself, if someone comes up the aisle, I have to do something. And I was like, I'm going to die. That's what I was thinking the entire time, laying there on the floor. We laid there, and we laid there until we were told to get up. I stayed down even when the lights came on, and they basically had to say, if you're not hurt, get up and get out of the theater. That's when I got up, is when they told us to get up.
What did you see when you got up?
I seen Jesse laying there. I started yelling his name, and I shook him, and I tried to pick him up. I could not pick him up, and I just kept yelling. They once again had to tell us to get out of the theater. And when you were leaving, you saw bodies around. And right when going out of the exit, you saw like rounds on the ground going out of the exit when they took us out of the exit into the parking lot.
What exactly were you saying when you were yelling Jesse's name?
I was yelling his name, Jesse, and shaking him. Like I said, I really tried to pick him up. I could not. And it was one of the big things stands out in my mind, that I could not pick him up. I wanted him to come out with us.
And you said when you were exiting, you saw some bodies. Do you know if those people were alive or dead at the time?
I don't know. I don't.
Mr. Sproul, sometimes you trail off. I'm going to ask you to speak right into the microphone, otherwise people can't hear you, okay?
Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or dead.
And then you also said you saw some rounds. What do you mean
Yes.
what do you mean by that?
The casings from the bullets, I saw them when we were leaving out of that, through that area, that exit area, out into the parking lot.
Who were you able to leave the theater with?
I was able to leave with my wife, Chi-Chi, and Moni. We all were able to walk out.
Was Jesse able to leave with you?
No, Jesse could not leave with us.
What happened when you got outside of the theater?
Saw a lot of chaos. I saw the Aurora police being awesome. They were in charge. You know, they were separating everybody, attending to people. They wanted me to check myself, see if I got shot because I had so much blood on me. There was blood all over the pavement leading out. I saw the auto rifle on the ground, and like the biggest thing that stand out honestly was what Aurora police did. Like the police were awesome.
Now, after you got outside the theater, what happened to you and your wife and Moni?
Moni was separated from us. We spoke to her. She told us that she was shot. She was waiting in the hand, and that she was waiting for a transport. They took us away, and I believe they were separating us into other groups of people who had family members that were injured and so forth, and then they took us to Gateway High School. Yes.
What do you remember while you were down on the ground?
I remember hearing screaming and loud noises. I would imagine the gun, and just smelling the gunpowder, and that's it.
Now, at any point in time, did you hear your wife say anything to you about what happened to her?
Yes. I believe she said I got shot in the head.
Now, could you see the injuries of anyone else around you?
No.
So while you're down on the ground, you're hearing all of these things. What are you thinking?
I don't want to die.
Can you say that again?
I don't want to die.
So what do you remember after that when you're down on the ground?
After that, while I was in the ground, I remember getting shot. I don't know where. I just felt pressure in my entire body, and I started getting really hot.
Did you do or say anything as a result of getting shot at that point in time?
No, I kept quiet because if he were to go up the stairs, I wanted to pretend like I was dead.
What do you remember doing after that?
Once Eugene said, "Let's get up," and we got up, and I took a step, and I completely collapsed.
And where were you when you completely collapsed? Was this in your same aisle?
Yes, in the same aisle right in front of my seat.
Did you tell why you were collapsing at that point in time?
Yes, I collapsed because my leg was shot. I looked at it, and I knew it got shot there, so I thought my bone was just broken.
So what'd you do after you collapsed to the ground?
I pulled myself up with my arms and started hopping on my left leg.
And were you able to get out of your row while you were doing that?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to get out of the theater?
Like I said, I hopped down. I was grabbing the side bars that are down the stairs, and then we looked for the emergency exit in the back.
Were you able to find it?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to that area of the theater?
After we got out of the emergency exit, I fell down and I couldn't get up.
Were you able to ever get the assistance of anyone to get up?
Yes. My friend, Jonathan Luke, helped me, and a stranger that came out of the theater with us helped me as well.
Where did they take you?
They took me to the end of the building.
And what happened when you got to the end of the building?
I collapsed again and I couldn't get up.
Could you see at that point in time your injuries?
Yes.
What could you observe?
That a large portion of my leg was missing.
Did you notice anything else at that point in time?
No.
Could you tell if you had been injured in any other locations at that point in time?
Okay. Yes, I felt like my back was burning, and I was thinking that I'd been shot in my back as well.
Now, what happened while you were out on that sidewalk? Do you recall if anyone came to assist you?
Yes, there was a lady, I don't recall her name, she said she was a nurse, and she took my wife's shirt and wrapped it around my leg
And why was she doing that?
to try to stop the bleeding.
Now, at any point in time, did any medical personnel come to assist you?
Yes, eventually a fireman.
At some point, I remember feeling like a sting go across my thigh, and hearing like little beads like bouncing all around me, and I remember Jasmine letting out this screech and screaming for her mom.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled?
And I was just telling her, I was like, you have to calm down. And I kept telling myself that somebody's going to stop this, like this is going to stop. And when it wasn't stopping, I started thinking to myself, how am I going to get the two of them to be quiet so that we could play dead? And then I remember hearing people say, run. And I looked down the aisle and I didn't see, I already seen that Bryson and Tony and Annalise were going. And so I got up and I calmly grabbed my purse from underneath the seat, and I grabbed my son's hand, and we started walking towards the left aisle. And at some point, I lost Armando's hand. He kind of just went. And I got towards the end of the aisle, and I stepped down that first step, and I looked back, and I was yelling for Jasmine to run. And I was just screaming. I was like, run, Jasmine, run. And I looked, and I saw her holding her legs, and I couldn't understand why she wasn't going. And so I turned around, and I turned around and I looked down, and I see these hands, and they're waving up at me like in a motion like this. And I grab the person's hands and I lock them, and I pull the person, and I think it was a male, because when I put my hand on his shoulder it felt like strong. And I pulled him in between the seats, and I bent down and I said, are you okay? And then I looked up and I didn't see my kids, and I panicked. And then I went in to get up, I saw a woman laying there on the steps, and she appeared to be deceased with some head trauma. And so I hopped over, I had to step over her, and I kind of stopped for a minute, and I kind of looked, because I was still not really sure what was going on. And I remember seeing like the reflection of the blood against the movie on the rail, where how there's steps that go up, and there's the rail seating. And I can remember seeing the reflection of the blood shining off of that, and people and arms and yelling. And when I kind of did, I scanned down, I could see people on the floor seats. They were looking up from underneath their seats at me. And I remember just thinking, okay, where's the kids? And then I looked to go down, and I see a male that appeared to be deceased at the bottom of the stairs, and I jumped over him, and I proceeded to go out the left exit out to the lobby. And when I left the lobby doors, I looked around and I saw people that they were just standing there, and I didn't understand, and I was just screaming at them to run. And I remember running out the lobby doors, and I was screaming. I was like, Armando, Anna. And I see Annalise, she's standing there right in front of the doors next to a tree. And she's like, Mom, Mom. And then I start screaming for Armando, and he comes running out from the right side. There was like a brick partition wall. He come running from behind there. And so we get together.
But I looked at Craig, and I knew something was really wrong when I looked at Craig.
Why did you know something was really wrong when you looked at Craig?
Because his face was, it was covered in blood, and I could tell that Alex had been hit in the head because of what else was on his face.
And what else was on Craig's face?
It was sorry.
Okay, take a moment.
The flesh of Alex. I don't know how else.
So after you see Craig and you see that, what do you do?
I didn't want to leave. Craig was reaching his hand out to me and telling me to go, and the people behind me were telling me to go too, and I didn't want to leave him there.
So what'd you do?
I told Craig no at first, and he said, no, we have to go. We have to go. And so I grabbed Craig's hand, but I grabbed Alex's hand too. I wanted to take him. I wanted to try and take him with me.
Were you able to take him with you?
No. I had to run out with Craig holding his hand, and I had to drop Alex's hand.
At some point, there was a loud and forceful something that hit nearby. It felt like something hit the seat really, really hard. And I saw Alex slump to the ground. Amanda started screaming his name and shaking him. It was about then that obviously I realized what was going on at that point, that there's gunfire, and I don't know whether consciously or subconsciously I knew that Alex was dead and that we had to get out of there. I grabbed Amanda and said, we need to get out of here, and we ran out.
So while you were outside of the theater, did someone alert you to the fact that maybe you had some injuries?
Yes, while we were out in the parking lot, I kind of had sat Caitlin and Amanda down on a curb somewhere, and I kept going out to try to find someone who could
Back on the record, this is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Eagan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Brockler, I understand that you've come up with a new system to improve the audio on the recording.
I don't want to take credit till I know if it works. If it does, then it will be my idea.
Okay.
But I think the court can see we've got a couple speakers set up, pointed at the jury. There's also a microphone strategically placed inside of what appears to be a rubber gloves box, pointed and at such a place that I think, and we've tested in here, that I think it's still hearable, all the words, but it reduces down some of the white noise. If the court disagrees at any point, I'll keep watching the court early on. If you want to take a break and go back to the old system, we can do it, Judge.
All right, we'll do that. And just for the record, the court system here in the courtroom is actually a high-quality system. It's just that when you're playing a CD on a computer, on a laptop, it's centralized, so it's going to sound a lot better. But when you then play it in our system, it's going to pick up all the sounds from that recording, and that's what's happening. It picks up all the background noise because it's a high-quality system. So in any event, we'll try it this way. If either side wants to stop, just let me know. Give me a sign. Mr. King, same thing for you. Just give me a gesture, and then we'll stop and take a break, okay? Is there anything that we need to take up at this time on behalf of the people, Mr. Brockler? On behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Be seated. Try not to assault each other, folks. I was just mentioning yesterday about how you're getting along, and I appreciated that. Welcome back. The records should reflect the jury's back in the courtroom. Members of the jury, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. In a moment, the prosecution is going to resume publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. Before that happens, however, I'm going to remind you once again that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. With that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed. I I will dim the lights.
Under what circumstances might he not be a wronger? Having cut off your leg in an effort to kill you.
He had to do it.
He had to do it to what?
If he had to cut off my leg for some reason or another, or else there were other consequences to not doing it.
What if he was simply trying to kill you and didn't succeed? And he was trying to kill you in order to get a point for himself?
What do you mean by a point?
The same kind of points that you mean.
Value?
Yes.
Then he wouldn't be wrong.
He would not be wrong. Okay. What do you think you, the victim in this scenario, would do or feel with regard to the person that tried to kill you and you lost a leg?
Probably want vengeance.
Probably what?
Want vengeance.
Okay. Do you think you'd think that he was a wronger? From your victim viewpoint?
Maybe for what he did in that specific case, but that doesn't mean he's generally a wronger.
Okay. Let me carry just a little bit further. Your philosophy is strongly held. Your belief is strongly held.
Yeah.
And somebody tries to kill you and you lose the leg. Speculating, I guess. Do you think your belief would cause you to look him in the eye and say, I lost the leg, I'm sorry I lost the leg, but you're not a wronger?
Why would he apologize?
What?
Why would he apologize?
No, I'm talking about you looking him in the eye and saying, no matter what, he's being silent, but you hold your belief strongly, as you've described. Do you think you could, realistically speaking, say, you tried to kill me, I lost my leg, but I don't believe you're a wronger?
Yeah, I think he used to do that.
Okay. It reminds me a little bit of the Christian beliefs, in which one of the tests of it is, do you believe it enough to go and be crucified in the Inquisition or something like that? It's reminiscent of other people's strong beliefs. At least my questions are.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense or not. It makes sense to me.
People held strong beliefs in the Inquisition, but would change them after torture and stuff.
You think you'd change yours after torture?
Yeah.
Think you'd change it after you lost the leg?
No.
And that's all hypothetical. I understand that.
Okay.
Although about 5 sentences down, you have another question here. Do you believe in forgiveness? I don't know whether the you is you or who the you is. Tell me about forgiveness.
That's where you, I guess, I was going to say you forgive somebody, but that's certain.
What does forgiveness do?
reestablishes the balance of justice.
And you've used the word balance a couple of times, yeah.
Or equality.
If you're the wronged person, does forgiveness do anything for you?
It makes the situation equal again.
I get to a page titled The Destruction Law.
Yeah.
Tell me about the destruction law as you were thinking about it.
It's kind of the opposite of a society or societal law, where like instead of trying to build and increase the population in a society, they're decreasing the population in efforts to destroy everything.
And what's the premise of that? What's the purpose or the foundation or the reason for that one might
Just
do
to
that?
eliminate mankind.
Tell me more about eliminating mankind. What does that do? Where does it come from?
On the destruction law, every 2 people you kill, you're allowed to have 1 child, so it increases the incentive to be destructive, and people who don't kill people can't have any children.
Do you recall kind of the frame of mind or what you were thinking about when you wrote this page?
It's kind of like an alternative to nuclear winter.
And I take it there's something positive about the destruction law, or am I misunderstanding? That that's a good thing under some circumstance?
The positive is it eliminates mankind and all problems associated with living.
I guess I could look at it one way and think about population control.
Right.
But I think you're saying eliminate mankind altogether. Is that right?
Right, and you do it through this population control, increasing destruction.
And you have a little reward for people who do murders. That is, they can have children of their own if they want to.
Right.
According to what you've written. And tell me why the elimination of mankind is something to be accomplished.
Because there's no purpose or reason for mankind to exist.
Why does that make it important to destroy it?
So the problem of that purpose is solved.
The problem of that purpose? What problem of that purpose?
The problem of not having a purpose is solved.
Okay. From our viewpoint, there's no purpose in Jupiter either.
Okay.
So should we just destroy it?
Destroying Jupiter won't solve any and all problems. No.
But it has no purpose anyway. What problems does mankind create?
War, famine, disease.
Okay. And those are differences between mankind and Jupiter. I'll certainly give you that.
Right.
It sounds like you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that mankind causes wars. Destroying mankind will end wars. And that's a good thing.
Right.
Are you saying that anyone who's affected by a war is automatically to be destroyed or needs to be destroyed? There are no innocents, if you will, or no benign or neutral or innocent folks involved in the wars?
Well, not everybody's involved with wars.
But you're willing to wipe out mankind to eliminate wars.
And all the other problems.
And all the other problems. What I don't hear you saying is, let's wipe out all the warmongers.
Well, it's kind of human nature almost to fall back to wars and violence when there's no solution.
So, in the end, everybody's a warmonger? And if you destroy them all, then you're assured of destroying all the warmongers?
Well, they're not necessarily warmongers, but everybody has problems and has to live life as a struggle.
Once again, going back to some of the things we've talked about before, it doesn't sound like you're talking about this as something that you do in anger.
No, there's no anger to it.
Okay. Because we talked, I think, about ways in which you hate mankind.
Right. Kind of
or hated mankind.
Aversive versus aggressive.
Okay. The broccoli versus...
Even though I actually like broccoli.
Okay. Okra, something else?
Oh, Brussels sprouts.
Brussels sprouts, okay. It's interesting to me, please correct me if I'm wrong, there seems to be a distinct separation and non-relationship between to use your words, hatred of mankind, which you sometimes describe as aversion to mankind, on the one hand, and quite separate, the destroying of mankind.
No, destroying doesn't come out of the hatred.
I understand. Does the destroying at all, in any way, come out of the aversion or hatred of mankind? Even the aversion, let me use your word aversion, even though we both understand that you've used the word hatred before. But you've said hatred means aversion of, like hatred of Brussels sprouts.
Right.
If I'm tracking right.
Right.
Okay. Is there any connection between that concept, which has been with you for a long time, decades, and the wish or need or logic of destroying mankind?
There might be some incentive there.
I'm sorry?
There might be some incentive there.
Tell me about that.
Well, because I'm averse to mankind, I don't want to have to deal with people. So one way is to get rid of them.
And we've talked a bit about there are ways to not be around them.
One way is to be solitary in jail.
Even though you still have to deal with them a little bit.
Right, they bring meals and stuff.
There are ways to be much more isolated outside of jail.
True, yeah.
So the concept of, not to trivialize it, of destroying all the Brussels sprouts in the world, then you would never have to look at another Brussels sprout. You wouldn't have to look at a can of Brussels sprouts in the supermarket.
Right.
Is that getting akin to it? Is that analogous at all?
it's an option.
Or am I just making a really, is the analogy pretty much falling apart here?
No, that makes sense.
The end result is that you become one way or another isolated from mankind. The end result, I'm sorry, the end result of the shooting.
Right.
Either in an isolation type cell or deceased.
Right.
That purpose in the shooting is quite different from another purpose that you've mentioned, and that is to keep yourself from killing yourself.
Right, there's two separate things.
Any other pieces of the killing, of the motivation for the killing?
I can't think of one.
To keep yourself from killing yourself.
Right.
And to end up somewhere
Minimal human interaction.
with minimal human interaction. Does it occur to you that they're both kind of selfish motivations?
Yeah, because it doesn't take the other person's perspective into account.
They're both to make you feel better in some way.
Yeah.
On the same destruction law page, ultraception comes up once more, only the arrows go in a confusing direction for me. Ultraception, dilated pupils, and more light. But the arrows are going that way, as if more light leads to dilated pupils, leads to ultraception. I would have thought the arrows would have gone the opposite way. Does that make sense, or can you explain that?
I don't remember what that means.
Okay. Well, actually, I'm reading that a little bit erroneously. More light in eye. Okay. It sounds like you were wondering, one of the things you may have been wondering about is your dilated pupils.
Yeah, because I had them going into jail before I got on medications. I don't know what they came from.
I look at your booking photograph. At least I think it's your booking photograph. It's one that they use in the newspaper and stuff like that. With the jumpsuit on and the yellow or orange hair. Your pupils are not particularly dilated in that. Maybe a little bit, but not that much. Roughly where they are today.
Alright.
Just kind of interesting. And by the way, your pulse when I took it was not as fast as it was when you were over at the hospital.
Well, maybe because I'm more used to jail.
I was going to ask if you feel in some way a little more at ease.
Could be.
In jail, maybe a little more used to me.
Could be that too.
Hey, I'm a friendly guy, right?
Yeah.
There's some pages about math and geometry and waves and stuff like that that I'd love to talk with you more about. But here's a page that says, identifying the philosophers, a.k.a. insanes. Does that ring a bell about what you might have been thinking a couple of years ago?
Yeah, I remember some of them. It was about true or false questions.
Yes, yeah, the rest of the page has to do with true and false questions. But the equivalence apparently here. The philosophers are also known as the insanes. Is that kind of a philosophical statement, or is it a true equivalence, or
I don't know where this thing
roughly
came from.
any particular meaning to that, or that you can think of right now?
None that
And there's chain theory, which looks interesting. You had calculus. How far did you go in math and calculus?
I only took like medium calculus.
Okay. How about physics?
Basic physics, like they call it like physics 2A, 2B, 2C. Like 3 physics courses.
Recalling things or reading sense about things like string theory and brain theory?
I read a little bit about string theory.
Okay. Interesting to you? Does it come to mind when you talk about your chain theory?
Yeah, it's pretty much chain theory.
Okay. And here's the poem you were talking about, that you wrote apparently after.
Yeah, I think it was after.
Any thought about roughly when you wrote the poem?
December.
I'm sorry?
December.
About December, and I'll put a question mark. Would you read the poem to me?
What cruel dies of fate, whom sunken lies in wait, the past exceeds escape, to live and love and hate. With destiny I cry, forevermore, forever.
That's quite a high point. Can you tell me about the image in the poem, the imagery, the thoughts?
I was depressed. So I can't remember when I was depressed.
What cruel dies, D-Y-E-S, of fate? What are the meanings of the images in that line?
I don't know what it means.
Whom sunken lies in wait. What comes to mind?
I don't know.
This is a lot of I don't knows this morning.
I was never very good at analyzing poems.
But these are things that came out of you.
Right, yeah.
And they're kind of pretty things that came out of you.
Okay.
Yeah. What cruel dies of fate? What kind of die are you talking about?
Color.
Colors.
Yeah.
Not a die like a dice that would be tossed. It would be spelled slightly different.
I think it would be spelled differently.
It would, but sometimes poets misspell things. Talking probably about color. Whom sunken lies in wait. Sounds like you're saying fate is sunken down and lying in wait. Is fate lying in wait for you?
Well, all the time it is, yeah.
The past exceeds escape.
You can't escape your past.
To live and love and hate. With destiny I cry forever, forevermore, forever. And then an ellipsis, dot, dot, dot.
Yeah, forever goes on.
To live and love and hate with destiny, I cry forevermore, forever. That's saying something kind of deep and poignant about you. What's it saying about you?
Is that trapped by my destiny?
What's the picture in your mind?
When I of sadness.
Tell me more. What's the painting?
I don't have a mental image of it.
What are the feelings? What's the smell? What are the sounds? The sadness, the picture. With destiny I cry forevermore, forever. When you're by yourself, do you know when you're by yourself? Does it come to you?
What do you mean?
Do you feel it more deeply, more poignantly, perhaps?
I don't think so.
Do you feel the poem?
Yeah, it's just one of sadness. It's an expression of sadness.
As we're thinking about it, do you happen to remember what you were doing or thinking when the poem came out of you?
Oh, no, I don't remember.
Write any other poems?
I think I wrote one in the notebook.
Okay. Any others, or do you think about them?
Not really.
Okay. I'm a little surprised you don't write.
I don't write anymore.
Yeah.
I kind of figure what's the point of writing.
We talked about the photograph and the notebook.
To be remembered. I guess one way writers are remembered, right?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. As ways to be remembered, as legacy. And you indeed mentioned that it's a way for your belief to get out and to exceed your death whenever that may come.
Right, I kind of think, why does it even matter if it doesn't?
You getting depressed lately?
Not lately, no.
How are you sleeping?
Sleep a long time, from like midnight to 4 in the afternoon.
Why do you suppose you sleep so much? There are several possible reasons.
It's the easiest way to pass the time.
That sounds kind of hopeless to me. It's the easiest way to pass the time yesterday, and today, and tomorrow, and the next day.
Yeah, for years.
What are you feeling as you say that, or as I say that?
That's just the way it is.
That's the way I'd expect a non-sentient being to experience it. You're a sentient being.
Right.
My dog experiences his situation because that's the way it is.
I think dogs are sentient.
My gerbil.
I think gerbils are sentient too.
My chameleon.
I don't know about reptiles.
Okay. But you've got more capacity to remember the past, to speculate about the future, to put yourself in different situations.
I can't change the future or the past, though.
Nobody can.
Right.
But most people, everybody that I know of, has thoughts and feelings about pasts and futures.
Yeah, I have those too.
Tell me about some.
Well, they usually have fond memories of the past. They could affect family. not too many fond future memories or suppositions.
You talked about sadness. You haven't talked much about fear.
Right.
You mentioned that when you're by yourself, you can bring the shadows.
I haven't been able to lately.
Beg pardon?
I haven't been able to lately.
You haven't been able to. Have you tried?
Yeah. Looking at like blotches on the wall.
When you
Looking at blotches on the wall.
looking at blotches and you haven't been able to bring the shadows.
No.
Okay, yeah, the Baron of the land. Kennedy?
Just something to pass the time.
You know, that strikes me as maybe a little more fun way to pass the time than to sleep. What about you?
Well, I find sleeping is the easiest, the most effortless.
That's true, effortless. That's true. What are we doing on time? Why don't we stop for lunch?
Okay.
And I'll come back in an hour and a half or so.
Okay.
All right. Super. Get the gentleman back in here. They treat me okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we're going to break for lunch, gentlemen. Here we go. Please have a seat.
I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the people just finished publishing Exhibit P-TR-1009. Members of the jury, I remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose. Mr. Brockler, would you like to proceed with additional questions of Dr. Reed at this time?
I would, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
And members of the jury, I remind you that Dr. Reed's testimony has been admitted for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other reason. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Doctor, I want to take you back to the beginning of this segment and ask about a couple early things. One, you made comment about the defendant's pupil size, which you did again after you referenced an initial booking photo. What significance was that?
I was looking for significance in the pupil size. One of the likely significances is that they have to do with anxiety that he's feeling, whether he's feeling it consciously or not, because a part of our nervous system is unconscious, the sympathetic nervous system, that when we get nervous makes our pupils get wider. I can't give you very much evidence for that within these videos because sometimes they're smaller, sometimes they're larger, but it's conceivable, and he mentioned it too, that he's simply less anxious right now talking with me or less anxious being in jail than he was at the hospital.
Any other significance that you could find psychiatrically, Doctor?
No.
You also asked him to do some sort of a trick or a skill that he had mastered, reciting the alphabet backwards. Why?
I heard that he could recite the alphabet backwards, and I was curious about it. It's also sort of an icebreaker. It gives him something to do. That's a skill he has that lots of other people don't have. I could compliment him on it to help our relationship, and it's pretty hard to do. He deserves that compliment, I guess.
Can I ask you to do it right now? No. I'm not,
you can ask, but I won't be able to do it.
You talked to him a bit about what he did leading up to his performance on those hour-long oral board prelims. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was the significance of that for you psychiatrically?
This period of his life was a month, 6 weeks to 8 weeks or so before the shootings. It's of considerable interest how he was functioning in the world in April, May, June, and early July. The prelims are a kind of gateway exam for graduate students that's generally fairly difficult and is very, very important, excuse me, in the life of a graduate student for advancing to future studies. Ordinarily, one would expect someone to be studying hard. He didn't. And we went into why he might not have been, or why he wasn't studying hard, and he gave me some reasons.
Were those reasons at all irrational to you?
They were not irrational in the sense of he had reasons, he had something else to do, namely pursue the mission, and he also had decided by that point that graduate school was not going to be very relevant to the rest of his life. It should be added that that decision in itself to plan to shoot people for the reasons that he had is not particularly rational in my view.
What about the idea that he also told you, hey, look, they didn't tell me what to study for. They didn't give me direction. I asked I can't remember the word, if it was mentor or whatever, and he said study everything. What about that?
I wasn't there, I don't know for certain, but it sounds like sort of an excuse. All graduate students have prelims and they all are in the same boat, so to speak. I don't know whether all the other students would have said the same thing, but it doesn't sound like, it sounds like a bit of a cop-out.
There's another portion where you end up asking him about if he's made the decision not to pursue this graduate course, why not just drop out? Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was significant about that exchange psychiatrically?
He said, I didn't drop out earlier, even though I was making the plans and didn't see much future in graduate school, because somebody might notice. I think he used the term, it would be conspicuous to the people around him, and he also mentioned conspicuous to Dr. Fenton. This was around the time, he said, that he bought the shotgun, which was the second weapon, the second firearm that he bought. That, among other things, suggests to me that he wanted to keep it secret, and although the shootings and the purpose for the shootings may be less than rational, the keeping it secret was, in my view, a rational part of being able to get to the point of the shootings.
How does it speak to, if at all, his capacity, in your opinion, to know right from wrong based upon societal standards of morality?
It is quite consistent with capacity to know right from wrong, in that narrow example.
Yes, sir. There's another portion where you begin to talk to him about the rules and whatnot, and he ends up saying something, or he confirms a statement that you make that he makes his own rules. Is that significant?
Rules in what context?
I'm sorry, in terms of his philosophy. I don't know what. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The relativistic.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Objection. Can we get just a question and answer here, please? I don't have a question.
I think there was a question, and then there was a question by the witness seeking clarification, and then there was clarification provided. Did you understand the question?
I do now, sir, yes.
All right, go ahead, you may answer. The objection's overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
He spoke about his concept of morality, his concept of right and wrong, being one that some philosophers call a moral relativism, and that is, right and wrong is what the person thinks it is, regardless of what other people think it is.
Doesn't someone who's declared themselves to be a moral relativist, that says I make up my own rules or my own standards, doesn't that mean they don't have the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality? Am I wrong there?
Objection and misstating the testimony. Mr. Holmes never said he was a moral relativist.
Right. The jury will rely on its memory of the video recording. Mr. Brockler?
Should I repeat the question, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
Why don't you repeat the question? Yes.
May I have one moment?
Yes. While he's doing that, I'll clarify, folks, that lawyers are allowed to ask questions about what they think may have been said, but ultimately you have to rely on your memory of what was said and what is actually on the recording, all right?
Doctor, I'm going to ask you if you recall an exchange that ends with the defendant saying, well, it's what I believe, it's moral relativism. Do you remember that?
I don't remember specifically. I believe you're reading from a transcript, but I don't remember it specifically. I remember the concept being talked about and shared between he and I.
Tell us what significance that has in your evaluation of whether or not the defendant has the capacity to know right from wrong based on the societal standards of morality.
In my view, it doesn't go to the capacity to know right from wrong. It simply says what I think is right is what is right, and I don't care or don't believe in what other people say. I'm not certain that's exactly what he said, but I think I'm being responsive to your question.
The rest of the time, it seems like you spend trying to delve into some writings that were obtained from the jail. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you remember about when those writings were generated and obtained?
I'm not certain exactly when. He clarified that to some extent. There was a collection of writings, not unlike a journal, in his cell prior to his psychiatric episode in November of 2012. It apparently was closer to that event than it was to his arrest, but I'm not certain of that. And did your question go beyond that or not?
No, but I will ask a follow-up then. To be clear, though, when you say it happened before, my guess is the November 2012 incident?
Yes.
That you're still talking about it being after when the defendant was being prosecuted for this case. Is that fair?
After his arrest?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You go into some detail with him about his philosophy in there. What's the point of that? What are you doing?
I was interested in the contents of that journal. It was things that he had written down without anyone asking him to write them down. I was interested in whether they might bring out or be consistent with or suggest serious mental illness and things that might have a bearing on his mental health and his capacity on July 1920.
Now, his answers to those questions, reflecting back almost 2 years from when he generated them, is there anything about that conversation that changed your opinion about the defendant's sanity in this case, as defined by the court on the two capacity prongs we've been discussing?
It did not change my opinion about his capacity on July 1920.
There's one other part I want to finish up with. There is a quote, I'm going to ask you if you recall it. He says, because I'm adverse to mankind, I didn't want to have to deal with people. So one way is to get rid of them. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How does that go to whether or not the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
Those are unusual statements, and within this session, there were a lot of odd statements, some difficulty explaining things, the difficulty that the defendant had explaining things. That suggested emotional problems. That doesn't go, in my view, to how he was doing in terms of capacities to do things on July 1920. It may be relevant to what his diagnosis is. That's the best I can do with it.
Change any opinion that you formed on July 19th or 20th about the defendant's sanity?
No, it did not change any opinion.
All right. There's another segment of this, Your Honor. I think I have it here. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Is that okay? Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 1010, and there's the same two copies we've referenced now a bunch of times. One has the seal of our office on it. That one ostensibly is the harder to hear version. And then the other one is the one that, again, should be the easier to hear version. Have you had an opportunity, one, with the 1010 with our seal on it, to review that in detail, to see that that, within the context of the court's orders, is a fair and accurate copy of the recording that you made of the defendant on the afternoon of April 27th, 2014.
It's a fair and accurate representation of that session.
Okay. And then the other disc, the one without the seal on it that's supposed to sound better, did you have a chance to confirm that that appears to be the same copy as the one that we just confirmed you watched in detail?
I compared the times and verified that the video was there and certified it by initialing it.
Here, I'm going to move for the admission and publication of People's TR 1010.
Any objection, Mr. King?
No additional objection.
Without additional objection and based on my prior rulings, P-TR-1010 is admitted. And I'm admitting the version with the enhanced sound. All right? You want to publish it now, Mr. Brockler?
Would, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right. Doctor, do you want to step down?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And while the prosecution is getting ready to do that, members of the jury, I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And I talked to you in more detail about that yesterday. You'll recall that. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for the truth of their content or for as evidence of the content of the statements or for any other purpose. All right, with that, you may proceed.
Also, we've marked the one with the seal as CTR 44. Is that okay?
That's fine, thank you. All right, I'm going to dim the lights.
So, you had lunch? Anything special going on in the last hour and a half? What are you reading right now?
I just finished up the Game of Thrones book 5.
Oh, yeah? That's a very thick book.
Yeah, they're like dictionary size.
Wow. I have not read it.
It's a good series.
Good series. What other stuff have you read since you've been?
Famous stuff called The Wheel of Time. That's set in like medieval England.
Is it medieval story or is it fantasy or sci-fi? That's mixed in.
It has fantasy mixed in.
Those are still good, huh? Also good. Thank you. Okay. We talked about the writing that you had done, which was very interesting. Wrote some other topics, if I may, unless there's something that you recall from this morning that you want to expand on or clarify. When you were buying some of the equipment before the shoot, like Bass Pro Shop and stuff like that,
Yeah.
I noticed one of the videos, you spent a long time in the store. They kept you waiting a long time. You're waiting at the counter for like 30, 40 minutes or more.
That was the first time because I didn't know how long that background checks and stuff.
Okay. 20 or something. Okay. Was it shorter after that? Or several of the times you'd be in the store for an hour just to go and pay for it?
Subsequent visits, I would go like eat lunch and come back to the store.
In the store, I know that you're uncomfortable around strangers. In the store, did you have any difficulty with people? Did it bother you?
No, because I had something to talk about. I was there for this.
Other customers that bother you, billing about, things like that?
No.
I've got a note here. There was a time, I'm wondering if you remember, when you were talking with Ben, sometime after you started seeing Dr. Penn, and Ben was telling you he was depressed. Do you recall that?
No, I didn't.
That's a long time ago, so years ago.
I think I would remember that, but I don't remember his name.
Oh, Ben having times when he was depressed too. He was depressed at times. Or do you not recall that?
I took him to the emergency room, but I don't know what it was for.
Wow, you took him to the emergency room?
Yeah, Gargi called me up, and she can't drive, so she asked if I could drive Ben and her.
And you don't recall why? You don't recall what it was for?
I asked in the corner.
Why did it was for Ben or for Gargi?
For Ben.
It was for Ben. What do you suppose was wrong?
I don't know, just some health problem.
With his depression, as far as you recall, or?
This is the first time I've heard he was depressed.
When you were, let's say that again, I'm not sure.
You telling me that he's depressed is the first time I think that I've ever heard that he was depressed.
In your interactions and texts, there's a reference to Ben telling you he was feeling depressed. You may not recall it.
I might have overlooked it or something.
Telling him that he should use his depressed feelings, quote, to be destructive to the world around him. I just want some clarification of that if you remember. Do you remember a time talking about going to see Dr. Fenton with Ben? That you talked with him about hearing voices, or said that hearing voices might be fun?
I don't recall that.
That's in one of the texts as well. I just don't recall. Okay, that's fine. Did you have Dr. Messner?
A little bit.
They were like over a year ago, I guess. But you spent a lot of time with them.
Yeah, a couple days.
I'd like to get into those in some more detail, but I didn't bring the materials with me. I'll bring them tomorrow. But one of the things I remember you telling Dr. Messner was that there was, that you had been feeling badly before the killing.
Yeah.
And that, but there was a 50-50 chance that killing people would make you feel better. Does that make sense, or do you recall saying that?
It sounds like something I would do.
Okay. You told Messner, or Dr. Messner, that the killing, quote, didn't work.
I didn't help with my depression.
Didn't help with the depression. Okay, I was wondering what the context was there. When you and I talked at thinking that you told me that it did work, that it kept you from killing yourself and you got the value points for doing it. Is there a disconnect that I'm missing there? Or?
I did get the value. It didn't stop my suicidal or homicidal thinking.
Okay. Didn't stop either the suicidal or the homicidal things?
Right.
Okay. In jail right now, how often do you see that person?
Well, it was Dr. Mosier, but he left, and I don't know what happened to him. But it's somebody else now, and I'd never seen. I'd seen him once, but very rarely seen him.
Once in how long period?
Probably 6 months.
Dedication for you. Is there any other mental health professional that sees you or offers to see you? Make it fine. Anybody else that sees you or offers to see you? Okay. I'm curious, as you talk with either Dr. Gurr or me, benign experience, a difficult experience, a helpful experience, how would you describe it?
Exhausted.
You spent a lot of time in just a couple of days, don't we? Yeah. When you learned yesterday that I was going to be coming to see you, what was your impression?
Well, I thought you did a thorough exam and said that they didn't really know what you wanted to go over.
Look forward to it, or dread it, or not really care one way or the other, or interrupts your routine?
Well, it does interrupt my routine, but anything that gets you out of the cell.
What else about spending time with me did you think about when you first learned that Reed was coming back? Any other thoughts?
Really?
Were you concerned or upset in you?
I guess I was a little concerned.
Tell me about concern.
Like maybe you didn't know how to kind of classify me or you had to do to come back to me.
There are lots of things I don't know.
Right.
There always will be. I'll share with you that the reason I came back was to clarify some things from the time we spent together. Try to go over some things that we didn't have a chance to talk about. And I can talk a lot over the weeks, I'm sure, and I'd still have things to learn, and you still have things to tell me. Okay. I'm hoping you'll tell me as much as you can. How about when you learn that Dr. Gurr is coming? What do you think about that?
Just another break in routine. Kind of the same feeling as when you come.
Is there concern when you see her, or different feeling?
No,
after all, she works for your lawyer.
I'm a little less concerned because she's hired by our team.
True. Okay. Okay. I was talking about you talking with Ben about hearing voices or seeing film. I don't know whether I said, do you recall telling him that you thought hearing voices might be fun? Did I already ask you that?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. Okay. You had an acquaintance in grad school named Lee. Yokyo Lee? Yokyo Lee, is that how you pronounce it?
Yom.
Was it Yom?
Y-E-O-M, is that?
Somebody could have misspelled it here, so. Okay.
Is it Young Lee, or?
It's Y-E-O something Lee.
I think he was one of the Aurora science graduate students in the first class.
Okay. Can you tell me anything about your relationship with him? What you might have done with him?
He's a friend. Made spaghetti for me once.
At your place?
Yeah.
That's nice. About when was that?
After I bought the first gun. Because I think I showed it to him. He was talking about how he had compulsory military education or whatever in Korea. So I guess that's how the gun came up first.
Do you remember how you showed it to him, what you did? Did y'all go out to shoot it, or?
No, I just showed him and unloaded it.
You remember what he thought about it? Nice gun, or?
He said it was more expensive than the one the military gave him.
I can understand. I've got a note here that Lee was also depressed, or said he was depressed. Do you recall that?
Apparently all the graduate students are
That
depressed.
sounds like it. That sounds like it's endemic to the grad school there.
Yeah, I don't remember him telling me he was depressed.
Okay. Let me just ask you about the last thing I've got on this page. You've often talked about wanting to keep the shooting of someone, the killing of someone, impersonal.
Right. I don't think I could do it if it was personal.
If it was personal. Okay. When we talked at Simhib, we talked about some of the things that really got a bit personal while you were shooting folks. I mean, you could see the people even though you were wearing a gas mask.
Yeah, there were a couple of people who ran and got carried out.
I recall now one victim who describes your moving toward him. He's in the front row. And initially aiming over his head at people behind him, or aiming behind him. And then looking at him, best he could tell with the gas mask.
Okay.
And shooting straight on. You recall that?
No, I don't recall anything like that.
I was kind of trying to reconcile that with what you mentioned about the need for things to be impersonal.
All right.
Any thoughts about reconciling that?
I felt it was majority impersonal.
I'm sorry?
I thought the majority of it was impersonal.
Okay. I probably asked you this at Simhip as well. The fellow who was out emptying trash while you were waiting to go in,
right,
into the theater.
I couldn't see him. I had the sunshade up.
Then how did you know he was there?
I heard him.
I'm confused there too, because you said he went back in.
Right.
And so my thought is you must have seen him in some context.
Well, he left. I heard him go open the dumpster. Or not open it, just toss the trash or whatever he did. Because the dumpster was right next to me.
I understand. If he had looked in the car and found you,
Yeah,
what would you have done?
I had a handgun in the right passenger door that I could have used.
Think you would have used it? If he had gotten in the way of the mission in that one?
Yeah, I think so, because that's what it was for.
That would have been pretty up close and personal.
Right.
Can you reconcile that with the need to be impersonal?
Well, it's all hypothetical, because it didn't actually happen where he looked into the car or anything.
A little earlier in our talk this morning, I used the word indifferent in place of impersonal once or twice. And I think you moved that into irrelevant. I'm not sure quite the context we were talking.
Okay.
Can you draw any distinction, or are they the same, between it's impersonal versus it's indifferent?
They're pretty similar.
Good. Excuse me. I have kind of a list of things that I want to be sure that we talk about today or tomorrow. One of them has to do with your belief, and we talked a lot about that this morning, in gaining a point for someone that you've killed. We didn't use the phrase this morning, human capital. But is human capital...
That applies.
Is that what we were talking about really this morning? Or is it something different?
No, that applies.
Okay. We talked also, and we have talked a fair amount, about the thoughts or intrusive thoughts or impulses to kill other people that have occurred sometimes a long, long time ago, even when you were a child, right?
Right.
How far back does the human capital idea go? The idea that I will get some value for killing the person.
Since graduate school.
Just graduate.
Recent, yeah.
Okay. We probably talked about this, but I'd like to address it again. Do you recall how that evolved in your mind? How the human capital concept came to be?
Well, I studied economics, and it's kind of an economic theory of value applied to people.
And I do remember us talking about the economics, so you're getting me back on track. Thank you. Tell me more about how and when it evolved and how it shaped into what it was as of May, June, July of 2012.
I don't remember when, but I did a text message to Gargi about the human capital. I think it was before I bought any weapons.
And I recall that text. I don't recall it word for word, but at that point, was the concept pretty new to you, or had it developed for quite a while?
It was novel.
It was a novel idea at that time.
Yeah.
Was it, as far as you can remember at that point of the text with Gargi, was it fully developed, or was it embryonic?
It was in its beginning stages.
Beginning stages. What happened with the stages after that? Tell me more about how it evolved and developed.
Well, I started quantifying it, so I gave it numbers. I as opposed to just being qualitative, which is just a description. And so that was the kind of final version, was this quantified example of human capital.
Do you remember a point, excuse me, do you remember roughly a point at which the quantification kind of clicked and fell into place?
When I was writing it down, I don't remember when I wrote it down though.
Writing it down, like in the notebook?
In the notebook.
Okay. And the earliest that you were writing in the notebook was about?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember.
I was thinking that the notebook started in June or July, but that may be too late. Did it start before then?
It could have. I didn't put dates on it. So.
Okay. But the quantification, correct me if I'm wrong, was at least weeks before the shootings, or could it have been closer to the shootings than that?
It was at least weeks before.
Okay. All right. And I think we talked earlier about the lack of much relationship, but the presence of some relationship between the hatred toward mankind and the motive or motives for the shootings. They're pretty much separate.
Yes.
Okay. I have a note to look further into your view of right and wrong, and whether there's a right and whether there's a wrong. And you referred to people who are wronged and wrongers in your writing. Can you talk a little about your view, particularly your view back in 2012?
I believe in moral relativism. So you kind of decide for yourself what's right and what's wrong.
And that's certainly one view of it. Was that the way your primary belief was in mid-2012?
I believe so.
As far as you recall. There's certainly more than a way to look at morals and ethics and right and wrong. And some people may look at it solely, entirely in one way, and some people may look at it in different ways in different situations. How about you?
No, I was pretty strong moral relativist.
Okay. Now I want you to tell me about moral relativism. What does moral relativism mean for Jimmy Holmes?
Just that there's no concrete, absolute set of moral standards. It's contrived by the individual.
Okay. Go ahead.
I don't know.
And there have been books and papers written on it.
Yeah.
You're teaching me. Teach me about it.
Oh, that's all I know.
You know more than that. Teach me about it.
I don't know what else to say.
If I come back and say, that's BS, can't be true.
Then that would fit.
The world would go to hell if that were true.
Yeah.
Teach me why.
It would fit with moral relativism.
Beg pardon?
It would fit with moral relativism because you're having your own opinion and your own belief.
Is the moral relativism an idea that it's fine to have, or is it something that is or ought to be simply a part of society? That everybody should have and act on their own ideas of what's right and wrong?
It's an idea, so you can choose whether to adopt it or not.
Is it an idea with enough legs, with enough foundation, that society could get along with it? If everybody was a moral relativist?
Yeah, I think so.
How would you deal then with the idea that what one person thinks is right, I don't want him to do? He thinks it's right to steal my money or steal my candy bar.
Then you have to have some sort of enforcement.
Enforcement of what?
Of your beliefs. So you have to have some way of enforcing your beliefs to prevent him from doing what you think is wrong.
Is he doing something wrong by taking my candy bar?
He's doing something wrong according to you, but according to him, it's fine.
Does it make sense to you that if that were true for 300 million people, it simply wouldn't work? Would that be your conclusion as well, or not?
No, you'd have to change society, the way society works together. You have to have like enforcers that are like personal bodyguards to make sure you don't succumb to some other person's idea.
Sounds like kind of a survival of the fittest society.
I guess so.
Well, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like the weak or anybody that goes to sleep with his candy bar visible is going to lose, and the
You
strong
have to hide your candy bar.
and the strong are going to get all the candy bars, or all the money, or all the lives, or all the pretty women, or whatever the item is.
So it would be a completely different society from ours, where it's equality based. There it would be survival based.
What do you think of having that kind of society?
I've never been in it, so I don't know how it would work.
Does it sound like a place you'd like to be?
If you're the top dog, yeah.
How many people can be the top dog? I'm not trying to get into just a kind of a philosophical discussion with you, but it keeps occurring to me that if you're the person who makes the rules for your behavior, and it's okay within the society or within the larger population for you to do that, then that's a very odd society. You may believe it's okay. I guess, let me ask you this, does society then have a right to contain you if it doesn't want you to do what you think is okay?
Well, you're kind of your own society, so...
Only if you live by yourself. If you can do whatever you think is okay, and that happens to injure or deprive or kill other people, should society have the right to contain you or not?
I'm kind of looking at it as you have groups of societies. You have your own group of society that may be a conflict with another group of society. And whoever's strongest or cleverest is going to win.
Does that sound like a way that overall society could be successful?
It sounds like the way societies are on a global scale, like an American society versus an Asian society.
Okay. It sounds like a society that's doomed to have a few wars, to me.
Yeah, there'd probably be a lot of wars.
And you had an answer for that you've spoken of many times. What's that?
What's the answer?
You said to get rid of mankind altogether.
Oh, okay.
Is that kind of where that was going, or not? Because
No,
that looked
I
like...
don't think more or less because it would destroy humanity.
Where is the place in our discussion where there was a flaw that would get us off the track from moral relativism to destroying mankind as the thing to do?
That was what I said was the destruction law, where if you reward destroying people with procreating children and stuff.
As far as I know, and correct me if I'm wrong, you haven't been a guy that broke a lot of laws.
No, I think I got one speeding ticket.
Yeah.
Maybe red light violation.
Did you run a lot of red lights when you thought you could get away with it?
No, I didn't do it when I could get away with it. It was one that had a very short time yellow light.
Okay.
So I think they did it to charge people.
At other times, did you run lots of red lights when you thought you could get away with it, or did you stop?
I don't think I've ever ran a red light intentionally.
Why would that be?
Because I don't want to get T-boned.
Okay. You slow down, you're pretty sure nobody's coming, but the light is red. Would you go or stop?
I would stop. Or there could be a policeman hiding somewhere.
I can make it more isolated if you want.
If we're out in like the middle of Nebraska and there's a light with 4 ways, then I would go.
Okay.
Because there's nothing wrong with going.
And as you can tell, I'm kind of trying to understand better your moral relativism.
Okay.
If you're in a store and you can shoplift something,
You have cameras, so you shouldn't probably do that. Or you'll get caught.
so far, every reason you've given has had to do with getting caught or not getting T-boned. It hasn't had to do with a feeling that it would be wrong to take someone else's property, for example, in a store.
Well,
am I right, or is that not right?
Even the concept of property is the one that's kind of misleading because you can't really own anything.
And now we're getting way off into another kind of philosophy. I'm trying to focus on, are there any other things that are contrary to what I might see as right that you did? I'm not saying that very well at all. You killed and wounded a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think that's a wrong thing to do.
Okay.
You think it's not a wrong thing to do. Or at least you don't think you're a wrong person for doing it. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other situations in your life, or in your life in May, June, July of 2012, in which you chose to do things that were wrong to, that I would probably think would be wrong to do, but you wouldn't?
No, I think I was on the set track for the killings.
No, I'm not talking about the killings. Everybody who's talked with me about you has said you're a pretty straight arrow guy.
Right.
They don't question your honesty particularly. They don't question your, you're not a cruel guy, you're not a mean guy. Nobody has told me that when you have a chance, you steal stuff. When you have a chance, you, nobody said that. The only thing that I can see in your background in which you and I would probably disagree about wrongfulness is this event, the killing. That seems odd to me. a true moral relativist, it seems to my simple mind, would have other examples in his life in which he didn't act the way other folks do, the way other, quote, law-abiding folks or straight arrow folks do.
Well, that's because there's punishments and...
You're a smart guy. You can avoid punishment.
I don't know about that.
You didn't get drugged. You didn't do drugs. You didn't... I'm thinking of illegal things, but I don't necessarily want to limit it to illegal things because there are things that are quote-unquote wrong. They're not illegal. You treat people fairly nicely.
Yeah, just common courtesy.
Do you do that because that's what you think is right, or do you do that because
that's what you're supposed to do?
That's the way you're supposed to do it.
That's the way you're supposed to do it.
Did you think it's right to treat people with common courtesy?
No, there's no reason for it to be right.
Okay. Were you ever tempted not to treat them with common courtesy?
Yeah, but I held back.
Why?
Because you're not supposed to be rude.
But you're not supposed to shoot people either. And it sounds like they're not comparable, but maybe there's a little analogy here. You wanted to be rude, but you weren't rude because it was against convention to be rude.
Right, yeah.
Somebody who was pretty convinced that he could do anything he thought was right, I would think that person would just go ahead and be rude.
Well, I don't think like that.
In one of the videos, it shows you holding the door open for someone behind you or helping the person or something like that in a store.
Okay.
You didn't have to do that.
Right. Just a nice thing to do.
Does the nice, in that case, come from within you, or does it come from social expectation?
Social expectation.
Okay. Fair enough. I also think, by the way, that you were probably a nice guy.
Okay.
We've talked from time to time about your thoughts that you were mentally ill or crazy, to use a word you used, I think, before the shootings.
Right, so I tried to research some stuff.
And some things you ruled out, other things you considered longer or ruled in. As I recall, a big long list of the possibilities in the notebook, right?
Right, yeah.
One of the things that you ruled out, and you told me at SimHip that you ruled out, was antisocial personality. Do you remember that?
I think instead of that, I had social anxiety. Instead of Instead of anti-personality disorder.
The reasoning you used, and I could probably find it in the notebook, the reasoning that you used, actually it was in my other notes, I'll bring it tomorrow, that you didn't have an antisocial personality, as I recall, was that you weren't cruel.
Yeah, I'm not cruel.
What if I told you that antisocial folks are more about being indifferent to social convention and other people's needs than about being cruel? Many of them are not particularly cruel.
that I might fall into that category.
Is a lack of cruelty the main thing that made you believe you weren't, quote, antisocial personality? I'm not trying to diagnose you at this minute, by the way. I'm just curious as to your thinking.
Yeah, I thought it was being mean to people. This is one of the main symptoms.
Okay. Okay. Did anything else suggest to you that you weren't an antisocial person?
No, not that I can remember.
Some folks, I think Dr. Messner, have talked with you, or you've talked with them about the idea of kind of having two different selves at times. And you and I talked about maybe there being a part of you that wanted to do the mission and a part of you that wanted to be stopped from doing the mission.
Exactly.
We talked about two parts in the same person. And one part, the part that wanted to complete the mission, overcoming the other. Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Has there ever been a time when you felt like there were two James Holmes?
No, I don't think it's a multi-personality disorder.
What might be a suggestion that there would be literally two James Holmes? Not that you have them, but what might you look for to tell you, yep, that's me?
If there was like a cruel or mean side or something, which is different from my normal self.
Have you ever had times when there was some period of time, generally hours, but it could be minutes, where you didn't know where that time went?
In like the middle of the shooting, I don't remember that. Like at all, basically.
The middle of the shooting?
Yeah.
And you described to me the beginning of the shooting. You described to me the initial shooting part. You described to me the gun jamming. You described to me the walking into the lighted area up the aisle to try to unjam it. You described to me the people leaving out the exit area where they wouldn't have to get close to you. You described to me the people who left ahead of you out the exit that you eventually went out. The whole event lasted 10 minutes, 5 minutes?
I would guess 5 minutes.
Any times in which you said to yourself, wow, I don't know where I was for the rest of the day. Here it is, evening, and I have no idea where I was this afternoon. Or something similar.
Pretty good memory.
So, and I'm kind of referring to exactly what you said, missing chunks of memory, where you could have been across town and not known it.
Yeah, I'd say in the middle of the shooting, when I was shooting randomly. I don't even know if it was randomly.
Okay. But I'm not just talking about the shooting. I'm talking about really any time in your life.
No, it hasn't really occurred.
Okay.
Can you stop it? Stop it. I'm going to turn the lights on. Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that we have stopped the playing of People's Exhibit P-TR-1010. Members of the jury, it's 10 till 3. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break. Please make sure you keep in mind all of the advisements that I have been giving you throughout the trial that govern your conduct when you're not in the courtroom. Enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Mr. Brockler, you have one more disc after this one, is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. How long is the other disc, the last one?
I'm being told 3 hours and 15 minutes, Your Honor. And can I have 1 second? How much time is left? Sounds like this one will be done at 5, Your Honor.
All right, and the one tomorrow then will be 3 hours and 15 minutes, is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, anything else that we need to talk about at this time?
Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll see you in 20. The court will be in recess.
Well, there you have an interesting update, everyone, something that puts a light at the end of the tunnel on this process, this long process of listening to 2 and 3 hour chunks of sanity evaluation conducted by Dr. Reed, and then questioning that follows from District Attorney George Brockler. We have one more disc to go, this one 3 hours and 15 minutes long. That comes from, I believe, the 4th day of this sanity evaluation, the interrogation the doctor was ordered by the court and the state to complete, and the one, by the way, that found him to be legally sane. Then the current disc, the district attorney said, will be done by 5 o'clock today. We know that they are trying to push through and make up a little bit of time, and we know that Friday will be a long day, in addition to the shortened lunch hour that we had today. But again, in the last 2 hours or so, we haven't heard a lot of groundbreaking. We have heard a lot of rehashing, a lot of asking repeated questions, maybe in new phrasing, new ways, just to evaluate answers, as we discussed with our legal analysts, that they do probe, this doctor is probing, seeing if he's getting consistent answers, consistent ideas from the defendant. So things like, what is his idea of wrong and what makes something wronger, clarifying that idea of what is right, what is wrong in his head, and it's all consistent to his capacity to distinguish right from wrong, which is, of course, at the center of this case, at the center of the prosecution's case. They believe, and they are asserting, and they want the jury to believe, that he does have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, as it is stated in Colorado law, and that would mean that he is guilty, and that would mean that they can go to a sentencing phase and put him on, or try to give him the death penalty. Of course, the defense team and the public defender's office, they're asserting that he is not guilty by reason of insanity, and they have their own experts coming at this from the opposite side, like Dr. Gurr, for example, who met with him for 6 hours, we heard earlier in one of these segments, and they'll be able to present their own case coming up. But we know then that after tomorrow, or maybe even as early as tomorrow, the questioning, the direct examination, that is, of Dr. Reed can be completed, and then the defense team can begin to replay the segments that they have questions about and do their own cross-examination. So perhaps that puts us, I don't want to guess too much, but that does put a light at the end of the tunnel for this process that I know has been long and arduous and difficult to hear. Certainly difficult to hear if you have a plastic earpiece like this one. But because all of this relates to what is important to the doctor and his opinion of the defendant, we want to take a moment during this recess and replay that sound for you earlier in the day. DA George Brockler questioning Dr. Reed about what this means to him about the defendant's capacity to know right from wrong.
He still had some ambivalence about committing the crime, assuming it's judged to be a crime. There was a part of him that still wanted to be stopped, I believe, and a larger part, as he has said it, that didn't want to be stopped. It was one of the, I think he said, or I said, last resort efforts to see if someone would stop him.
How does that affect your assessment of his capacity to know right from wrong based on societal standards of morality?
He's aware that what he's doing is a bad thing, a wrong thing, and that if he contacts someone else or someone else is aware he's doing it, they will try to stop him because that person, the person he contacts, believes it's a wrong thing and he should not do it.
Despite what you've described as ambivalence and perhaps this conflict about should I, shouldn't I, is there anything about that that tells you that the defendant was still not in control of his decision-making when he made the decision to go in there and pull the trigger?
He was apparently wrestling with things a bit, but there's nothing that says he wasn't in control of his decision-making, and he had certainly carried out his plan up to the time he made the call and was prepared to go further, so far as I know.
Now, up to this point, we have heard about the planning and the execution of this crime. Is there anything about that that impacts your assessment of whether or not the defendant perhaps was suffering an acute psychosis of some kind at this point?
The information available, both in the record and in the video, suggests that he was not suffering an acute psychosis. That is, although some of his behavior appears to have been odd, all of it, except for his explanation of the reason for sending the burned money, which he really didn't explain or couldn't explain very well, all of it was rational to his purpose, was focused, was not disorganized. That's a good word. There was organization in what he did. He was not disorganized to any significant extent in anything that I know of surrounding the shootings.
Well, why does that matter, the disorganization piece?
People who are suffering acute psychosis are very often, almost always actually, pretty disorganized in their thinking. It's one of the hallmarks of psychotic thinking, is that it's out of contact with reality and disorganized. It's not always terribly disorganized. If I believe I'm on Mars, truly, then I may well be psychotic and organized in thinking about Mars, or seemingly organized in thinking about Mars. But the fact that the processes that were carried out, the little ones and the big ones and the overall ones and the little pieces of them, were organized, had rational purpose with regard to the task or to the mission or to the killings, that's extremely consistent with not being in an acute psychotic state.
And I think what we just heard at the end of that sound clip was particularly important. I remember chatting with a lot of you during earlier weeks of this trial as they discussed what is the point of these details about how he had his apartment organized and things like his automotive receipts and bills and bank statements and all of that organization. What was the point of doing that? Well, this all speaks to the doctor's diagnosis that it is not consistent with what he called acute psychosis, because he was organized, he was focused on his plan and mission. And then the hallmarks, Dr. Reed said, of psychosis are being disorganized, being out of touch. And even if you believe that you're organized within the umbrella of your psychosis, he was explaining that in comparison to the rest of the world, you're not. And obviously what the prosecutors were trying to prove, as Mr. Orman questioned FBI agents and evidence response team members who collected these organized files of documents and such from the apartment, they are trying to prove that all of this goes to Dr. Reed's assessment that Mr. Holmes is not suffering from this acute psychosis. Despite whatever mental illness he may have, acute psychosis is what he was looking for, that out of touch with reality phrase that we heard that we know is key under the Colorado law for this not guilty by reason of insanity defense. And that is what he was looking for when he was making his assessment. And so Mr. Brockler keeps reminding the jurors of that. We try to keep ourselves on focus for that. And that's where we are trying to keep going. What we're trying to do in just a moment here, and John's giving me the thumbs up that we're ready to go with it, is we'd like to replay some of our highlight reel from the opening statements. Because as you'll remember, there were several moments in there that we have heard Mr. Brockler, Mr. King, Mrs. Spangler explaining what to be looking for. And so now that we know we've got a day and a half or so of the direct examination of this video to go, let's take a moment, remind ourselves of what both sides, and that's the prosecution and the defense, are asking the jurors to be looking for during the course of this process.
On a cool July night a few years ago, about 13 miles from where we sit right now, 400 people filed into a box-like theater to be entertained. And one person came there to slaughter them.
Aurora 911, where's your emergency? I can't hear you. What address? Theater, Aurora, Colorado. Yeah, but I can't hear you. Give me the address again. There's gunshot. What address? Say it loud.
The man that came there that night, covered head to toe in armor to protect him from any injury. The man who brought with him 4 weapons and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. He's in the courtroom with us today. Now, what I'd like to do is just talk to you about victims in this case. What I'd like to do is to focus us on those who were most affected by this conduct. But here's the thing. He made so many victims that if I were to stand here and merely spend 1 minute per victim telling you about them, about how they got to the theater that night, and about what he did to them, I would be here for almost an hour and a half. I can't do that. But what I can promise you is that before this case is over, you will hear from or about every one of them. Rebecca Wingo. Rebecca is a 32-year-old mother of 2 young girls. She had been in the military, but had hopes of doing something else, becoming a social worker. And on this particular night, she comes to the theater with a friend. Michaela Medic is 24. She's a local girl. Graduated from Gateway High School early, took her GED. She was taking prerequisite classes at college, wasn't sure what she wanted to do yet, but she worked at Subway. And on this particular night, she and her friends decided they wanted to go to this premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. They get there. The only seats that are available to them suck. They're 3 rows off the screen, and they're horrible. But she and another friend out of that group of 5, just as the theater's about to get dark, look back. And they see 2 open seats, about 4 rows from the top, and they take them. He pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity, and there were 2 psychiatrists, about a year apart, asked to do independent assessments and evaluations of him. Jeff Metzner and William Reed. Those psychiatrists, those expert forensic psychiatrists, were not picked
by the people of the state of Colorado. They were not picked by the defendant or his attorneys. They were picked by the Colorado Mental Health Institute of Pueblo, the state mental hospital, at the direction of the court. And both of them say the same thing, that that guy was sane when he tried to murder all those people in that theater back in July of 2012. They each spent a great deal of time evaluating the defendant. Do something that you want to do that's fun. She knows he's been having a tough time. This is what she says here. He says, well, look, what I really want to do, I can't do because it's evil. She says, well, and he says, I can't do that. Well, what do you feel like doing? Video games are the next best thing. They're escapism. What's so evil that you want to do? And you know what he says? Kill people, of course. She thinks this is just theoretical, based on all of these other conversations they have. So she engages him. Killing people's too much effort. You'll end up locked up. Most people aren't worth the effort. He says, well, that's why you kill many people. Again, she thinks it's theoretical, and they continue to have a conversation. He invokes justice, saying taking away someone's time or life. And in fact, if you wait to kill to the end of your life, then there's nothing to lose. They begin to have a conversation about the value of life. And he says, what's more valuable than life? If you take that away, you take away everyone's experiences and all of their potential. And she asks about that, and he talks about it being human capital. And she says, what is human capital? What do you do with that human capital from having taken away people's lives? And he says, have a more meaningful life. And she doesn't get it. How does that work? And he can't explain it to her other than saying, this is what he wants to do. She says, it may satisfy you, but it doesn't fulfill your purpose. He says, but it'll still make my life more meaningful. And she still thinks this is just a theoretical conversation. She says, I don't see how it's useful. She confronts him and says, it's not like by killing people, you get the benefit of anything from them. You're not stronger. You're just taking away life. And that seems like destruction. And he says, look, I don't believe in absolute good or evil. She says, well, if that's the case, why don't you kill me and Ben, their mutual friend, who wronged him, she, by breaking up with him? Why don't you do that? He says, I told you I can't do that. If I did that, I'd get caught, and I couldn't kill more people. I'd also lose the rest of my life. He says that it's a circle, a tautology, saying that the meaning of life is to live. He recognized that long ago. But you know what he's missing? A purpose. A purpose. He says, I'm not inherently evil. My outlook on destroying life is only plan B. I do have a plan for good. And she asks, what's your purpose for good? And he says, are you sure you want to know? You don't just want to find out? And then she says, hey, can we continue talking about this later? Because it's just theory. Ben's coming to pick me up. He responds with, Ait, you want to come play some Dom? That's a board game that they play at his house, that they've all played for a long time now. She says, I got some things to do, but after that we can. And that conversation is left like all the others. By the time he gets into that theater on July the 20th, there is not a millimeter of flesh that isn't covered by some protective armor or piece of clothing. But he also buys some clamps. These clamps that he's going to use for a tablecloth, he manufactures into the device he uses to keep the exit from the theater from locking behind him when he goes out to get dressed in his kill suit with his weapons while the previews are playing. It's like 15 or 20 minutes into the movie. He starts with the shotgun, and he begins to pull the trigger. This shotgun. Boom! A.J. Boyk, who had been sitting with his fiancée, is hit and killed as 14 pellets penetrate his brain. Boom! Our Air Force soldier, Jesse Childress, who had come with his friends and purchased their tickets. He too is hit by the shotgun blast, and it rips through his lungs, heart, and organs, and he dies.
When James Holmes stepped into that theater,
in July of 2012, he was insane. His mind had been overcome by a disease of the brain that had plagued him and pursued him for years. In his words, I have fought for years and years to overcome my biology. But in the end, when florid psychosis erupted in 2012, he lost that struggle. He lost that struggle in his mind to a disease called schizophrenia.
So we just want to make sure that your hands are protected. Yeah. Do you know what this is for?
That's what I'm asking.
Huh?
That's what I'm asking.
What do you think it's for?
Popcorn.
For popcorn?
Yeah.
Could be used for popcorn.
For the first time doing anything wrong in 24 years, steps into this movie theater and commits this unspeakable crime for no reason. The reason is that he has a psychotic delusion that he thinks it will somehow increase his self-worth, his human capital. It's nonsense. But to him, it was so real and so powerful that nothing else mattered.
His thinking was diseased. His thoughts were telling him things that weren't true, and his thoughts were telling him that he was in a life struggle that had no basis in reality, didn't exist in reality, but to him, he believed it with every fiber of his being.
So there's a lot in there, and we're cutting it here because we expect court to begin any second. But just to recap, and I know I was watching the comments, I know Brian was too, that several of you were asking to play both sides of the case, and obviously we have a lot less video from the defense because the defense hasn't had the chance to make their case yet, but certainly we'll be getting a lot more of that, and we'll have an opportunity to play you more of their side in the future. And certainly this is a legal process, and what we do when we have these conversations with you is not part of the court process. This is our process, watching from the outside as the fourth estate, so to speak, in the media. But you did hear in that sequence, and this is the important element, I think, that both sides are concerned with the gunman's idea of human capital. And of course, the prosecution says that is crazy, but not legally insane. And the defense says, well, it is legally insane. And so it's going to be up to the jury to decide that after they do hear from all the experts. And remember, we heard that there are dozens of psychiatrists involved, mental health professionals involved in this case. And we've so far been hearing from one of them. And this is still early. The state did have another psychiatrist, and even though his examination was determined to be incomplete, we don't know yet, because we don't get those witness lists. We don't know yet if we're going to hear from Jeffrey Metzner. We know that the defense has hired at least 2 of their own doctors, and that the prosecution has hired an expert of their own, independent from the state-appointed doctors. So there are going to be a lot more doctors left to hear in this case. As we wait now, it is 3:12. My math said court should have resumed about 2 or 3 minutes ago. So as we continue to talk here, feel free to zap us some questions on either of the chat rooms, and we'll try to keep up with you there because we're stretching for time, and we don't know exactly what the delay is on the court side. Well, what we do know to expect, once again, is one more complete disc tomorrow, one more complete session tonight. So a day or a day and a quarter remains in this video process that District Attorney George Brockler and Dr. Reed are guiding us through, guiding the jury through. The clip that we're watching right now should be done by 5 o'clock. Again, this was recorded at the Arapahoe County Jail. The earlier segments, the ones that began last week and Monday and Tuesday of this week, those did begin at the Colorado Mental Health Institute at Pueblo, which is located south of Denver, if you're familiar with Colorado, Pueblo is about a 90-minute drive south of here. Then they have a very large state mental health facility there with low and high security and all of that. And then tomorrow we'll have one more disc, 3 hours and 15 minutes long worth of interrogation to watch. Now, court is resuming and the judge has just returned to his bench, so we'll bail on you and come talk to you in a few hours.
CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Are you ready for the jury, folks? Mr. King? Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. Nobody was injured this time? No? All right. It's always preferable that way. All right, folks. Thank you for coming back. Before we proceed with the rest of the exhibit, I want to read you the instruction and emphasize for you the importance of remembering that the defendant's statements and the video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements and this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements and this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made in the video recording by the defendant. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed and this video recording for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, do you want to proceed with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1010? Yes, sir. All right, you may do so, and I will dim the lights.
We've talked about your feeling that you were delusional at various times, delusional being the word that you used. Can you refresh me about that? Get me started on that conversation
I
again.
don't recall it when I said the context.
Okay. Can you think of a time right now when you were delusional?
Prior to the shooting.
Okay. Now I want to ask you, what's your definition of delusion?
A thought or idea that doesn't match reality.
Okay. How does that differ from someone who's deeply religious?
Well, according to their reality, their God is real.
Okay. So would you call that person, if you disagreed with that religion, would you call that person delusional for believing in some miracle of Christ or some miracle of Allah?
They probably wouldn't like it too much.
Do you think the person would be delusional, or is that something different from a delusion?
Well, I'm not sure if all religion is delusional. It's certainly not scientific.
Okay. You used the word belief earlier. Your belief in the life value system, the human capital system.
Okay.
You used to phrase it that was a belief, which is not scientifically testable either, right?
Right.
Tell me again some of the things you believe were delusional in the months before the shooting. Beliefs that you had that you now believe were delusional. Or maybe you thought they were delusional then.
I thought it was delusional for wanting to kill the whole world.
The sentence confuses me. I thought I was delusional for wanting to kill the whole world.
Right, wanting to kill the whole world was the delusion.
You were having the thought. In what way is that a belief? A delusion being a belief that other people don't share, that can't be dislodged with logic.
Well, other people don't want to destroy the whole world. It was my belief that it should happen.
I might, just speaking for myself, put that in the category of crazy thoughts.
Not delusional.
When I think of a delusion, I usually think of something that you think is true, but other people don't think is true.
My whole human capital system.
Okay. Do you believe that right now? Do you believe that's delusional?
Yeah, because other people don't seem to agree.
You feel pretty strongly about it. You believe in it pretty strongly, or am I wrong?
Yeah, I believe in it.
It's pretty unusual for people to say, I have a belief, a very strong belief, and by the way, it's a delusion.
I'm saying it would be a delusion viewed by other people, not according to me.
If I believe in multiple universes based on string theory, but lots of people don't understand string theory and say that's stupid, would I likely be delusional or have some other difference from the other people rather than a delusion?
You'd have a difference of opinion.
Okay.
Because at least some people agree with you. Okay. I don't know anybody who agrees with.
Good point. Good point. Okay. You had the thought that people were watching you. I remember you talking about that law enforcement was watching you.
Yeah.
Did you have the thought that anybody else was watching you, keeping an eye on you, observing you?
Well, I thought into hindsight or keeping tabs. Not really observing me.
In what way did you think they might be keeping tabs?
Just if my homicidal thinking was getting worse.
Well, by what method were they keeping tabs? Or might they have been keeping tabs?
Just by thinking about it.
Okay. Would that, in the way you were thinking in 2012, would their thinking about it have brought them information about you? Is that a way to keep tabs on people? Or?
I'm not sure how they would keep tabs.
Did the mere fact that they were thinking about it allow them to observe you?
Allowed them to characterize me.
Did it allow them to observe you? Is that a way that
like
they
physical observe? I don't know how that was.
Do you think they could do it in any way, a magic way, a practical way, a scientific way, in any way? Did their thinking about you?
I thought they could kind of tease it out of my mind a little bit.
When you were there with them or when you were not there? When would they tease it out of your mind?
Well, during the session.
During the sessions, okay. By teasing it out of your mind, do you mean get you to reveal it? Or somehow read your mind?
In a way, read the mind. Yeah.
Tell me how that works. Tell me about that.
Well, it would come from their training and their analysis of me.
And how might that help them to, in a way, to use your words, in a way, read your mind?
Well, because it would reveal what I was thinking. I was revealing what I was thinking to them, so they could put it together and figure it out. But they didn't. They wound up not being able to.
But you would be revealing, if they weren't looking into your mind with their psyches or something like that, they would be inferring it from something that you said, for example?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying. Was anybody else, as far as you can tell, did you think anybody else was observing you, keeping an eye on you?
No, not really.
Okay. As you were putting stuff together in the apartment, did you ever think that there might be bugs in the apartment or hidden video cameras or something like that?
No.
Okay. You watched a fair amount of TV, and I know you like comedies and stuff. Did you watch much news before the shootings?
No, and I still don't watch news.
Any particular reason you don't watch the news?
It's not entertaining.
Do you have any interest in what's going on in the rest of the world?
Just very basic.
Like what?
Like new presidents around the world. Like,
what are, in your view, what are the most reliable places to get that news?
when I did look at news that would go to the New York Times website. I usually read the science section.
I may have asked this before. Did you ever get the idea that as you were watching TV, whatever was playing was particularly meaningful individually to you?
Yeah, just before the Denver Health.
Tell me about that. I think I recall you talking about it, but would you refresh my memory?
Well, there was a couple. There was one where Obama was nodding to me. And there was another with a movie, kind of adventure movie. I don't remember what it was about.
But that's exactly the kind of thing I was wondering about. Before the shooting, had you ever had that experience?
No.
Soon after the shooting, after you got arrested, the first month or so, did you have that experience?
No, I don't think so.
How about the other way around? Your thoughts or comments being able to have unusual influence over other people?
No, it was mostly the other way around.
You're a strong-willed person. The mission was a very strong impulse, and those were physical things. Have you ever been able to mentally affect other people?
No, not that I know.
We're talking a little bit about paranormal kinds of things, parapsychology kinds of things.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ever get the idea that people could hear your thoughts without asking you what you were thinking? Even back in 2012 or before?
Denver Health time.
At Denver Health?
When they locked me in the hole.
Okay. And when they locked you in the hole? Any time before that? Any time in your life?
No.
That's a little like being able to read your mind. I guess I'm also thinking about your being able to project your thoughts so that other people could understand them. Telepathy, I suppose.
No, I couldn't do that.
Okay. Tell me more about the way that was experienced by you just before you went to the hole, while you were in the hole.
Well, I thought other people were reading my thoughts, so I tried to, hide them. So I would say a bunch of colors, like red, blue, green, red, and point in my cell and stuff in random locations.
As a way to
get them to stop listening to my thoughts.
Was that a way to get them to stop listening? Was that a way to camouflage your thoughts or hide them?
Yeah, it was to hide them.
To hide them. I do recall on video you're pointing at parts of the hole, for example. This is an aside. We were talking about the window and the door to your cell. And you can see out the window, and you can see to not the sally port, but where the officers are and stuff like that. Do they cover that window sometimes?
A lot of the time they do. When the people are out in the common area, so they don't look in. And when the trustees come by and clean, they'll have that covered.
So they're covered pretty much any time there's another prisoner in the area?
Recently, yeah.
Just recently?
there was a time for a while that they would just not put it up.
Do you recall anything happening when they didn't put up the paper?
No, I don't know why they changed to putting it on so much.
Did people bother you by looking in, or?
Just looky-loos.
Putting up the covers also keeps you from seeing other people.
They can't see out.
I can understand them not wanting people to be looky-loos and look in on you. But the other side of that is that that even more limits the number of people you can see, much less make eye contact with or talk to.
Right.
Does that trouble you? Does that bother you?
Well, I like being able to look out the window just because it makes the cell feel bigger.
You like being able to look out and see people?
I guess so. But they're kind of at an angle so that I can't really see them.
Does it matter to you whether you can see people or not?
No, it doesn't matter.
Does it matter to you whether you can talk back and forth with people or not?
You can still talk back and forth with the screen, the metal.
Okay. That's right. You can hear people nearby.
Yeah. I don't usually talk to them though.
You mentioned that sometimes you can hear them yelling at you or talking about you.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk to them? Ever?
Once I said like hello,
What happened when you said hello?
They said playback or something. I don't remember.
Did you carry on a conversation?
No.
Is it allowed for you to have a conversation, or with guards?
I am not supposed to talk to them, and they're not supposed to talk to me.
Is it that you're not supposed to talk, or that prisoners aren't supposed to talk to each other?
Well, the prisoners can talk to each other.
But they're not supposed to talk to you. Is that right, or do I misunderstand?
Right, I'm kind of isolated, so they're not supposed to talk to me.
And your feeling about that part of the isolation is?
Doesn't matter.
Do you think it would have mattered in May or June if all of your friends, I understand that you had disconnected from many of the friends at that point, if nobody would talk to you?
Well, May and June, I didn't text them or call them.
You went to the store from time to time in May and June, July.
Yeah.
Would it have mattered to you if no one in the store would talk to you?
Well, then I wouldn't be able to buy it.
Would it have mattered to you?
No. As long as I could still buy the materials and resources I needed.
Let's go back a year before that. Let's say Riverside.
Okay.
You interacted with people a lot.
Right, yeah.
Do you think it would have mattered to you then if the people had suddenly stopped communicating with you except to say, here's your pencil?
Yeah, I would have wanted to.
I'm sorry?
I would have wanted to talk with my friends.
How do you think you would have felt? If they had
outcasts, probably.
Tell me about how outcasts feel.
I feel kind of shunned.
Go ahead.
They feel no one's paying attention to them.
Anything else? Seems to me there's a lot of other feelings, mostly negative ones, that go into being an outcast and shunned.
Yeah, I suppose.
What other ones come to your mind?
No, none that I can think of.
One that just came to my mind is that you have no value. You
In a
don't
social
matter.
society.
You don't matter to them. If they're not communicating with you, that's a pretty good sign that you don't matter. What do you think?
It could be that, or they could just have fallen out of touch.
We're talking about, let's continue to talk about the ones at Riverside. People that you see every day. And they won't talk to you. They're not allowed very much to make eye contact with you, or they choose not to make eye contact with you.
Then they wouldn't feel very good.
I agree. Does it occur to you that it would convey, you don't matter, you have no value to me?
It could.
My thoughts go, and once again, they're my thoughts, not necessarily yours, to how can I get value back?
Contact your friends again.
Any other thoughts about that?
Find some other way to increase your value.
Such as?
Such as human capital.
Meaning what?
That would increase your value.
What would increase your value?
By increasing your human capital.
How would you do that?
Through shooting.
I feel like I've kind of led you down a path, and I don't mean to do that. What do you think about that? Does that resonate inside you at all?
Well, I think if you're feeling valueless, you want to find a way to be valuable again.
When you were in graduate school, the last few months of graduate school, did you feel valueless? Did you feel
pretty much
unvalued?
Yeah.
Tell me about that feeling.
I had a loss of self-worth.
More.
The career I'd chosen was most likely over. That's it.
How about before you started buying the gun? Did you feel less value in some way? Less valued?
Yeah.
Tell me.
Because some of my rotations didn't go very well. And I guess nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not.
Nobody cared. Go on.
Yes.
How did you feel as you said nobody cared if I stayed in the program or not?
That.
Any other adjectives? was bad.
Underappreciated. Outcasted.
Any other emotion coming up in you as you say those things?
Anxiety.
Doesn't show in your eyes, in your pupils. But it would be very natural for emotions to come up as you feel those things.
Yep.
You turn now to your folks.
Did you talk with them?
Yes.
Did you talk with my sisters?
Talk with your sister, Chris.
Did you clear up the abandoning thing?
Not completely, but some. She did share with me that y'all didn't communicate all that much while you were at Riverside or any other time when you were out of the house.
Right.
But it's a little different now. You're not just off doing your own thing and she's off doing her own thing.
Well, kind of still is like that.
And one of the questions that I might ask her at some future time is, would she write to you or communicate with you if you were sick in a hospital or if you were in the military fighting in Afghanistan? What do you think she'd say there?
Probably not. She'd probably maintain radio silence.
You know that's not what I mean. Would her caring about you extend to keeping in touch with her brother if she knew he was in trouble because he was sick in a hospital, or if she knew he was in trouble because he was in Afghanistan fighting?
Yeah, I think she would then.
Versus if she knows that he's in trouble because he killed lots of people and is in jail.
I imagine she'd probably wait till after the trial so she doesn't say something incriminating, something like that.
Your mom and dad can write to you without saying incriminating things.
Right. So she might be worried.
She can too.
Okay.
She can too. We talked about the hypothetical situation of people not valuing you, and a sign of not being valued being that they're not communicating with you, ignoring you. And it did bring me straight back to thinking about your family. Your mom writes to you, your dad writes to you moderately often. And your sister doesn't know.
Well, we didn't, as she said, we didn't communicate that much when I was in undergrad either.
And it's still a conundrum to me though. I'm still not sure. Because just because she didn't write to you when you were doing fine doesn't answer the question to me of her not writing to you when you're in trouble.
All right, well, I guess you'd have to ask her.
And that can happen. But right now, I'm curious about whether you ever think about that. I'm really much more interested in your thoughts than hers about what impact what you did has on other people's view of you, and in a sense, on your value.
I think she still values me.
Here's an odd thought. Think she values you as 1 or 13?
7.
Seriously? And maybe that was a serious answer, I don't know.
1, I think.
Several times I've asked you what the benefit of the 13 is to you.
It's just a feeling, a value that I attribute to it.
We've talked about your feeling unvalued. Do you think it's a way to give yourself at least a way to feel valued?
Yeah.
It's a way that you made up.
Right.
Does that make it any more valid a way or less valid a way to give yourself value?
No more or less than any other way.
In other words, are you kidding yourself? Are you deluding yourself that you have value?
No.
I can say to myself, man, Bill is really good looking. And it may make me feel good. I am aware of the way I really look. Let's just assume for the moment that I don't really look good. I'm aware of the way I really look, so I'm aware that it makes me feel good to, say, put on a fresh shirt, look in the mirror and say, yeah, I feel good. But I'm not deluding myself. And I wonder if there's any analogy one way or the other to you needing to feel good or better about yourself. I'm a 13 instead of a 1.
Right, yeah, it's kind of hard set.
I'm sorry?
It's kind of hard set, like that.
Hard said?
Hard set.
Hard set. Tell me what you mean.
Just that's the result of the summation of the values.
Let's see what else is on the big list here. Let's look at the notebook. Okay. You've talked about the notebook in some ways as legacy, if you will, communication, being remembered for some of the things in it, and the communication specifically to Dr. Fenn.
Right.
In that regard, correct me if I'm wrong, you've sort of put more importance, at least right now, on the notebook and its contents than on the things that you wrote in yourself. Does that make sense?
I think so, yeah. The notebook's more important.
What makes the notebook more important? Because I found some very interesting things in what you wrote yourself.
Because they were prior to the shooting.
And forensically, with regard to the legal case, they may be more important in that sense. How about important to you and being remembered, or the things that you think are important other than the legal case?
No, then they're kind of equally.
The notebook was written during a time when you've said you had things wrong with your mind.
Right.
You said it in various ways.
Broken brain.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
That the contents here pretty much from beginning to end, and maybe entirely from beginning to end, but please correct me if that's wrong, were written at a time when you believe you had pretty serious psychiatric symptoms.
Right, I was trying to understand them.
And you were trying to understand them. The things you wrote in your cell were, some of them were before you got any treatment.
Right.
And some of them were after you got some treatment.
A little bit, yeah.
The game, for example, the point.
Yeah.
Chronologically, those things look like they happened after the Denver Health.
Right.
I'm looking for the part in your notebook where you talked about facing death or eviscerating your soul. You remember about where it is?
No.
Let's see if I can find it real quickly. Goober's your mom, right?
Right.
Okay. And Bobo?
Bobo.
That your dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris is your, okay. Let me take just a minute. Interesting, I never noticed it before. Your representations of death. In here, for example.
Fire.
That's the fire, yeah. Just as appeared outside the window in one of your drawings, right?
Right.
Okay. And I remember seeing in that drawing a fiery head coming up as if you're red hair. But I don't think you shared that.
I don't know.
That association with it. Yeah. We may have talked about this, but I'll just look at it because it's highlighted again. Among the things that you described as symptoms or things that were happening to you in June or July, in terms of symptoms, were brief periods of invincibility. Remember that?
Yeah, when I was like driving to the gym and I felt invincible in my car.
Tell me about that.
Well, I just did it.
Tell me in more than half a sentence. Brief periods of invincibility.
I mean, it would usually happen when I was driving. So I go over the speed limit to lap.
Okay. Invincibility in what context?
That I couldn't be hurt.
In terms of having an accident, or in terms of bulletproof, or in terms of superhero?
Any of those things.
Right after that, brief periods of invincibility, actions are in hyperspeed.
Yeah, time would seem to speed up.
In what way? Tell me about that.
Well, it just seemed like I was going places faster, doing things faster.
How much faster?
Twice as fast.
Twice as fast. No faster than that?
Not too hyper speed, I guess.
And you're getting exactly what I was getting at. If I watch a video at twice speed, it looks a certain way, the movements are recognizable, you can figure out what's going on.
Right, so it would still be at the one speed, but it would feel like the hyper speed.
That's different from, he was there just a minute ago, and now you're way over there. The flash, so to speak.
No, because it was continuous.
I'm sorry?
It was continuous, so it wasn't like flashing from place to place.
Okay. Typical 3 or 4 days a week, lasting all day. So it didn't just occur a little bit during the day, it lasted all day. At least that's what's written in the
I don't
notebook.
remember.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. That was what you wrote on that particular day in the notebook. Possible interludes of catatonia. And you described what you meant as catatonia, I think, as a kind of tiredness and...
Tired immobility.
A tired immobility, okay. How immobile do you mean?
Like lying down and can't get up.
Okay. Can't get up at all?
I can still get up until I go to the bathroom and stuff.
Okay. So you wouldn't wet the bed?
Right.
You get up and go to the bathroom, you get up to eat?
Yeah.
Roll over in bed, or would you lay in the same position for hours?
I guess there was movement
Sorry?
while lying down. I guess it was movement while lying down.
Okay. So we talked about the fleeting movements in your peripheral vision, kind of like a light flicker. And correct me if I'm wrong, those are the things that evolved into the shadows, or are we talking about two different things?
They're different. Yeah. So one was like flickerings in the periphery, and the other were like seeing silhouette shadows on the wall that could move around in weird ways.
Okay. The peripheral things, seeing something flicker over inside. What would happen if you turned?
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at it.
I'm sorry?
It wouldn't flicker if I looked at it.
There would be nothing there?
Yeah, there'd be nothing causing it.
Okay. So, about when did the things that you continued to see start?
Before I bought any weapons.
Before you bought any weapons? Okay. And how did those things start?
They just popped up.
Do you remember an early experience of it?
Yeah, I was in the lab. It happened.
In the lab? What happened?
I would just see flickerings at the side of my peripheral vision.
Okay. And when you turned, it would not be there?
Right.
Okay. Now, what I want to talk about, though, is the things that stayed there in your vision.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the shadows, but I don't want to mislabel them.
Yeah, the shadows, I could stare directly at.
Okay.
They'd be there.
The flickering stuff was different from seeing the shadow. Any other visual phenomenon that you recall?
No, those were the two.
Okay. When was the first episode of something like The Shadows?
In my third rotation.
Okay. The third rotation was March, April, May, or what?
Something like that, yeah.
Do you remember where you were or how that first time was?
I was just sitting at my lab desk. And it kind of happened. And then it was like a moving shadow. I was kind of splitting and then reforming in this movie.
So you're sitting at your lab desk, There are no noxious fumes around to make this happen?
No, there's not.
Okay. And where did the shadow appear?
On the kind of divider of my lab seat, I guess.
So something roughly in front of you?
Yeah, in front of me.
Okay. You watched it? And what happened?
It split into two, and kind of like they would like gobble each other up and jump around.
Did it form recognizable shapes at that time?
No, it was just kind of blobs.
Eventually, they came to form recognizable shapes, am I right?
Some of them looked like people.
But that first time, it was a blob.
Yeah.
It looked like or interpreted as gobbling each other, splitting, gobbling each other up.
Yep.
Okay. How long did that experience last?
Like 30 seconds.
30 seconds. If you turned your head, do you recall whether the blobs would move or not?
If I turned my head to the side, I wouldn't be able to see them anymore.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't be able to see them anymore if I looked away from them.
Okay, so they didn't move with your vision, they stayed on the divider.
Yeah.
Or else they disappeared one the other.
Right.
Okay. About 30 seconds. When was the next time they came?
In my apartment, on the ceiling.
Same day?
No, like a different week, I think.
On the ceiling, as I recall, when you were going to bed?
Yeah.
Okay. We come back to the first time. Unusual experience. Memorable when you remember it. 2.5 years later.
Yeah.
What feelings did you have when you saw it?
What's going on?
You say that in a sort of a narrative way rather than with any emotion at all. What was the emotion of what's going on in February or March of 2012?
I was surprised.
Surprised. What else?
I didn't know what to attribute it to.
Did you think there was a logical explanation or no?
I couldn't think of one.
Did you look around for a logical explanation?
Well, I looked behind me to see if there was something casting it.
That seems logical to me. And there wasn't, I take it.
Right.
Okay. Were you frightened at all?
No.
Were you worried or concerned?
No, I wasn't.
Really? You're a neuroscience major and you just had what would at least bring up the idea of an hallucination or an illusion, one or the other. And it didn't concern
worry
me.
Well, it wasn't doing any harm or anything.
What did you think it might be a sign of?
I don't think I thought of it that way.
At the time, if Gargi had come and said, you know, James, did she call you Jimmy or did she call you James?
James.
Okay. James, I had the weirdest experience. I'm sitting there at my lab desk and I see these blobs. They lasted for 30 seconds. They broke apart and they seemed to gobble each other up.
I'd say you should see a psychiatrist or an optometrist or something.
What would be the possible meanings of them if they'd happened to guard you?
That she was seeing something unreal.
I'm sorry?
She was seeing something unreal.
And that might have been caused by what, if it were guarded?
It might be a hallucination.
Okay. And what would a visual hallucination connote, generally? I'm not trying to make a shrink out of you, but you knew a lot about the brain at that time.
Schizophrenia.
Something worrisome going on in the brain.
Right.
Kind of like a terrible ache in your side might connote something terrible going on in your gut.
Appendicitis or something.
Okay. But while you might have been worried for Gargi, you weren't worried for yourself. What do you make of that?
I don't know how to look at it. I don't know.
You said it was surprising, but you're acting almost as if it sort of felt natural. Nothing to write home about.
Right, yeah.
I don't think that's why you went to see Dr. Fenton, am I right, or initially this road?
No, I went treat anxiety.
So that wasn't something that caused you to call a doctor or look up? Did you happen to try to look it up on the web or anything like that?
I don't think so. I just kind of accepted it for what it was.
Sorry?
I just kind of accepted it.
As the shadows became more defined and returned a second time, did you become worried or concerned at all?
No.
What do you make of that? That's twice.
I didn't consider it harmful or bad in any way.
Why is it not harmful for James, but it's potentially harmful for Gargi?
I guess because Gargi's more normal or something. Because I kind of figured I had a broken brain, so if something weird was happening, that might be why.
So one possibility is, hey, I'm weird anyway, this is just another weirdity.
Yeah.
Interesting, I never thought of that. I said weird, you said broken brain. When was the first time you recall thinking of yourself as having a broken brain?
I can't recall.
Little kid, teenager, graduate school?
I think teenager, but I'm not sure.
That's what I recall as well. I recall you kind of saying. One reason that resonated with me is that there are a handful of folks today who describe, particularly certain people who are suicidal, as having a broken brain that needs to be fixed, and they can be fixed.
They can be fixed?
Can, yes, be fixed. And I was wondering if that phrase, broken brain, came from something you read, but I think you told me
I think I just made it up.
I think it came directly from you. Yeah. You talked about checking your appearance and scanning the environment. You talked about concerns with your penis. We went over that last time. Odd sense of self. View myself as divided. There's a biological me which is driven by biological needs, e.g. hunger drives me to go eat, thirst, etc. The real me is fighting the biological me, namely the thinking me, does things not because I'm programmed to, but because I choose to. The latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love.
Right.
Tell me about that lost battle of falling in love.
Well, as a kid, I thought I would never fall in love.
You thought you'd never fall in love?
Yeah.
Or you thought you'd never fall in love, or you didn't want to ever fall in love? I didn't understand what you said.
Didn't want to fall in love. Like,
because a particular reason?
Oh, because girls had cooties or whatever.
Okay. But here, the real me, let's see, the latest battle I lost was when I finally succumbed to falling in love. Tell me what that refers to. What was that like?
Well, there's a biological drive to procreate and biological drive of love, and I couldn't overcome those.
Were you trying to overcome it? As far as you remember when you were writing the notebook, were you trying to overcome biological drive to procreate and fall in love?
I wound up doing so.
You wound up
doing so.
But were you trying not to?
Yeah, I was trying not to just fight my biology.
Tell me about fighting that part of your biology.
Well, I resisted trying to fall in love.
I'm sorry?
I resisted trying to fall in love.
You didn't fight the biology of hunger. That is, you didn't become very, very thin and not eat.
Right.
You didn't fight the biological drive of thirst. You didn't get dehydrated, at least not at this time in your life.
Right. But I kind of made a pact when I was a kid not to fall in love with the women.
That's a kid pact. I understand.
Right. So I broke that pact.
And that's one that's not a promise you can keep, is it?
I guess not.
That's not a promise that you can keep. Pretty soon you figure out that girls don't have cooties.
Yeah.
But now we're talking about you as a grown-up.
Right.
A young adult. Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't have sex?
No.
Did you ever make a pact with yourself that you wouldn't masturbate anymore?
No.
A lot of guys, at some point, believe they're masturbating too much, or it gets in the way, or it keeps them from studying or something, and they make a promise to themselves or a promise to God, usually in adolescence, but sometimes not. I'm never going to do this again.
No, I think I did that with drinking, though, and I broke that point.
You don't ever remember making that pact with sex or masturbation? Okay. And by the way, that's another example of a promise that shouldn't be made because it can't be kept. First of all, it's a silly promise. Second, it's impossible to keep.
Right.
But sometimes people feel very guilty about not keeping the promise. It's a misplaced guilt, you know what I mean?
A little bit.
Okay. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with succumbing to falling in love.
It certainly sounds like misplaced guilt.
Can you tell me what your associations are to that, what you think about or feel as you think about that?
Just that I had that pact very strongly and still broke it. And then felt guilty about breaking it.
The pact to
not fall in love.
To not fall in love. Not the pact not to masturbate, the pact not to fall in love. And that's from way back in childhood?
Yeah.
Good. How does that pact stay strong? I can understand an 8-year-old making it or something like that.
Yeah.
How does that pact stay strong after you have a taste of reality and you're a young adult? It seems
It's just there.
Seems unusual to me. One of the ways that it might stay strong, I guess, is that if you thought that falling in love would bring something terribly bad.
No, I don't think I rationalized it like that.
Falling in love means eventually you lose the thing you love.
No, I didn't put it that way.
We love our dogs. We're a little kid, we lose our dog. I'll never love another dog again because it's painful to lose my dog. I'm not saying that's you talking, but it's a way that we make pacts.
You'd have to have already loved your dog, though. And then, when I was a kid, I didn't already love a girl.
Some people who watch their parents get a divorce or watch their parents fight a lot will say, boy, this being in love must be really terrible. It causes you to argue and to throw things, and maybe to get into fights. I'm not going to get into love, and I'm not going to fall in love because I don't want that to happen. I don't want myself to be hurt, and I don't want to hurt other people.
That wasn't the case for me.
Beg pardon?
That wasn't the case for me.
Does the analogy apply to any other kind of pain that you might have anticipated with falling in love?
I don't think it applies.
Okay. I'll stop beating that dead horse then.
Okay.
You succumbed to falling in love. In what way did you succumb, and how did you fall in love?
Just by getting to know her.
I'm sorry?
Just by getting to know her.
To know?
Gargi.
Gargi. Okay, we're talking about Gargi. And you had already said she was your first serious girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. How did the falling in love work out for you?
I'm glad I did it.
In what ways?
I got to know another person well, and to care for another person, and have that returned as well.
So lots of good things happened.
Right.
Am I right?
Yes.
When you wrote this, probably by the time you wrote this, good things had happened with Gargi.
Yeah.
But you still used the language that you lost the battle by falling in love. Maybe it was a tongue-in-cheek statement. Kind of.
I'd broken the pact to myself that I would call me.
That was quite a pact. Okay. Any other pacts you've made to yourself? Kept?
That I would never hate my mother.
That you would never hate your mother?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that pact. How did that come about?
That was also when I was a kid. I got angry at her, I guess.
So you got angry at her, and what happened?
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
I'm sorry?
I promised I wouldn't hate her.
How do you get from being really angry to promising that you won't hate her? I don't understand the connection.
Because it wasn't acceptable to be angry at her.
Did you tell yourself you wouldn't hate her, or did you communicate that to her, or both?
No, just to myself.
Anger is one thing, hate is a little more, or a bit more than anger.
Okay.
My thought is the anger so scary for that little kid that you have to make a pact that you won't hate so that you don't ever get angry again or something like that?
I don't know why I made the pact.
Do you remember the episode of being angry?
No.
But you're pretty sure the pact happened when you were angry at your mom.
Yeah, because I didn't want it to happen again.
I'm sorry?
Because I didn't want it to happen again.
Didn't want it to happen again. What might she have done or you have done to create the anger?
I don't know. I don't remember the details.
Wouldn't be the time you were spanked in the front yard, would it?
I don't think so. No.
What happens if one gets angry at his mother? What are the possible things that can happen if a kid gets angry at his mother?
She could treat you differently.
Such as?
Use hostile tones of voice.
Anything else she might do if you get angry at her?
Put you in a timeout.
Anything else that she might do if you get angry at her?
Spanking.
Anything else if she gets real angry at you?
Ignore you.
Ignore you. Timeout's a sort of ignoring too, isn't it? Ignore you. I think you'll not talk to you.
Right.
What are you thinking?
I'm not thinking anything.
What did you say the last time we talked about not being talked to? Being ignored.
What about it?
Where did that lead us last time?
To valueless, I think.
Exactly. Seems to me that the single most important person that you want to value you is your mother. Especially when you're a little kid, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes being angry at her maybe a little dangerous.
I guess so.
Did your mom ever threaten to leave you?
No.
Did she ever threaten to not talk to you? Or, well, to put you in timeout, I suppose. Okay. As far as you remember, did you keep your pact to not hate your mom ever?
Yep.
As far as you remember, did that keep you from ever being angry with her again?
Sometimes I would get angry, but I suppressed it.
Suppressed it?
Yeah.
Did you ever express the anger to her again?
No, I don't think so.
Can one express anger without hating?
Yeah.
Like how? Can you give me an example?
Well, if you drop a dinner plate, your mom could be angry at you, but she still means she loves you.
Pretty good example. Back to the notebook. The obsession to kill since I was a kid, with age became more and more realistic. Started as the entire world with nuclear bombs, then shifted to biological agent, most recently turned to serial murder, and then you're working toward the theater scenario. That little set of sentences suggests that at this particular time when you wrote the notebook, you drew some kind of connection between thinking about killing when you were a kid and ending up with the actual killing when you were grown up.
I guess it kind of progressed.
in some of our earlier talks, there seemed to be gaps in that progression, and it wasn't particularly connected. It was a qualitatively different scenario in the child than in the person with the mission as an adult. Does that make sense?
I didn't have a mission when I was a child.
Right. In the notebook comment, there's this suggestion of something a little different. That it was not qualitatively different, but merely but a kind of evolving set of quantitative differences between what you called the obsession to kill since you were a kid and the grown-up carrying out of the shootings.
Right, it went from like everybody to just a small group.
Okay. Do you see that as a continuum, or do you see it as an interrupted continuum, like a dotted line, or do you see it as two separate lines? One as a child and one as much later in your life?
No, I think it's one single continuous line.
Okay. Was there any time when that line was interrupted? In other words, when you had no obsession or thoughts of killing other people so far as you know?
No, not really.
Okay. Continuous line. And this is as you are remembering it in mid-2012, because that's when you wrote this.
Right.
And is this also as you remember it right now? That would be your impression?
Yeah.
But I think I heard you say more amorphous when you were a child.
Right, there wasn't any clear details to it. It was just nuclear bomb.
In the notebook, you used the word obsession. An obsession with killing.
Yeah, because I think I have OCD.
I'm sorry?
I think I have OCD.
Okay. Put that in simpler one-syllable words for me. Obsession to kill. In a child, you name the age, whatever age you want to start with.
10.
Okay, at 10. What do you mean by obsession?
Recurring thought.
Recurring thought. How often?
It would vary. Sometimes multiple times a week. Sometimes going every other week.
Did it interfere with any of your kid activities?
No, it would occur on like downtime and like before going to sleep.
I'm sorry?
Before going to sleep. There are times when nothing's happening.
Occur when nothing's happening, downtime, going to sleep. Okay. I think you said that you never wrote about it or did any drawings about it or things like that. Is that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
I kept it inside.
Kept it inside. This is as far as you remember.
Right.
I did run across a couple of your early drawings, by the way.
I'm not a very good artist.
No, these are kid drawings. You did kid drawings when you were in family counseling in Monterey. The doc or the counselor had you draw a house, and he had you draw a family. Remember that?
No, not at all.
Yeah, a long time ago. I am not a very good interpreter of children's drawings. I'm not a child psychiatrist, so I won't attempt to interpret them. But they didn't involve killing anybody, okay?
Okay.
They really didn't. You referred to the, quote, mass murder at the movies as the last escape.
I don't know what I was escaping from.
I don't either. Any thoughts?
I guess death is the last escape.
But you're talking about what you described as an obsession, starting over 10 years before. And that led to, quote, the last escape, comma, mass murder at the movies. Escape.
Maybe the thoughts were escapism. I was using them to kind of get out of normal time.
And then you're apparently explaining this to the reader. And you say, so anyways, that's my mind. It is broken. I tried to fix it. I made it my sole conviction. But using something that's broken to fix itself proved insurmountable.
Right.
That's a logical statement.
Can't use a broken tool to fix something.
Well, I can't think of many really good analogies except just the statement that you made that we need help to fix a broken mind. A mind that's seeing itself erroneously or operating erroneously. Do you think you saw yourself erroneously? Let me start out with childhood, age 10, 12. You had discomforts, you had uncomfortable times because of the way you believed you were. Do you think you viewed yourself erroneously? Or do you think you had an accurate view of yourself?
Back then I thought I was normal.
You thought you were normal, or you thought...
When I was a little kid, I thought I was normal. Yeah.
At roughly what age are you talking?
Like 6.
6. When you come up to 10, and you're thinking about killing people, and apparently you believe that's not normal.
Right.
Okay, because you keep it to yourself. It worries you. That's my word, but did it worry you that you thought about killing people?
It kind of, no, not really.
Okay. If I had been some other kid playing with you, roughly your age 10, 11, 12, would I have thought you were abnormal?
No.
Okay. So from the standpoint of other people viewing you,
is this a normal guy?
They viewed you differently. It may have been that you viewed yourself erroneously and the outside person was viewing you accurately. I'm not saying that very well. I guess what I'm thinking about is if the broken brain doesn't perceive itself accurately very well, why can't that mean that maybe it's not broken in the first place? Thinking one is broken is not always proof that one is broken.
Right.
How accurate or inaccurate do you think you've been in viewing yourself over the years?
Pretty accurate, otherwise I wouldn't have written it down.
How accurately do you think that you interpret other people or view other people as normal, abnormal, good, bad, trustworthy, not trustworthy? How good a judge of other people do you think you are?
Pretty good judge.
Pretty good judge. Do you think you are a pretty good judge of other people's feelings?
Yeah, I can tell when they're happy or sad.
When you were with Gargi, that was a close relationship.
Right.
Did you think you were a pretty good judge of how she was feeling in various times?
Yeah.
I remember you said you got candles on Valentine's Day. You made chicken, baked chicken for her. And you got candles. I remember asking whether you got them for her or for yourself. Remember what you said?
No.
You said you got them for you because you like candles.
Yeah, the scented candles are nice.
Beg your pardon?
The scented candles are nice.
Okay. Was there a part of you that got them because Gargi might have liked them?
Yeah, I thought she would like them too.
How much did you do for Gargi because it was something that you thought she would like?
Well, one time I went to 7-Eleven and got a Slurpee for gave it back to her when she was studying for some tests or whatever.
Okay. Nice thing to do. You were thinking of her.
Oh.
You weren't particularly wanting a Slurpee. You went and got one.
I drank a little bit of the her Slurpee.
Okay. In general, has it usually been more about James than other people, or no?
No, it's a balance.
Okay. Let's see what else I see. I skipped over the phrase that I was very interested in before, and that was in trying to, in the insurmountable task of fixing what you thought was your broken brain. A couple lines lower, you say, in order to rehabilitate the broken brain, my soul must be eviscerated.
I have no idea what that means.
I can show you the context if you like on that page. Would that help?
Maybe.
Okay, and here's the eviscerated part.
I don't know what I meant by soul.
Okay. That's a very it's a striking phrase, isn't it? Yeah. A striking sentence. The next sentence is, I could not sacrifice my soul to have a, quote, normal mind. What comes to mind when you think of that sentence, my soul must, well, the whole context, in order to rehabilitate the broken mind? my soul must be eviscerated. What pictures come to mind?
I'm not sure what I meant by soul. So it's kind of difficult.
I understand that. What comes to mind right now?
I guess the core of my being is the soul.
Okay. And eviscerated, what does that bring to mind?
Kind of cut out a weakness. I think. So I guess the broken part of me was so essential. It was a part of my soul.
So we go from broken mind to broken soul. And that's what you just...
I don't know if it's broken
at least
soul.
verbally went. That's the way the verbal track went. And for soul, you talked about the core inside of you.
Yeah.
Do you think you had the idea that your core was broken?
I guess so, because the brain is kind of the core of the person.
Actually, I'm separating that from mind right now, from the broken mind, the broken brain. I'm talking about something more visceral and more basic.
I'm not sure even what this is.
What does the word eviscerate, just by itself, what does eviscerated mean to you?
I think it means cut out a weakness.
Cut out a weakness. Do you think that's what it means in this context, or do you think that's what the dictionary says?
I guess what it means in this context, in the dictionary, maybe just to cut out.
My impression of the word eviscerated is a little more serious than cut out. I can cut out an appendix.
Right. You wouldn't eviscerate an appendix.
Yeah. I think of eviscerate as take out all the viscera, meaning all the guts, intestine, stomach, liver, kidneys.
I consider that
Eviscerate.
disemboweled.
Beg pardon?
I consider that to be disemboweled.
It's exactly what eviscerate means.
Okay, well, I don't have a dictionary.
But, again, if that's not what you think the word means, then that may be an irrelevant path to go down.
Okay.
But once again, you're a very smart guy. Summa cum laude.
Not summa, only magna.
Okay, magna cum laude. Yes.
Not the highest.
Okay, you're right. I would be a little surprised if you didn't know, particularly because you're in a biological science, if you didn't have a pretty good feeling of what eviscerate meant back in 2012.
I thought like to cut out an organ or something.
Eviscerate my soul. My soul must be eviscerated. Any way you slice it, it sounds like a pretty radical cure.
Yeah.
And the next sentence indicates that you didn't want to do that cure. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind.
Right.
Is that the impression you get from reading the sentences together? Let me read them to you. Neuroscience seemed like the way to go, but it didn't pan out. In order to rehabilitate the broken mind, my soul must be eviscerated. I could not sacrifice my soul to have a normal mind. What does that sound like to you?
That my broken mind was such a part of me that I couldn't get rid of it.
Okay. So, erroneous impression or not, that's one way that you may have been thinking at that time, that it was impossible to get rid of? Or did you mean it's so much a part of me that I don't wish to get rid of it. I don't wish to get rid of that important part of me. I may have misunderstood.
It's an important part of me. It's so important I can't get rid of it.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for clarifying. It's so important that broken or not, I can't get rid of it. And you've got what you title some crazy concepts here.
That was just like random stuff I was thinking about.
Beg your pardon?
That was random stuff I was thinking about.
Some of which don't sound crazy, they sound kind of philosophical. And I don't think you were referring to yourself as, these are the concepts of a crazy person. I think you were, am I right?
They were just kind of interesting.
Okay. I didn't want to misinterpret that. Okay. Ripple effect, butterfly effect. And this moves into some things that are a little similar to the things that you wrote yourself. Some philosophical concepts. And then a few pages of replies. Once again, any
reason why I wrote that?
any thought or context for doing the why, like 5 pages of why?
I guess it just really bugged me. I didn't know why things were the way they are, apparently.
Okay. And the whys bug lots of people. As you were doing the why, do you remember what you might have been feeling? Was it frustrating to have why? Was it just angst of why? Are there some adjectives that go with the why?
Inquisitive.
I'm sorry?
Inquisitive.
Inquisitive one. So inquisitive suggests to me not much emotion, but inquisitive, maybe a thinking rather than a feeling or emotion, or emotional why. Is that just me, or is that the way you
I was trying to like figure the why in a thought process.
It takes a while to write why 250 times, however many times that is.
It wasn't that much, but yeah, it took a
I'll
while.
bet there are 250.
Really?
I'll bet there are. I'll count them, I'll tell you tomorrow. How's that?
No, you don't have to do that.
But it's one thing to ponder and say, damn it, I can't figure this out. Why in the world? But to say why, for probably at least the 10 minutes it took you to write that down. That seems a little unusual. You recall the context?
I don't know what state of mind I was in.
Okay. Do you recall what time of day it was? Whether you were about to go to bed or just got up? Or?
I think it was afternoon.
Do you recall roughly when it was after you left school, before your prelims?
I think it was between dropping out of school and finishing school.
Okay. So fairly far along in the process leading up to this shooting?
I think so, yeah.
And a couple of pages later, we have the comment about casing the place, targets random, the cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. We talked about that. The various possibilities, methods, venues, and then the rather detailed laying out of the plans and for doing it. Chronologically, these are after the whys. So roughly when would you have been making those drawings?
June and July.
June or July? When you did these, actually when you did the whole notebook, were you anticipating that this would go to Fenton?
Yeah, I sent the address to Fenton.
Now, I know that you sent it to eventually, but this looks more like a worksheet for your own purposes, not a communication to someone else.
That was just a detail of my plans, and like scooping out all the tactical situations.
Was this used to detail your plan and think about it? Or was this a description of what you had already done for someone else to read about?
A description.
So this, for example, the drawings here.
Yeah.
The drawings here, you had already done that a long time ago.
No, after I go to the movie theater and watch a movie, I'd sketch out the layout.
Okay. But that's not these, or that is these?
That is those. Because they would be fresh in my memory to remember the schematic.
This suggests to me that the last details of the planning took place a little later than I thought they did. But
yeah, I didn't go to the movies until June and July.
Until?
June and July.
Late June, early June, or do you recall?
Late June, early July.
And when you started this notebook, I'm just trying to get it
that I don't know.
Clear in my mind. But when you started the notebook, you started it specifically to eventually send to Dr. Fenton.
Yeah.
Okay. None of this was like a journal for you? None of this was something...
Well, the schemata was to know which area to attack.
So the purpose of doing this was not to send to Dr. Fenton, but rather to know which area to attack. And it just happened to be in the notebook.
No, it was both.
I'm sorry?
It was both.
Okay. But when you started out on some relatively early date, saying the questions, what is the meaning of life, what is the meaning of death, and your logo, that was at the beginning of a communication to Fenton.
Yeah, I think I asked her like what the meaning of life was. That was one of my questions with Fenton.
Okay. And you asked her what she thought the meaning of life was.
She wouldn't tell me.
She wouldn't tell. Did I ask you whether you thought Feinstein, he had this cast on his arm or something like that?
I thought that was a feint. I thought he was like keeping something dangerous in him.
Keeping something dangerous. Did you think he was testing whether you would empathize with him?
I asked him about his cast.
I'm sorry?
I asked him about his cast. He said, how'd you break your arm? Or how your arm is doing?
Okay. And but my question was, did you think it was a fake? You thought it was a fake, from what you just said.
Yeah, it was kind of paranoid.
Okay. One of the things that you thought might be involved in the fake was hiding a weapon.
Like, I thought you might be having a taser or stun gun.
Okay. Somewhere along the line, there was the idea, and I'm not sure where, that you thought he might have been testing you to see if you would ask him about it, to see if you would express sympathy or empathy.
I think I expressed empathy.
I'm sorry?
I think I expressed empathy.
Yeah. But my question was, did you think it was a test to see if you would express empathy?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right, fair enough. We've talked several times about the hatred of mankind that you wrote down. I'm still confused about whether and how much the shooting had to do with hating mankind and, as you say it here, being freed by the medication, perhaps, freed of concern about the consequences of the shooting. Whether the shooting had to do with your hating of mankind or intense aversion of people versus the means to gaining their value.
Right. So, like, what weight did I assign?
How much of it had to do with what you describe as primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind?
Okay.
You hate folks enough, you may want to kill them, and some folks may kill them. Is that?
I didn't really hate any of the people in the theater. I just hate mankind in general.
Were they representatives of mankind to be hated and killed? Or was the killing related?
As a crowd, they were...
I'm sorry?
As a crowd, they were kind of...
Talking about motivation for killing them.
Okay.
Why did you want or need for them to die?
Mainly for the... So I wouldn't suicide and have my value increased.
Okay. So those two things that we've talked a lot about. To help with your depression so you wouldn't suicide. And to increase your value. I don't think I've heard you say much at all, maybe nothing, about they needed to die because I hate mankind and they're part of mankind.
Right.
Right? Can you... right what?
I didn't really kill him for that reason that much.
Okay. That much? You added that little...
That much.
Okay. What do you mean, that much? Was it any or...
Because I still hate mankind.
Okay. Did that have anything to do with you killing the people in the theater?
A little bit.
A little bit. Percentage-wise, give or take?
10% that much, and 90% the other one.
There were two others, not just one of them.
Okay, then.
Remember this?
I'm going to calculate 45% to 45%.
Okay. And I'm not meaning to quantify it intricately.
Okay.
But my question has to do with, does the long-standing hatred of mankind that you say experienced a primary drive reversion to hatred of mankind with you believe with the treatment, an intense aversion of people, how much did that have to do with the shooting in the theaters?
Very little.
Okay. Refresh me as to, and I can look this on a timeline, up on a timeline, I suppose. you're going to see Fenton that general date and the time that you began to buy weapons, first weapon that you bought?
I think about a quarter of the way through of seeing Fenton, I went to bought the weapon, the first weapon.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay. And we talked a lot about the Dark Knight Rises business and the film and the window. We went through that a lot before. Your statement toward the end, what kind of God commands his people not to murder, yet cowers behind free will? I'm not sure what that means.
He lets everybody do what they want, but then says, no, you can't do this.
Says as a commandment?
As a command, yeah.
Cowers behind free will. Cowers is an interesting word to choose.
I guess why wasn't he more bold?
I'm sorry?
Why wasn't he more bold and enforced it himself that people can't kill people?
I mean, why didn't he just make it so that people couldn't kill him?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Okay. I understand. All right. I think that's the end of the notebook. I do remember the burned money stuff. We talked about that a lot, though. We talked about the burned money and what it might have meant and things like that. That you enclosed with the notebook.
Right, yeah.
Was that all the money you had?
No.
I don't mean all the money you had in the bank, etc. Was that all the money you could draw out? Did you keep back
I
any?
maxed out my debit card.
You didn't keep back any cash?
I think I kept like a couple $100 in my wallet.
I think you're right. I think they found a couple $100 in your wallet when you were arrested.
Yeah.
Am I right? You know what's happened to that money? Or to your wallet, for that matter?
Donut fund, maybe.
Beg your pardon?
A donut fund.
All right. Any questions for me right now?
Nope.
Anything that I should have covered better or should have asked better that you want to add just now?
No, that's fine.
I'd like to start tomorrow morning about 9.
Earlier.
A little early. Yeah. Means you got to go to bed early.
Not really.
All right. Thanks for talking with me again. I'll see you tomorrow. We may make it one long session or we may make it 2 sessions tomorrow. I'm not sure how that will work out. All right. Okay.
I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the people just finished playing P-TR-1010. Members of the jury, it's almost 10 after 5. Thank you for your patience and staying past 5 today. Please remember all of the advisements I've been giving you throughout the trial in terms of your conduct when you're not here in the courtroom. They all apply overnight. Get some rest tonight, and I will see you tomorrow morning at the usual time. Thank you. Have a good evening. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Let me address the defense standard instruction 1 briefly. Last night I went back and looked at motion D-216, the briefs that were filed in connection with that motion and the order that I issued. And the defense filed a motion asking the court to preclude any expert testimony concerning the specific crime scene reconstruction evidence, and specifically the large-scale physical model of the theaters 8 and 9. In response, the people said that they were only intending to use the model as a demonstrative exhibit. And as a result of that representation, I didn't address some of the arguments advanced by the defense, and I treated the issue as a motion to preclude demonstrative evidence. And so given the people's representation and given my order, I am going to deny the people's motion to admit the exhibit as substantive evidence. So the defense's objection is sustained. In terms of the tendered instruction, I don't have a problem generally with the first paragraph. However, I have redrafted it to make it more accurate. And I said yesterday that I would do that. In terms of the second paragraph, it is, I think, confusing, and I am concerned that it will confuse the jury. And so my preference would be to just give the first paragraph. If the defense would rather have me give something along the lines of the second paragraph in addition to the first paragraph, then I have redrafted that, and I will read it here in a moment, and then you can tell me which one you prefer. So the two options are, number one, just having me give my redraft of the first paragraph, or number two, having me give my redraft of the first paragraph as well as my redraft of your second paragraph. And without waiving your objection, you can tell me what your preference is. And without waiving, obviously, the tendered instruction, which is now part of the record, that's tendered instruction number 1. So the first paragraph, as redrafted, reads as follows. Members of the jury, let me give you an instruction with respect to the People's Exhibit P-TR-1087, which is the physical model of the inside of Theater 9, a portion of the inside of Theater 8, and the area outside of Theater 9. A mark on this exhibit was corrected following the testimony of Brett Mills. Mr. Mills testified that the single impact in row 1 at seat 16, identified in earlier testimony by crime scene investigator Maria Perolina, was actually a fabric tear and not related to a bullet or bullet fragment. Therefore, the circle drawn by investigator Perolina on seat 16 in row 1 has been removed from the exhibit. That's the end of paragraph 1. That's my revised version of paragraph 1. The revised version of paragraph 2 is as follows. And by the way, I will have my staff make copies of this for you so that you can have, both parties can have it and think about it if they wish overnight, or for as long as they want to consider it. The second paragraph, as revised, would read as follows. Exhibit P-TR-1087 is a demonstrative exhibit and has been allowed by the court only for use in the courtroom to help you visualize certain physical spaces at the Century 16 theaters and to allow witnesses to explain and illustrate their testimony. Therefore, this exhibit is distinguishable from items that have been admitted as substantive evidence which you may have an opportunity to view during deliberations. Would you like a copy of this, Ms. Spengler? Please. All right, I'll have my staff do that. Would you folks like a copy of it as well, Mr. Orman?
Yes, Ron.
Okay, I'll have my staff do that, and then you can think about how you would like to proceed. Again, I've explained the two options. My preference would be to just give the first paragraph as revised, but if the defense wants the second revised paragraph included, I will include that as well. Is there anything else at this time with respect to this particular issue? No.
Judge, we can let the court know that we would prefer the second instruction the court read, both paragraphs.
All right, great. All right. I'll give you a copy then in case you want to make any suggestions, any revisions that you would like the court to make, but I'm satisfied that this it would be an appropriate instruction. And if your preference is to have both paragraphs as revised, then that's what I will do. But I'll wait to hear from the people in case that people have any objection to it, and in case that people have any suggestions with respect to the language used. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people? Mr. Brockler, do you have anything else?
No, sir, thank you.
You have one more disc that's about 3 hours and 15 minutes for Dr. Reed. And then I'm assuming you'll have some questions following the, I guess at the beginning of the day tomorrow, and perhaps following the last disc. Is that correct?
Your Honor, here's what I would like to do. One, I'd like to only play one video disc ever again in my life, and it will hopefully be tomorrow morning. But I do not intend to begin with questions. What I think I'll do is wait, since we have this natural break, and I think we can get through the morning and get probably up to the lunch break by playing that and with the court's normal 20-minute break, and then do whatever limited follow-up questioning I have after the lunch break, and then turn it over to Mr. King for cross-examination.
Okay, and Mr. King, you'll have 5 minutes of cross-examination.
I intend to play all of the videos from beginning to end.
Okay. All right. Well, that sounds like a plan, and then we'll go from there. I don't know how long Mr. King will take on cross-examination, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay. Anything else on behalf of the defense, Mr. King? No?
No, thank you, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Have a good evening. I'll see you folks tomorrow morning. My staff will make copies of the proposed instruction. Here you go.
Both sides tonight showing a sense of humor along with Judge Samore as they discuss tomorrow. So it does turn out it is now certain that we are going to see the cross-examination of Dr. Reed begin tomorrow afternoon. George Brockler saying that he thinks that we'll be able to get through the 3 hours and 15 minutes of the final disc of this sanity examination video. By lunchtime tomorrow, he'll have a few minutes for follow-up questions. And then Mr. King can begin his cross-examination, where we will see certain segments again. He joked there that we'd see it in its entirety, and I do certainly hope that was a joke, because this has been a long and arduous process. Tonight, we are not going to speak to David Beller, because our staff has to get arranged so that we can cover some of the big thunderstorms rolling through the Denver area. And so if you are in the area, we will be keeping you updated on those issues right now. But I can tell you that tonight, Mark Stewart, who you'll remember from having been on this project and this coverage several times, is going to be speaking with David Beller for a related story that will be in our 10 o'clock newscast tonight. So we will be working with David, and if you're in the Denver area, if you're in Colorado, do keep a roof over your heads and watch out for those storms. Mike Nelson and the rest of our staff will be updating you on television and online throughout the night. Thank you all for bearing with us. Thank you for chatting with us. We appreciate you, and we'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30.